that was in charge of Operation High Jump. Now, he didn't get discredited until after he died, and someone allegedly found his hidden diary or something like that, which said a bunch of crazy stuff in it. But that may have just been put there, right, to make his testimony about what he actually did discover in the South, right, to seem like it should be discredited. So that's just a speculation, right? We can't confirm he actually wrote anything that was in this so-called diary afterward. But anyway, I'll post the interview.
It's funny how every time the government finds something that's like a manifesto or a diary that, listen, I've never written shit down like that in my life. Do you guys write manifestos? You guys write manifestos in your diary every day or something? Because I don't. Am I the weird one?
Yeah, I was always under the impression that Americans like write every single thing they do every day down in their journals.
Hello.
Live.
Hello. What's up?
All right.
Oh, got everyone on board.
Why can't I open my cam?
Pay money if you want.
Who's saying hello? The new guy?
Yeah, that's me. I'm the new guy.
What's up, new guy? What brings you to the channel?
I came a couple of days ago. I asked a couple of questions. I think it was to you or it was to someone else. It was some British guy I talked with, I think. But yeah, it's my second time on this channel. Lux. My name is Lux Noctris.
Lux Noctris. I don't remember talking to you, but maybe it was. But oh well. So how was your first time on the channel? Did you get answers to your questions? Did you come out with more questions?
No. I mean, I asked the question, they couldn't answer my question, they dodged the question, and I didn't get the answer, no.
What was your question?
A really simple question, actually. I mean, like, I just said, like, if we had, like, a big drill, we just, like, drilled all the way down, would we come across, like, molten lava, like a hot rock or something, or would we come across something else? And they said we don't know.
Yeah, I suppose it depends where you drill. So the deepest hole that they tell us has been dug is by the Russians. Sorry, Jedi, you
okay.
We had this conversation the other day. I remember this conversation very well. Good luck, Cyclone. Good luck.
Oh no. Well, yeah, they tell us that the deepest hole that's been dug is the Kola super deep hole, which is like 7.6 miles. So whatever they found down there, that's what's been documented. But we wouldn't be making a claim to anything as deep or deeper than that, because as members of the public, that's not something you can really do.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're obvious, yeah, but I mean, like the technology that we have these days, it's 2025, we have really good technology, right? So,
yeah,
just
the deepest they've gone is 8 miles.
It's like just buy a bore drilling machine on Amazon or something. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, but I mean, like, what about the billionaires, the hackers?
This is this guy again. They've already tried that. They've already tried that, dude. Remember, we told you, and you didn't like the answer.
Well, I remember the answer, I do, but you couldn't give me a precise, because you said you don't know. You literally said you don't know.
We said this is what they've done, so how would anyone know what's beyond that?
Well, it's obvious to know because we have good technology these days, and
yet they can only get down 8 miles up until today. So, are you going further than that? Is that what you're claiming? You don't
I think
know
we can go
what's
more
down
than
there,
8
do you?
miles because, like, you put a Mount Everest down at Mariana Trench. And,
No, we're not talking dumb shit. We're talking about real life people who drill. You're not talking about flipping Mount Everest over. Don't say dumb shit in here.
So let
How
me guess
deep
this
is
straight,
Mariana
Lux.
Trench? Just tell me
Lux.
how deep
Lux,
is Mariana
stop.
Trench?
Lux, we don't care. You're talking about drilling. Also, they were talking about drilling the Kohler borehole. With all the technology, why haven't they gone further? What's your excuse? It's
Because it's
2025,
hot.
brother.
There's molten lava in there. It's hot.
There we go.
You can't
There's
go
the
in there.
answer.
You can't
It's
go in.
hot.
So what's the
Because they
point
go
with
to
this
the
question? What's like the end point conclusion of your question? What
My
does it mean?
conclusion is, it's not flat. It's a sphere, and in the middle is hot.
Okay. How are you getting to it's a sphere? Where's your evidence for that?
I told you, if we drill too deep down,
Right.
the drill's going to burn up.
But
So it's
drilling
obviously
down
something
into the
down there.
ground, but drilling down into the ground doesn't tell you anything about the surface being a spinning ball.
That's the worst affirming the consequent I've ever fucking heard. I mean,
Yeah,
it'll
and-
pass, but it's still shit.
And the drill
That's
didn't
why
hit
if you can't
molten lava and
answer it,
melted
right,
down
then.
like you've explained.
That's pretty illogical, dude.
Yeah,
I
how do
think
you know
it's
you're
completely
drilling
logical.
inward and not downward?
You
Yeah,
don't.
considering you are drilling downward, how are you going to tell us that's anything else?
It doesn't
So, no,
matter
you
where
can
you
drill-
dig.
you can
You're
drill
going
on
to
a
dig
flat
down. You're going to go
surface,
down to
dude.
the core.
He
Okay, so
didn't
you
go to
saying-
school.
So are
You
you
don't know.
saying are you saying that you couldn't drill on a flat surface? Is that what you're saying?
You can drill on a flat surface. It's possible.
Okay. So then they can drill on a flat surface. So drilling is not proof of a globe, then.
Can hot stuff
There's
be
the
under a
oceanic
flat
crust.
surface?
After that, it's the
Ask
upper
you again.
mantle.
I don't know why I'm going to
Yeah.
waste my time. But can hot stuff be under a flat surface? I'll ask again.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it
so
can.
hot
What about
stuff
the
can be under. So far, your proof that the Earth is a sphere doesn't seem to be proving anything. Being as you can have hot stuff under a flat surface.
Right, look at Yellowstone National Park. That's hot, isn't
still
it?
hot
It's a
stuff
volcano.
underneath a flat surface.
Do you believe in Yellowstone National Park?
That's
Yeah,
hot
I've been
stuff
there.
underneath
Oh
a
my
flat
God.
surface. Third
Another
time,
belief
maybe it'll
system.
ring true for you.
All right, I'll put a picture on the side chat. You can even dig from the ocean as well. You can
Stuff
see what we're going to
underneath a
come up
flat
from.
surface.
Hmm?
So now you're saying that Yellowstone is proof of the globe. Is that right?
Well, it could because he wanted proof of a hot surface. Yes, I gave an example of the Yellowstone.
I wanted proof that the Earth was a sphere, like you said.
And I told you about that. The more down you go, the more hot it gets.
Yeah, but
So
then you said you
Obviously,
could
there's
go
a
down on
core.
a flat
There's a
surface.
core. There is.
You said
In the
you
middle,
said
there's a
you could
core,
go
right?
down. No.
Middle.
You said on a flat surface you could go down as well, and that it would be hot underneath. So that doesn't
Yeah.
mean
It
it's a
doesn't matter
globe.
where you dig down.
Yeah, so it doesn't
You're
mean
an
it's a
idiot.
globe. It doesn't mean it's a sphere. It can happen
It
on a
does.
flat surface. No, you just said it can happen on a flat surface.
Yes, you can do it on a flat surface or in the ocean. Doesn't matter where
Right,
you dig.
so
You got to dig
not a-
down in the
not a
core.
sphere,
So,
then.
sorry,
Not a
so
sphere.
it's not exclusive proof that the Earth is a sphere, being as you can dig down underneath flat surfaces and hot things can exist underneath flat surfaces. This isn't exclusive evidence. Is this bell ringing for you yet? Do you understand?
It's ringing for me. All right, but look, let me just tell you this as well, right? When an
I was going to start
earthquake
talking
hits,
bullshit again.
right? Hang on, look, you know, an earthquake's going to hit, right? It sends out two types of waves, right? There's the primary wave and the secondary wave, right?
Yes. Yes.
Hang on. There's
And?
the Earth's magnetic field, right?
No,
that
it's
is
nothing to
created
do
by
with magnetic
liquid
field,
iron
PNS waves.
spinning in the outer core. Without
You're
a
talking
liquid
shit.
metal core, there's no magnetism. This is basic geography. We saw this in middle school,
Uh-oh.
right?
Let me post something
You saw
for you since
cartoon-
you think
you saw
seem to know
cartoon in a
everything.
textbook. You
So you
saw
don't believe in the
cartoon-
magnetic field now? Yeah?
Well,
Oh,
what
full
evidence do you
proof
have?
of the globe.
Let's
What
find
evidence do you
out. I'm
have
going to
for a
post
core,
something
yeah?
for you, dude. Ready? I'm gonna post your magnetic core and let's see what happens to it. What are you gonna say to there is no magnetic core when I show this to you? What's your excuse gonna be next? There you go.
Right, show what is it?
Uh-oh. Yeah, loses its magnetism when it gets to its Curie point. So there you go. No magnetic core. Try
Yeah,
something
also
new,
that
dude.
doesn't even
You're
make
just
any
begging the
sense.
question.
Oh, that's just
You're
a
just
meme.
begging the
That's
question
just
of a
you're
magnetic
putting on
core.
memes. Hang on, you're putting on memes.
Dude,
It's
hold
not
on, hold on.
scientific.
Hold on,
That
dude.
is scientific.
You don't
No,
have
it's
any
a meme.
evidence for the core to begin with. You've got no evidence for the core to begin with. That assumes a globe. That's the thing you're trying to prove. And you're just saying, well, let's just assume it's a globe with a core and then blah, 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 blah. No. You need to actually for these things.
I gave you evidence from the earthquakes.
No,
we can see from the
you didn't.
earthquakes. There's obvious evidence.
No,
So
you were
let's
talking
get this
about
straight.
digging.
He's an idiot.
Lux, let's get this straight.
Yeah.
Ground shakes, therefore globe.
Yeah, when the ground shake, what happens? What happens to the magnetic field when the earthquake happens? Tell me.
You tell us. It's your claim.
This is
Because
your claim,
the primary, there's two types of waves: the primary and the secondary. The primary moves through the solids and the liquids. The secondary moves through the solids only. So the primary slows down and bends at a certain depth and proves density from the liquid outer core.
Great. Show us the seismic wave equation, geologist, and let's talk about it.
Give me that.
Here, sunshine.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to manage on this one, dude. I mean, obviously, you've been like. Sorry, Jenna.
No, you're right, go.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're just like reading Chat GPT, which has been trained.
No, this is just basic geography.
This is stuff he's making up out of his fucking head. If he wants to go this route, I'll just unleash Amish on you. You don't understand what you're talking. Excuse me. You don't understand what you're talking about. That's clearly been demonstrated to everybody. Now you're just seeing how far you can go with this stupid troll. Either that, or you're actually stupid. It's one of the two.
Nah, why are you even like doing this childish stuff? You know, calling people stupid.
Listen,
stuff.
Do you know what you had posted in the chat?
I'm here to have a reasonable debate.
You posted a Poincare disk model in the chat. Do you know what that is?
No.
No, you don't. You posted evidence of hyperbolic geometry for modeling seismic waves. The seismic wave equation does not even assume a globe because of a hyperbolic geometry. You know why? Because the radius is curved. You can't have a curving radius on a sphere or in any object, really, in Euclidean space. So the very evidence that you think proves a globe actually relies on non-globular modeling, a hyperbolic equation. So would you like to come back again with a better proof someday, or do you want to keep going with this?
No, I'm trying to give you some more proof, but you're calling me, you're being childish, you're calling me stupid.
I'm not being childish. Stop. You don't know what you're talking about, and I do.
I'm here to have a debate, and you guys are acting childish.
Stop the meta. Lux, listen carefully. Sporadic called you no names. He explained to you what your image that you posted was. He didn't post that. You did. And you're choosing not to listen.
I'm listening, bruv. I'm listening. You're not listening to me.
It's not sinking in, bruv.
Sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, bro, and you're being schooled, and that hurts your ego, and now you're lashing out.
Nah, man, it's my normal voice. I'm sorry if it's hurting your feelings. I'm sorry, DJ, but that's how I talk.
It's true. It's being recorded as well. I mean, you could listen to it back, right? If you wanted to go play it to your friends and families and say, "Oh, look how well I did in this debate with the flat earthers," right? Go play the live stream back to them.
Yeah, I want to have a reasonable debate, but you guys are acting all childish. I don't know what you're saying.
We can have a reasonable debate. It's perfectly fine. Listen, dude, chill out. Like, we can have a perfectly fine discussion, but it does sound like you're arguing about topics that you don't really know much about. So you need to be a little bit more honest and say things like, I don't know, or ask a question that you don't know, or
This is common sense, Jedi.
just be reasonable.
It's common sense,
That's
man. What you on
Cyclone.
about?
Be fucking. Just be aware of what's going on, dude. That's someone else. That's not me. I haven't spoken for 5 minutes. Dumbass. Basically, at the end of the day, mate, you pissed us off the other day when you just started talking bullshit, and now you're going to come back in and make the same
Man, you
fucking
don't know
claims
how to, you got no
about
social
the
skills, but
lava
you're
being
grown up, bro.
underneath the ground, which makes the Earth a sphere. We've logically gone through this. It looks like you've ignored everything that we've said. The fuck?
Nah, I've done my research on it. It's still not making sense, man. I'm doing my research.
Really?
It's making
Lux,
You
zero
don't
sense
think
to me.
things
This
can
is-
exist underneath
this-
flat surfaces?
This is just out of hand.
Fucking pathetic on your behalf. Yeah, we know. We're laughing at you.
Nah,
Try better.
Really, I mean, like, Jesus, man. You sound like a smart man,
So
bro.
Lux, let's get this
You
right.
sound like a smart man.
You've looked up some shit. Yeah, you've looked up some shit on the internet. It says lava underground, so therefore globe. That's what you've come to.
This is what we saw in high school and middle school. What you on about? We
Yeah, okay, stop. I don't want excuses. I want you to stop and listen. I want you to use your brain. You saw it in high school. You saw it in middle school. Did they verify it, validate it, or prove it, or did they just push it down your neck?
Nah, I did my research on it. I think there's enough proof out there.
You used the example. They fed it to you in high school or middle school. Did they verify it to you, or did they just push it down your neck?
They taught it to us on the textbooks.
All right, can I ask him a question real quick? Hey, Lux,
He's yours.
what makes the globe a valid starting point?
I don't know.
I don't know. What is it?
I'm asking you. This is your claim. What makes the globe a reasonable and valid starting point for your argument?
Well, I told you about it.
He's
I
gonna
told
get
you.
upset again.
No, not upset. I'm doing something. I'm multitasking. That's why.
So he's not paying
This
attention.
is comedy to me, really. I love it. It's comedy. To me.
Now
I'm
it's
gonna
comedy
make it
since you're
argument.
losing.
I'm with you today for now.
Yeah, you're
But this is
losing,
the
so it's
question.
comedy,
Yeah.
right? It's funny to you since you're losing.
I love it. I'm loving every minute of it.
He's unprepared.
Now, because you guys sound smart. You guys sound like you have the brains,
That was
right?
a completely reasonable question that you need to answer, yeah? Because
He hasn't.
in the first place, seismology is not proving the shape of the Earth. It's assuming a model that they would test these observations on, yeah? So
Yeah.
what makes them assume the globe model in the first instance?
Well, they don't even assume a globe model, which is my
There's
point.
pictures of
He
it
was
anyway.
unaware of that.
When astronauts go outside to outer space, they take the pictures. We can see a lot of proof. There's proof
He's
everywhere.
a
We're moving
believer.
off of the seismic stuff, right? So I guess all the seismology stuff didn't work out for you, Lux. I mean, they don't model a globe with any
I
of
tried
it.
to explain about the earthquakes. You didn't understand about the
Hey,
earthquakes. I
Lux,
just changed the
answer this
subject.
for the audience. Why don't they model a globe for seismology?
Why don't they model a globe?
Yeah, why do they model instead using hyperbolic geometry?
Well, they use all sorts of sciences, don't they? Not just geometry. They use other stuff
This
as
has
well.
to do with geometry, not science. Listen, we've exposed to you and the audience that you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Clearly.
I mean, I might not fully understand about geometrics and science and stuff,
Good.
but this
I'll
is
take
common
that as a
sense.
conception. Now can we
This
move on
is
to the next
common
topic, which
sense.
was pictures from outer space? A much simpler, more kindergarten approach suited to your aptitude.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about that. All right, so astronauts, they took pictures. We can see it on the NASA's website as well, right?
Did you verify the
Got
pictures
lovely-
yourself?
We got lovely pictures. Yeah, I can
Did
check
you-
for it. Yeah, we got lovely pictures
Sorry,
of the Earth.
excuse- How did you verify the pictures to be real pictures?
It's on NASA's website. You believe in NASA as well. You give me proof from NASA. The other day you gave me proof on the Salt Lake City
Patience
from
with this
NASA.
idiot. Dickhead. How have you verified that the images on the NASA website are real?
Because you look at the picture, you can see it's
No,
real. It's a sphere.
Lux,
It's round.
My friend, hold on.
Lux, stop.
Thank you. that would mean that Bigfoot is real then, because there's pictures of Bigfoot. Loch Ness Monster is also real because there's pictures of the Loch Ness Monster, right?
No, that's a myth. Bro. I'm not talking about.
How would you verify between the two, though?
That's
How do you
obvious
verify
stuff.
between the two?
You know it's not real. That's obvious stuff. You know, come on, what is
Excuse
that?
me?
Bigfoot and
Stick to the point.
the Tooth Fairy and Santa
Excuse
Claus.
me?
It's not real.
Lux, you sound like a child who's trying to defend themselves. I'm just pointing out the logical inconsistencies with your evidence, and you're crying about it. Why don't you just be a man and go, well, yeah, actually, when you think about it reasonably, that's really not good evidence, because I really should verify evidence to be real myself instead of just accepting it. Really, if you're a proper man.
All right, and I'm gonna show you proof now. Hang on.
Now,
Yeah.
of what?
The astronaut pictures. We talked about the astronauts. Why are we closing the
Oh my
topic?
God.
We're getting out of topic again.
The picture
Double-
itself's the
double
claim.
down.
It's not evidence of the claim. You seem to have a blind spot to understanding the difference.
Hey, Lux, how do you debate a measurement?
You measure it.
So once it's measured, can you debate it? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I mean if I understand the measures, yeah, why not?
So,
yeah, you can measure
no,
it.
not
Oh, yeah.
measures. No, a measurement. For example, my table. We measure its width. Can we debate that measurement? Yes or no?
Yes, we can.
Why?
How do you debate a measurement?
On what basis do you debate a measurement? There's only one.
Wait, hang on a minute. We're talking about measurement, right?
Yeah, if I
Correct.
measure myself to be 6 foot tall, do we debate about it? Or do we accept measurement?
No, we don't. I mean, yeah, if you're 6 foot tall, you're 6 foot tall. You know, it's
But
we
I'm
measure
gonna
you.
prove
You're
that
6
by
foot tall.
measuring
Yeah.
myself, aren't I? And when I've measured myself, me and you are not going to argue about it, are we?
Yeah, if you've got proof that you're 6 foot tall, then yeah,
There we
can
go.
come
If
to an
you've got
agreement,
proof,
yeah.
Matrix,
Excellent.
finish him.
No, you know, he's yours. I'll set that up nicely for you, mate. Yeah.
See, we measure the surface of the Earth to lay horizontal, right? That's a measurement. So you shouldn't really argue about it, should you? You should just accept the measurement and maybe, if you want to be pernickety, complain about how accurate it is. But that's all you're going to do is complain about how accurate it is.
You're not even accepting how deep the Mariana Trench is. I mean, how can I trust you on the measurements?
Excuse me, I accept the depth of the Mariana Trench, you fucking idiot. I told you this yesterday, but you weren't listening.
What's the measurement of the Mariana Trench? Tell me, please.
What the measurement is about 12 kilometres below mean sea level. Mean sea level being a horizontal reference datum that you get the privilege to talk about the depth of the Mariana Trench from. Welcome to Flat Earth.
10,984 meters down there. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Do you want it in centimetres as well? Would that make you more comfortable?
I would love that, but not now, because, you know, the pressure is over
right. Me and you are going to have a
1,000
fucking
times more.
falling out because you're not an honest person.
Do you realise there's pressure
Me and
down
you
there?
are
Yes
let me
or
get
no?
fall out.
Is there
Let's
pressure
get this
down there?
straight,
Tell
Lux.
me.
Lux, pressure or not, it doesn't prove anything. So you're globe proof now. Let's get back to the measurement. So we've already established quite cleanly, and everyone agrees, that you don't debate measurements. So why don't you just go and measure your drop over distance? If you believe you live on a ball, measure it and come back and shut us all up. How easy would that be? There's no debate in that. It would just be, here's the measurement, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, have a nice day, here's your cup of tea.
Tell me about the pressure. You can't answer it.
What about the pressure? As you go down in water, underneath the water level, the pressure increases. That's it. Whoop-de-doo. So what?
There we go. That's what I'm saying, right? You go down there, the pressure's going to increase.
You're saying that, Lux, so what? The ability to go underwater proves 1 carry the 3 minus the 2. Fuck all.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
If you go down
Lux,
there, the sun is not going to hit, right? There's no light.
cares?
The light's not going to hit there, right?
Who cares?
And
your claim of depth, Lux, your claim of depth means nothing.
Why do you think? None of the evidence that you gave reaches the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere.
You're shouting at my face.
Excuse me, none of the evidence that you gave reaches a conclusion that the Earth is a sphere, especially the depth of the water and the pressure and the sun's inability to get the light down there. None of these things are exclusive to a sphere. Do you understand that?
I don't understand that.
Of course you don't. You're a fucking 5-year-old.
Yeah, you can't even
Lux,
explain. You see,
Lux, one at a time.
Like a
Lux,
baby now. You're shouting
Lux,
like a baby.
you're having a meltdown. Lux, can you tip water onto a flat surface? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Can you tip water onto a curved surface? Yes or no?
Yeah, it will dribble down.
Guess what? So your ability to have water on a surface means nothing. So your claim of it's so deep, it's so high pressured, the sun can't get there means zero.
Ding, 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 ding. And he wants to complain that we're getting upset with him because he's an idiot.
I'm gonna debate back instead of that shouting back. He's gonna start shouting back because I'm not gonna even bother
Just
anymore.
go to another channel, dude. You're not welcome here anymore. You've wasted our time often enough.
Oh, you guys are pathetic.
You're the pathetic one. How hard is it? It's either curved or it's flat. I suggested you go and measure it, but you don't like that idea. You just want to stick with your space photos. You're more than welcome to do so, mate. Go and get on the NASA website, print them out, make a little ball out of them and cuddle them. That's it. If that's all you want to do, go and be a believer the rest of your life. I would like you to be knowledgeable. I'd like you to be a knower. I know it's a globe because I've measured it and I've proved those flat earthers wrong. So how about you get off your little computer, go out into the real world and see if you can find some drop over distance and measure it. And when you do, come back and tell the boys and girls, prove them wrong, shut them down. Instead of your stupid claims of, oh, we've got high water pressure down at the Marianas Trench, which no one really gives a rat's ass about.
And under Yellowstone National Park as well.
Yeah, earthquakes.
Just disappointing. So fucking disappointing.
How did I miss this dude the other day? When was he in?
He's been in off and on the past week.
Oh, really? And I haven't crossed him yet. Wow.
Yeah, and so far, not a single argument or perspective he's offered was unique to him.
It also says on the description of what the Russians claim they found at the bottom of that hole they dug, that it wasn't hot. They said there was like a solid liquid that the drill could not get through.
Oh, so it's not hot now. That's a problem for your claim earlier.
They didn't mention it was hot at all. They said
it's not hot now. You said it was hot.
No, that wasn't me. That was the other guy. He was saying it was hot. But I was saying, from what I've read, they didn't say it was hot. They just said there's some sort of solid, diamond-like liquid they cannot drill through, and it's broke every drill tip they've tried. So they have no idea what's deeper than that.
It was melting drill tips.
It was melting them, yeah. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a pretty big weekend. I shall leave you all in peace, and I'll catch you tomorrow on one of our many channels. So have yourselves a good one, guys. Peace.
Yeah, go drink some water, calm down, chill out. Bye.
Bye. See you later, man. Has he still got the ability to talk in my channel? What the fuck?
Yeah, they can't all be winners, guys. So we got any other new people in? We want to ask a question or present an argument for the globe? Maybe that last conversation inspired you to do better. Yeah, I think Lux's big problem was he was unable to distinguish between evidence and claims. So it's like, oh, well, it was in the textbooks. thinking that that's evidence, not realizing that that's just a claim. And then if he was pushed to what the evidence actually was, yeah, there wouldn't be any. If you just repeat another claim, well, they've claimed this. Okay, what's the evidence? Well, they claim this. Okay, more claims.
Yeah, it would be like presenting a police officer presenting his traffic ticket, citing you for speeding in court as evidence.
No. I like your question, though, Amish. That's a good one to generally ask them. What's the reasonable basis for assuming the globe to begin with? Because on top of all the claim stacking, you've got an assumption of a ball from the beginning that you have no justification in maintaining or proposing to begin with.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's a great approach. I mean, we're dealing with people that confuse the map for the territory.
Yeah.
So this probes that depth a little bit.
Absolutely. He couldn't really give an answer to that. Didn't seem like. I'm interested in hearing that being addressed by a Glober.
Cyclone, it was in a textbook, so that makes it real.
Usually they try and deny that they're just verbatim parroting a textbook, but this guy's got no problem with it. It's actually the proof.
When you actually, I don't know how old you, when you actually think about a science class, they did literally just chuck a big thick textbook in front of you and just study that.
Yeah, full of cartoons and say, well, if there's about a globe Earth, it's the case, isn't it? He knows that there's a molten iron core. Like he's coming at this whole ridiculous begging the question about drilling and seismology from what he's assuming to be an absolute fact about a ball core in a ball Earth. And it's like, dudes, that's just
isn't that what they do in seismology, though? Aren't they assuming that there is a solid inner core and a liquid outer core and a solid mantle, etc., to begin with?
Well, Amish was saying in the model they're using for seismology, they're using hyperbolic geometry, not spherical globe Earth geometry. But to be honest, I mean, I've not really looked into the PNS wave thing in a while.
Yeah, okay.
They just assume that Earth is a globe, but they apply a different model. It's funny. I mean, it allows them to also model it on flat Earth, as some seismologists have done, including PhD Tony himself, who spends an inordinate amount of time in Earth Awakenings arguing against flat earthers when he himself modeled seismic waves on a flat Earth. I mean, it's the map territory issue. You can come up with any map you like and then cherry pick the best parts about it to defend your worldview from it. I mean, that's how the globe was created. The map in this instance was how some people perceived and chose to perceive the stars operating above their heads.
It told us in the textbooks as well that slaves built the pyramids, and then they've had to take that out of the textbooks because they've changed their mind on that. Just one proof that textbooks are always right.
Well, they're still going full throttle with pseudoscience like Darwinism. I mean, that's got a reckoning coming, surely. It's like got to be the elephant in the room at this point. Like, well, still not finding any evidence for this whole Darwinism thing.
Yeah, but then people just straight away point to dogs, and I try to tell them that's selective breeding. but they don't. They just say it's evolution. Came from a wolf.
Yeah, it's criminal. Generational propaganda.
Darwin was very confident that they'd soon find all the evidence for evolution buried within the fossil record of Earth itself. And when that didn't happen, they came up with all these stories. Punctuated equilibrium, non-steady state theory, so on and so forth. All these ideas that can't be proven.
But that's contrary to Darwin as well.
Yeah.
Because Darwin stated in his work that if the fossil record isn't vindicated within, I don't know what he said, 50 to 100 years or something like that, he said discard the theory.
That bit's left out.
Yeah, they don't mention that.
I never heard that before.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's in his Favored Races book.
That's why they don't quote from it.
Yeah, right. That's in his How to Intellectually Justify Racism and Enslavement and Colonialism by Darwin.
Redwin put forth a very good question about the iron core of the Earth, and Lux called it a meme just because Redwin put it forth as a GIF. So in the GIF it says, how does the Earth's core generate a magnetic field when molten iron loses its magnetism? And Lux said that this is just a meme. He didn't even know that this is the Curie point, or the Curie temperature. When ferromagnetic material reach their Curie temperature, they lose their magnetic field and they become paramagnetic, and they are not ferromagnetic anymore. So this is not just a meme, this is a fact. So this justifies the question, how could the supposed iron core of the Earth have a magnetic field or produce a magnetic field when its temperature is above the Curie temperature of the iron? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a fair question. And, the rest of us are on standby, right? Waiting to go into some of the technical specifics of that animated GIF that Radwin shared. But we couldn't even get that far with this guy for the reason you said. He just hand-wave dismissed it as a meme.
Yeah.
At that point, it's like, all right, I'm not going to waste my time talking about like coherency versus incoherence of magnetic fields and the dipole disorder that results from the friction and heat and energy of all the vibrating molecules inside of that clump.
Yeah, today I saved a very nice meme from Jenna. I'll post it in the chat box. Yeah, these guys are like a brick listening to respond, and not the sponge, and not like the sponge listening to understand.
That's good. If that's so true.
Yeah, to be fair, it's from Jenna. I saved it today. Very nice. This is how these people are. They just don't hear whatever. However you stress yourself to explain it, and they just don't listen.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him what makes down going inward versus just downward. Oh, it's just common sense. So you say, okay, why is it common sense? Because it had to be taught to us in middle school. All right, so how is that common sense? Well, it just makes sense.
Yeah, it's what he's actually saying is appealing to authority, just because it was taught to him in a school book, and just because NASA tells him that. That's why we have to believe him, and we have to follow his steps.
Yeah, he revealed to the audience that he doesn't even know what common sense is. If he's defining that by inculcation via indoctrination in a government mandatory school environment.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I posted also today in the chat box. After 10 years of all the observations, I mean, it's not anymore a matter of they cannot understand it, or they do not understand it, or we are not able to explain the fact to them that there is a lack of curvature. It's a matter of it's a matter of it's a mental matter, like. Maybe because they don't have the courage to admit that they were lied to, because they are too proud, or maybe because they belong to the system and have some advantage of keeping this lie and participating in it and pushing it forward. It's impossible that one cannot. Yeah, I think someone, maybe it was you, Sporadic, or someone else posted yesterday with a caveman sitting on a stone on the beach and looking to the horizon, and there was a meme. It's so easy, even the caveman sees it and comprehends it. It's very easy when one sees the horizon behind the habitat platform at a distance at least 15 miles, because the habitat platform is at 9.4 miles and the horizon behind it is much further. It must be at least at 15 miles distance, or 20 miles, and that makes it 10 times further than we should see, which means 1,000%, because when you say 2 times, that means 200%. When you say 10 times, that would be 1,000%, or 2,000%. When you say 20 times, that means mathematically 2,000%. So no refraction can give them 2,000%, because the refraction in their own words is 7/6 radius. Cannot have 2,000%. So then it's just the unwillingness that they don't want to let the sphere go. It's not that they cannot comprehend it and we are not able to explain it to them so that they would be able to comprehend it. It's because they just don't want to let go. That's why, however you try, how hard you try, it will not come true, because it's about the unwillingness. They are unwilling to listen and understand what you are trying to communicate to them.
It reminds me of a conversation we had a few weeks ago with the Glober. So he brought in ChatGPT, right?
Yeah, ChatGPT.
So, yep, we decided to leverage that. We said, okay, all right, let's use this in lifetime with the Black Swan. And said, ask ChatGPT to define a K factor, which refers to a refractive index. And we're dealing with a claim of a gradient index medium of the air. So ChatGPT gave, the standard answer, what it is. And we said, okay, ask ChatGPT what the standard refraction K factor is. And it came back with, 16%, 17%. That's the same as 7/6 minus 1. 1 minus 7/6. But so then we said, okay, great. Suppose we can see a horizon past 10 miles from 1 foot off the ground. What would the refractive index of air be? Assuming a globe. And it came back with like, oh, this is impossible because it would be like 23,000%. And we said, okay, ChatGPT. We asked this guy, ask ChatGPT, what kind of physical conditions would be present within the environment to allow for such an observation? And it said, this is absolutely impossible. There are no physical conditions and features of this environment that we know on Earth that could produce such an image. And it was so powerful having this Glober go through that and watch his faith in artificial intelligence get destroyed while staring at flat Earth evidence in the text chat.
And if I may add to that, Sporadic, that goes to show how potentially wrong ChatGPT can be. Because if you take that same sort of measurement and you bring it to the Walter Bisman calculator, they'll tell you that you need a refractive index of 0.9891, which isn't exactly, 23,000%. I mean, it's still, 8 to 10 times greater, or so, 7 to 9 times greater than your standard refraction, right? Which seems quite enormous. But the fact that it wouldn't have picked up on that, it's a total mess, dude, no matter which way you put it.
Yeah, I mean, the percent that's calculated is based off of presumed Earth's radius. So it's not even a formula; it's an equation. It's like a shortcut that doesn't even apply to anything in reality to begin with.
Yeah, like this math here, from what I remember in Walter Bisman's calculator, it's basically like as this K approaches 1, the surface approaches infinite radius, i.e. flat, right?
Yep.
So 0.9891, you're like, what, a few hundredths away from being flat? Like, come on, man, that's weird as shit, if you ask me.
Yeah, his calculator isn't a model. Like, it's not modeling waves or rays. It's just a gigantic spreadsheet calculator on the back end. And something I've tried to explain to people earlier is what is observed and being claimed by Globers are two different things itself. Because when they claim that the ray arcs or wave arcs, if you can call it that, are curving at one rate that is a flatter trajectory than the curvature of the Earth, that's not what they're seeing. Because if the ray arc is indeed bending the way they claim it is, and the Earth is indeed curved the way they believe it is, then the image that results is not what is being shown. Because that is a very simple curve. And what it is doing mathematically is lifting the observer up by the requisite height in feet to see far over the curve. Mathematically, that's what it's doing. So the other way to think of like seeing oil rigs 66 feet below the curvature of the Earth is actually more mathematically truthful to say light is lifting the observer 66 feet higher than his current point of observation. And this would have a different effect on what you see, because what you would see is the scene tilting, rotating. You would be seeing more of the tops of the oil rigs, more of the tops of the objects in the distance if Earth was a globe and the rays were bending the way that they claim they are. But instead, we're seeing a panning and shifting. We're seeing the translation, not a rotation. And this means these simple curves that they show us in their models are not even true for a globe. These curves would be complex curves. They'd be sinusoidal. And that makes it even worse because now you have to have a reversal. You have to have conditions where the ray arc is being pushed by one set of pressures and then pushed another way by another set of pressures. The force vector alignments would have the arrows moving all sorts of different ways, and their assessed cause would have to be something in nature that's doing that. So all trillions and trillions and trillions of rays of light, points of light, the entire wavefront is doing this complex curling due to unknown meteorological conditions that nobody can prove exist, conspiring to just curve at the right rate at varying distances, therefore curving at different rates together to lift a curving surface up, make it flat to the observer. And not just flat in one direction, but look the other way 180 degrees, flat in that direction too. You know, and we're the crazy ones for calling that into question, right? That's what's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to get going soon. I'll be on later. It's good chatting.
Okay, bro. See you later. I mean, when you're gone. Dragon, you're what making?
I'm just laughing at what Lux is saying. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm a pathetic loser.
I read it.
I'm crying. I need to go sit in a timeout somewhere.
There was too much trolling today in the chat box, so I had to block the trolls just from the side of my chat. For example, these two, Cyber Boy and Cyber Girl, they were just chatting about some anime things and stuff, and filling the chat box.
It looked like it was in Filipino or something.
Have no idea. One of them spoke for a moment. He sounded like, Asian, from East Asia or something like that.
Hello, everyone. We got anything for this globe thing yet? Probably not.
Yeah, this guy had a really good proof. Because there's pressure in the Marianas Trench.
Okay, that proves the globe right there, man.
Yeah, we're all lost now. We don't know what to do.
I never thought about pressure in the Marianas Trench. You know, I mean, that's good stuff there, man. Whatever it means, I don't know.
I'm back on the globe now.
And we checked for new people. What about Oxwood? We talked to them? Silent type, seems like. Oh, there's a guaranteed glober. Flat Earth dude. Are you sure, Mike? See, his name's just a joke because he's really a glober. Right, Flat Earth dude? Crap, guess he's not his Mike. He's an OG from 2016. I was trying to say hi to him. Anyway, what were y'all doing? Just being silent?
Yeah, there was this guy in here, but he was just being stupid, so he got timed out, I think.
Yes, but all the globe's got anymore is just being stupid and trying to deflect and not actually address issues about it doesn't make sense, things like that, right?
Well, the evidence he was arguing was textbooks in school, earthquakes, heat underneath Yellowstone, and pressure on the Marianas Trench, and like trying to explain why none of that's relevant is very difficult.
He really going with textbooks? That's a good one.
Because we got shown in school.
I mean, that's one of the key tools that got us all in this mess in the first place. Is people independently writing in textbooks where they want to put in there, right?
I never realized at the time, but that you literally just remembering, like when you get the test, it's just how well did you remember the textbook. That's all the test is. It's crazy. I can't believe I didn't switch on to that as a young kid.
All it is, how well can you absorb information and regurgitate it back to them, right?
And how important it is and how much you can learn when you're a kid. That's when we can absorb shit. Like, you could have dropped me off at 6 years old in Germany and I can speak fluent German and English now. No problem. Trying to learn it as an adult, it's much, much more difficult.
Yeah, you're making a good point there, because that time when you're, say, 5 to 8 years old, your ability to absorb information and process it is wide open. You know, you haven't been, your filter's kind of unclogged, I guess, to put it. You know what I mean?
It's the picture Berserker put up, because when you're a kid, you do have a sponge brain, and then as soon as you like get through puberty and you become like 20, you get brick brain, and everything just, you think you know everything and you don't absorb anything anymore.
Yeah, once you slowly get to that point where you think you know it all, then you don't want to learn anything, right? Exactly.
Mm-hmm. You know, and for most of us, unfortunately, when we're kids, we just absorb nonsense, don't we? We've got broken families. A lot of families have troubles with, you know, loads of crap. So even from school and home, you're getting lied to.
Yeah, there's a reason. Like, for example, at least for me, the first time I saw globe was in my 2nd grade classroom. So I think I was going on 7. There's a reason they wanted everybody to see that globe sitting there. Then they tell you about the upside down people and everything, gravity, and then you just don't even think about it anymore, you know?
There's Australians upside down.
Just glanced over the panel again. I see all globe deniers as far as I know. If I'm wrong, please speak up. What about Segway 0001? Are you there? Don't know who you are. Hello, Segway. Welcome to this Flat Earth Discord. What say
yes,
you?
Sirs. Yes, sirs. I'm a listenings.
You're on listening mode.
I'm on listening mode.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think you're sitting there listening on a spinning globe, or are you on a level?
I think we're in the Matrix.
Oh.
Uh-oh, brain in the jar, Earther.
That's all you, Ray, if he keeps talking.
He's a brain in the jar, Earther. He gave up on reality. Now he thinks he's in a Matrix.
We're in a Matrix. There's little numbers dropping everywhere.
Yep, you're a brain in the jar. You gave up.
Can I go back to listenings now?
Yeah, you've got that option.
Yep, sir. Don't make any comments. Yep, don't make any comments then.
No comments.
No, not in voice. No. You wanted to go back to listening mode. So you stay on listening. Lux, you're up.
Hello, everybody. Hello again. That was a very intense argument we had, right?
Go ahead and say where sporadic was wrong or what he did.
Wait. Let me. I've just come now. Wait. Let me just say hello to everybody. Let's be friends. Why is everyone fighting?
I'm just the moderator. I'm on both sides.
Nobody's fighting. Nobody's
but
fighting with you.
Toxic...
Whatever it is, bring your evidence for whatever you come in here with. Go ahead, man.
I understand, but if there's going to be toxic energy, we're not going to be able to have a lovely debate. Let's try to be reasonable. All right. So, where was it?
Toxic. Go ahead.
Well, it's just called being sociable, you know? Anyway, I forgot where I was.
You were going to explain how sporadic was wrong on the last thing he told you about. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm gonna say something, but then he's gonna say, "Oh, this is level 1 global flat Earth thing." You know, I want to start somewhere. I do, but I don't want him to come and say to me that, "Oh, it's basic level 1." No, like, don't be sarcastic, and let's have a lovely conversation. Okay, I'm not trolling. I'm not
You're up.
LARPing. I'm here to learn
You're up. You
why
set down the
you
rules,
think.
dude. Go ahead.
I want
How
to
about you
understand
start?
why you guys believe in something like this.
Oh, there's no curve to be found.
Yeah, it's not a belief. We just know that there's no curve. The nature isn't curving. The water's not curving, sir. Sorry, it's not our fault.
Okay, the water's not curving. All right, so yes, but okay, let's look at the ships. Okay, let's start from level 1. Okay, let's go on the most basic thing first. Okay, we go to the beach. We see a ship. The ship is going. We say goodbye to the ship, and the ship goes all the way down the horizon. Right? It goes down and down and down and down. And then what happens? The ship is sailing away into the horizon, so it goes bottom first, right? And the top of the ship vanishes later on. So it looks like the ship is sinking. So we can obviously see here that it's a curve. That's number 1. I know it's very common, very
I need to
cliche.
rebut
Very
that for
cliche,
a
yes.
second. Yeah, I need to rebut
Yeah.
something. Then I pull out my P900 and I can see the ship again. I have a P900
What is
camera.
that?
It's a zoom
What is a
camera,
P900?
83x Nikon P900, 83x zoom, 83 times
Okay.
zoom. I can see the ship again. Now what?
Okay, but how far are you going to see the ship? Because it's gonna drop off, isn't it?
To the extent, to the extent of my zoom lens.
Yeah.
If I get a bigger zoom lens, if I got a bigger zoom, I could see it again.
Yeah, because the other day someone sent me something from like the Ulrich. It was an Ulrich somewhere on one of the shores, and it was like zoomed in all the way into the Ulrich. But it's just not making sense to me. Like if it goes too far, it's gonna vanish. It will shrink. Why? Because it's curving. It's going
Okay,
to the
so
opposite
let's
way.
pick
We
up on
can't
that point.
see.
You said it's because it's curving. Okay, so according to you, there's a distance from where you're standing at the beach and where that ship goes over the curve, correct?
Yeah.
All ships should go over that same point, right?
Mm-hmm.
How come they don't?
Yeah, I mean, not just the ship. I mean, like, I'm just giving an example of the ship.
Everything
Like you
should
can do
disappear
anything,
at that. It's everything should disappear, and in the globe world, it's 3 miles if you're 5 foot high or something like that. So if you're 5 foot high, looking at the beach at 3 miles, you should see everything go over the curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah, I mean, our eyesight is not perfect. We're not God, but we can see. We can see farther away how the ship is, and the ship's going to vanish. The ship's going to go because we can't see it anymore. I mean, it's going to be too far away. It's going to curve. It's going to go down or up or wherever the ship is going.
So that's it. That's your answer. It's curved, but if I pull a camera out, it can see it again. Doesn't mean it's not curved, or it's curved somewhere else. Then.
I mean, if you put out your PX80, whatever you're going to call it, that super high technology camera that you're talking about, you zoom onto it, but still, after a certain amount of time, you're not going to be able to see it anymore because it's going to go down or up. Well, let's try to look for some evidence first before we continue, okay? Because I know you love evidence, don't you? You love evidence.
Yep, love it.
Wait a minute. Did you say it's going to go down or up? What do you mean it's going to go up?
I'm just going to let him spiral, Dave. Go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, let's say it leaves London. A ship will leave London and let's go down to the Mediterranean. You can't see it all the way down there, right? Because it's gonna curve. It's gonna go down the Mediterranean. You're not gonna be able to see it anymore.
Because you can see forever.
Let's try to find. Hmm?
There's only so far you can see. There's no curve.
Hello.
If you go to the weather app on your phone and click on visibility, it'll tell you how far you can see from where you're at today. Like me, today is probably about 8 miles, maybe 12.
You mind if I
Even
have a
when
chat
you
with this
zoom
dude?
in. Oh, can I ask you something, right? When you zoom in on the ship, right, doesn't it vanish bottom first?
No, it's still
after a
there.
certain amount of time, it doesn't.
No, I already posted it at 00 after the hour. What a boat looks like when it goes over the horizon, then you zoom in on it.
Hey, can I chat with this guy, Rodwin?
How
Yeah,
come
don't
I can't
chase
post?
him out though.
How
I know
come I
you
can't
love
post in the chat?
you love using your
So-
Nikon zoom cameras, P900, P1000s, or X, whatever you're gonna call them. You know, your lovely cameras.
So, yeah, hold on, Lux. Lux, you're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. First of all, you're saying the ships disappear from the bottom up. This observation is only due to the fact that there's an optical phenomenon taking place. Do you know this? You said it when you actually started talking about it. You were naming it. You said it looks like the ship is sinking. Do you know there's an optical phenomena that's called a superior mirage that's named that?
Hang on, my internet's
You know that,
packing
right?
up.
Can you hear me?
I was gonna post a picture of that, but I can't
1, 2.
post
Can
it.
you hear me? Hold on a sec. Can you hear me, Lux?
I can hear you, Elf.
All right, so yeah, exactly what you said it looks like it's doing is what the name of the optical phenomena is called. It's a superior mirage. It's called sinking. Did you know this, Lux? Hello? I don't know if you can hear me or not.
He can hear you, or he's just ignoring you and just worrying about typing again.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me, Lux?
Oh.
Lux, if you can hear me, say something. Okay.
So he probably has you muted.
I don't know. I've never spoken to this guy ever
Oh.
for him to do that.
Well,
Lux. Are you there, Lux? Come in, Lux.
He can be in denial after I posted the sailboat, and he's just not going to talk now.
Come on, Lux. Answer his question, man. Are you there?
You're not muted.
No, he said his internet's going wrong, and I could probably hear it because he got cut off when he was talking. So give him a second.
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we hear you, man. Do you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
But you are
Last sentence that you guys were saying? Tell me again.
You are still choppy. Yeah, so you were talking about an optical phenomenon called sinking. You were describing it at the very beginning, I guess, when you started talking about this.
Yeah, and I saw these cameras now. You guys have like official cameras now. These like the official cameras for flat
Let's not.
earthers.
Yeah, that's great. That's good information. We can support that. Lux, hold on a second. Can you hear me? Yeah, we can support that information in just a second. I want to just address that you said that what the ship looks like it's doing is sinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that there's a superior mirage called sinking? Lux. Ay vey.
I think you broke him.
His internet could be going in and out.
He's typing to ChatGPT how to answer this question now.
Yeah, I think he wanted to bypass it. He wants to bypass it and talk about cameras, but he doesn't want to address the fact that there's an optical phenomenon named exactly what he said it looks like it's happening.
Exactly.
I just don't want to detract from that until I get a confirmation that he understands what that is.
His original argument was P&S waves, and that got smacked down, and he didn't like that. He started yelling.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys.
I can't have it. It's not working out. The internet is very faulty.
It's okay. Yeah, whenever your internet's sorted, we're still going to ask the same question when you return. So you can look up ChatGPT and all that stuff in the meantime. That'll help you understand what the optical phenomena is.
Well, I mean, I use ChatGPT every now and then for a little bit of guidance, of course, but it's still, like I said before, it's still common sense. And you may take the piss out of it. You may like to
nobody's taking the piss out of it.
Say names for people. You might like doing that, but
just relax. You like to have a chill chat. You like to have a chill chat. So do I. So when you're looking up the information for Superior Mirage and you see there's a category called syncing, what does it say there? Can you read that? What it says?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't like literally it obviously doesn't literally sync, obviously, but it vanishes from eyesight. It vanishes from the telescope. The cameras that you guys are using, or X80
bro.
cameras, you know.
Just relax, dude. You're jumping ahead. What happens is there's an optical phenomenon taking place, and you've identified it's not really syncing. You said it yourself. It's not really syncing. We know that, right? We also know that. But the optical phenomena makes it appear that way. That's why it's called syncing. It's a specific superior mirage. And it doesn't happen all the time. A ship that sails away from your position doesn't always appear to be syncing. That optical phenomena happens sometimes, not always. It's not a rule of thumb that the ship that moves away from you will start to appear to be sinking. It doesn't always happen. So Radwin was telling you that even if a ship goes far away, you can pull out binoculars and then see that ship, because what you have is there's a compounding factor, right? There's one where you could actually see the thing where it appears to be sinking, like you said. There's one where it appears like the ship is floating above the horizon. And that's also a different type of superior mirage, right? And it's called looming. So there's a lot of other types of superior mirages at the distance where you might think it's doing something because of the curvature of the Earth. And that's just not true. They're categorized as optical phenomena with these miraging effects. However, there's times where you could see the ship up to 20 miles away with binoculars. So it's not always the case that it disappears from the bottom up. That's not always a rule of thumb. It's a bad argument for a Glober to have because they think that it happens always and it doesn't. So indeed, the ship is not disappearing from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth. Did he leave? Okay. Right. How much of that did you get, Lux?
I really hope he got all of it. That was really good.
Yeah, he's going to feign that he didn't hear or something. I mean, honestly, he is having internet trouble, so you can just blame it all on that. So. It sounded like he was capable enough to have this conversation, but perhaps his internet's not going to allow him to. We have Gaizo, welcome. Guys, don't panic. Yeah, we heard your mic unmute. What's going on, man?
All right, let's try again. Now it's online. Everything is okay. Let's calm down.
All right, we can
Life is
repeat.
good.
I can start over again if you'd like.
No. Don't repeat over again. Let's get back to the main topic because I'm on the verge of breaking. I already changed my phone 3 times this week. I keep smashing my phone. I keep smashing stuff.
Yeah, well, let's not be let's not be angry. Like, why are we getting hostile, bro? There's no reason for that. All right, so
it's the ignorance. That's why it's the ignorance. Not
you don't have to be, dude. You can choose not to be ignorant, dude. Like, that's the thing. You don't have to be. So here's the thing. Like, when we're talking about this subject, of miraging effects, do you know that optical effects happen over a great amount of distance, such as the ones you see with like what happens at the horizon? Do you know this, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you determine it's not the optical effect called sinking occurring when you see the ship disappear from the bottom up? How do you know it's a curve?
Like I said before, it's not literally sinking. Like I said before, it's just because it's vanishing. It's because it's a far distance. Our eyes cannot see it anymore, even if you use your
I understand that.
Or whatever you're using.
I understand that, Lux. What I'm getting to is, how did you determine it's not the optical phenomena categorized as sinking? It's a superior mirage effect. How did you know it's not that, and then that it's Earth curvature? How did you determine that?
Oh, because I've seen like proof myself. Like when I see ships, like I just look at the ships, going further and further and further away. I just see it myself. I mean, I don't use cameras to check it.
That's fine.
I mean, obviously.
Look, listen. It doesn't matter what you see. What I'm asking is, how did you determine it was the Earth's curve and not the optical phenomena called sinking? How did you know it was actually Earth curve? How do you determine that?
We can determine it because like satellite engineers or people on the planes, you can obviously see that it's a curve and it's obvious. Like I don't know how else to explain it. Like,
I guess what I'm looking for. Yeah, what I'm looking for is you were out on the beach and you saw the ship disappearing from the bottom up, and it should be categorized as sinking if you saw it disappear from the bottom up, right? Because it's a specific optical phenomena that occurs, and it doesn't happen all the time. But how do you know that
is it optical illusion? What is it? Tell me.
It's an optical phenomena. It's called sinking. It's a superior mirage effect. Yes, you can look this up. You can look this up right now.
Okay, I'm going to look it up. Yeah, I'm going to look it up now. Just send me the link or something. If you can find me the source, just send me it because now I'm multitasking. I'm doing other stuff in the house as well.
Okay,
what about like the airline pilots, satellite engineers?
What about airline pilots?
They use round Earth math on a daily basis.
No, they don't.
Working, right?
They use round Earth what? Lux, what did you say? Round Earth what?
Well, what do they use? Tell me. What do they? Someone said no. They
wait
don't.
a minute. I didn't hear you clearly, Lux.
The other guy wants to talk. The other guy.
Okay, hold on. What is round Earth math? Because you said they use it.
Round Earth math.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, round Earth math is, like the engineers use, the satellite technicians use it every day to prove the curve is real, calculable,
do you have
and unavoidable.
Do you have an equation for this? You can put in the text what you're talking about.
Just ask for round Earth math.
You show an example of what you mean?
Ask it for your formula for round Earth math so we can look at it. That's what I'm asking for.
All right, look, I'm the GPS satellites and all of the aviation stuff, the maths, the specific maths. I don't know the specific numbers, but we can look it up, I guess. We can find it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. Like, do you realize that you're looking up information that you already previously think is already there?
I mean, the people, obviously, that in the aviation world, the people that are in the GPS satellite, the people that are doing this stuff on a day-to-day basis, obviously, they have the physics. They have the scientists to prove stuff like this, right?
But how do you know this information?
I'm a layman.
I know, Lux, but how do you know? How do you know this information is there? If you're claiming it's there, and you're like, well, let me look it up. Isn't that kind of like opposite of you knowing? It's just you believing that it's there. That's what's happening right now. You just believe it's there. You don't know it's there. You have to look it up right now.
All my life, I've known like this. You know, like it's the same if you like. And I know this is not the topic, right? But let's see if you talk with a religious person and you try to fight their dogmas. They're not going to listen to you because their dogma is for them to protect. You know, you can't change their mind.
Right, so that's fine.
I'm but people as well, and I'm trying to understand your point of view as well because I'm really trying my best to understand the logic
of your check it out, Lux. What we're telling you is that the idea that the Earth is a globe is just a construct. It's an idea. People have been interpreting that the Earth is a globe based on other people's ideas and imaginations. It does not exist in reality. So you're trying to understand what we're saying. We're telling you the facts. That the Earth as a globe doesn't exist in reality. You can't go outside and verify that the Earth is a globe. All of these things that they've been telling you are ideas that other men have been been handed down, like people have told somebody else.
Okay, but you are calling the globe, this round globe thing, just an idea, but that idea is sending satellites into orbit, is guiding the GPS signals, is helping pilots fly across continents.
Bro, what you just said right now is another type of ignorance that you have. You don't know where those satellites are. You think that they're in a place that they're telling you they're in because there's
where
corporations.
Are the satellites?
Yeah.
Where are the satellites? Tell me.
Yeah, there's corporations that are set up to actually have businesses that deal with this. But you and everybody else, you just believe these ideas that they're in a place called the vacuum of space, low Earth orbit, or like around the globe. So in your mind, that exists. That exists to you, like it's real, but you can't. There's no way you can verify that information. You can only believe it.
I understand that. I can't verify it, but you can also your flat Earth theory is also just a quote unquote idea.
No, it's not a theory, Lux. It's not a theory.
That never works outside your belief bubble. It can't explain the sunsets. You can't explain sunsets. You can't explain the GPS. You can't explain flight paths.
You're
rapid
firing, dude. You're rapid firing, Lux. You're rapid firing. Okay. You know that?
Step by step. Step by step. Okay.
Yeah, when a person feels like their back is against the wall, they rapid fire and they start doing these questions because they don't want to face the facts. The fact is, if we go point for point, you're going to be exposed to find out you don't know the truth. Right now, you think it's a globe. It's not. It's a religious belief you carry.
It's a religious belief. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
It
look,
is.
I'm logical. I'm a logical guy. All right. So I'm an atheist.
Good. That's good.
I'm a logical guy. So you can go down the even though I don't understand it fully, I'm not a scientist. I'm more like raw and unfiltered. You know this.
You're talking about an empiricist, right? You're an empiricist. You're a guy based on facts and not on fiction. Yes.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. I don't like science fiction. I'm not a religious guy. I'm more logical. I'm more streetwise. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. I can vibe with that. But what I'm saying is okay. So since I at least know a little bit where you're coming from, okay, how can I put it to you? You can relate to. Well, you've been on the streets. You know when somebody's doing like a hoodwink, right? Or they're doing like a scam, or you could call out bullshitters easily, right? Because you have like a street knowledge. You know when somebody's not telling the truth, right? You can easily know that.
Yes, of course. Yes.
It's different. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. It's different with people in academia. It's different. It's the same type of propaganda like you would see on the streets. However, it's a whole different category. So these academics, right? They play to the people's ignorance. They play to the people's ignorance because no one's going to ask questions because they're talking about some high-sounding information, right? So the information you're receiving has got to do with mathematics. It's got to do with like these lab coats, these guys who have made it in the academic world. And so they're telling you something that you can't verify, therefore making them unfalsifiable information. They're giving you unfalsifiable information. Here's the thing, man. Like, I'm coming from where you're coming from, so hopefully I can relate, right? I did a lot of research over the years I've been doing this, dude, and I've talked to all kinds of people, right? I talked to astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs, bro. I talked to just the regular academics, people who know math, right? The idea that the Earth is a globe is only a good guess that the academics have. when I asked him, like, there was a cosmologist, he goes by the name of Mick West. He came into 24/7 and we talked to him about, the cosmology and, like the sun and all that. And we asked him, I told him straight up, hey, what's the sun made of? And, the first thing he said was, my best guess is that and he went into talking about how it's like, plasma and all that. But that's how he prefaced what he told me, was that it's his best guess. So, and everybody was listening to him, but he, like most academics will say that it's their best. They never say this is how it is. They don't do that. And then, of course, in that academic realm, what gives them the way out is they say the reason they do that is because that's not how science works. Science doesn't work on absolutes, and they can say it's their best guess. So that's how they operate, man. So, and like, in the streets, like the way people operate.
I like what you said there, where science doesn't work. It's still like the simulation theory is also like it's a theory. We can't prove that we live in a simulation, nor can we disprove it. It's what they call it, the simulation hypothesis. I think they call it something like that.
They're running around. They're running around talking about these things. But what I'm telling you, man, is that
what I'm trying to say to you. What I'm trying to say to you is, you're saying that hundreds of thousands of physicists, geologists, pilots, astronomers, satellite engineers, all of the people that you talk to are all in on a global lie.
No, man.
While a few guys on YouTube...
It's not like that.
A few guys on YouTube with no credentials have figured out the truth.
You got us all wrong, bro. You got us all wrong. So, like, I'm going to appeal to your street knowledge, okay? So, in the streets, right, when somebody's good at a scam, they could scam hundreds, if not thousands of people easily, because the people are they want to, like, follow the scam. Like, let's say the guy is saying something like, if you buy my product, you're gonna be rich, you're gonna do whatever, whatever it is that they're selling them, the people are willing to buy because they want to believe what the person's selling them, right? That's exactly what's happening right here, brother. The people are ready to, they're willing to give their minds over to an idea because they want to be in that fantasy. They want to live with this cosmology where they're like in a planet that they're going to colonize other planets. Dude, I'm telling you, everybody's ready for this, right? Their mind is like, their imagination's ready for it, bro. So it's just like a scam. The people are getting scammed, but they do it at an early age where you don't have the, bro, listen to me, bro. They don't have the choice They don't have the choice to find out whether it's a scam or not. So when you get older, you can investigate that. But by that time, it's too late. Your mind is already given over to the fact that since you were told when you were young, it's already a globe, bro. It's a scam, bro. It's just like what you understand in the streets. It's the same thing.
I know where you're getting at. I know where you're getting at here, but you're confusing, like with the streets, right? The scamming thing that you talked about, you're confusing the profit with proof. Just because someone's making money doesn't mean that they're right. It just means they're good at selling something. Flat Earth is also a business. It sells you the fantasy of being awake without ever needing to do the math, run the test, or face your ego.
No, it's not. You got it all wrong again, man. You've been sold not only one but two lies. The lie of the globe, and then the propaganda that the idea that the flat earth is a lie too, because of the fact that you got some niche group of people that want to be special and don't want to separate themselves from society and have some secret knowledge. And you got it all wrong, man. You got us all wrong right now. This group right here.
Yeah, but you're not. You gave me a lovely example on the streets. I love that example. I did. I'm
trying
get back to that in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you that this is the operation, right? The operation is set up so that if you were to ask any questions or go outside of that, you'd be made fun of, you're laughed at. And of course, let's just say, for example, you came out and told people that you want to talk about flat earth in whatever, place you live in, your circle of friends or whatever. They're going to mock you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to listen to you, bro. And it's set up that way. It's designed that way. Mm-hmm. So there's nobody asks any questions. And you even of yourself, man, you took the bait. You think that now that because you think that this is so true, everything else is propaganda, bro.
If I talk, of course.
So
what do you mean, of course?
You do see what's happening, right?
It's the same with everything. Like, you're gonna.
Yeah.
Sorry,
okay,
it's a bit cracking a little bit. Can you hear me? Is it cracking out a little bit? 1 minute.
No, I hear you. I hear you just fine. But what I'm saying is it's a lot to do with somebody, like they're trying to wake you up to a fact that you've been lied to for such a long time, bro. And it's like, well, you've taken the lie for such a long time, you now think that the lie is true and anything else is a lie. That's what's happening, bro. I'm trying to appeal to your sensibility right now, at least to that. You can be like, okay, man, that's something similar to what I've seen before. But because you're in it, you can't see it, bro. You're inside of it right now. It's got a hold of your mind. And you think that that's so true, everybody else is lying. He did. Yes, he did. At least now I know he's atheist.
Where have you been hiding at, AV? Where have you been hiding?
Yeah, I'm over here trying to get this project going, man, with the thing that we've been working on with like all the topics that we can't discuss in here. So yeah, we're trying to get that going on Rumble, and it takes a lot of effort and like planning and all that kind of stuff. So we're going over like the format right now. We're trying to get at least a couple episodes going. It's kind of a like logistically, it's quite a bit of work to get like Discord organized and dude.
All right, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up, man?
All right. So, bro, look, I listened to everything you said, all right, and I appreciate what you said to me, okay? But all my life, I've been skeptical, okay? Same with religion, same with something else or anything, I'm a skeptical guy. And when things don't seem logical to me, I will question it, And I have every right to question that. But when things become so absurd like this, I'm sorry, but, I need some more answers.
Yeah, that's fine. You might need
question, right?
Here's the thing: you might need time. There was a guy in here. He goes by his handle is mathematician, and he's an atheist too, right? And he's like, I don't know. He actually said the opposite of what you're saying. He's like, I don't know why people wouldn't think the Earth is flat if the atheists that I know are all logical people. They're people that are, just they only want to talk about facts and empirical things, like true things in the physical world. And he's like, I don't know why people are falling for this global lie. And I told him, I was like, it started from an occult religion, bro. This is where it all came from. Even religious people today, like Christian people, think that it has everything to do with like God speaking of that in the Bible and all that. And like the Christian people are fooled as well, because they believe it all came from like the word of God and stuff. And
of course, they are fooled on a different level. They're believing everything on a single book. That's a different topic. But if they're going to believe in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or any Abrahamic religion or anything, it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit out of fear. That's why, or they're scared of something. That's why, or they're too scared to question reality. I'm not think about it like this. I'm a pantheist, by the way. But yes, okay, carry on.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you can believe however you like. But what I'm talking about is when it came to the realm of facts and like evidence with empirical ways that we can test and verify. I think a lot of people aren't able to produce that when they have their ideas, right? So think about an idea, right? If somebody if they can't prove it to you, like I think you are somebody who can look into the facts, right? If somebody proves something to you in flat Earth and somebody try to prove something to you with globe, and they don't have evidence for what either one, like either flat Earth or globe Earth, then you could easily say, okay, well, you don't have the facts, you can't support what you're saying, so therefore I'm gonna have to put it aside as maybe just a belief that you can have about it, but it's not true. So I would say like this: you should categorize the information we give you as in either I can prove it or I can't prove it. So that's all I'm going to give you that, because I know it's hard to get to, because your mind has always been wrapped up in the idea that we got satellites and we got rockets going to space. There's a lot of propaganda right now. You got videos, you got.
Well, I wouldn't call it propaganda when like millions and millions of people are following this, and like a very low percentage of people believe in this society.
I get it, but what's the percentage of atheists in the world, dude? Do you think? What's the percentage of atheists?
Well, I mean, quite a lot. Even people say that their religious don't follow their holy books anyway.
1%.
I think it's more than that. It's more than that, more than 1%, because people don't even follow their holy books anyway. They sin. They don't know what they're doing in life. They think they have free will.
Yeah, what I'm saying though, yeah, what I'm saying, I'm giving you,
there's more. People are waking up.
Lux, I'm giving you a compare and contrast, bro. That's what I'm giving you, a compare and contrast.
What?
So
what I'm trying to say to you, my friend, people are waking up, right? Technology is advancing, and we all know this. In about 5 to 10 years, it's going to get even more crazy.
Yeah,
so we need to wake up.
So yeah, even by your standard right now, what you said, that's true. That's true, man, because now, look at social media and all that, we could talk to people that are in other parts of the world that we weren't able to. Like before, we could only talk locally to people, and that kind of stuff. But now that we have this technology where social media makes it available, where I could talk to you and you're in the UK, I'm over in the States, like all this stuff, it just makes it easier for us to have conversation about the information, whether or not the Earth is a globe, right? So we can compare the information, what you're being told over there, what I'm being told over here, and by that we can come to a logical and reasonable conclusion that it either is or is not a globe, bro. Like this is the thing I'm telling you.
You should also come to an agreement that you're meeting people from different countries, different mindsets. They might be open-minded, they might be narrow-minded. You might not be able to change. I'm open-minded. I'm down for any ideas. I am.
Yeah.
But if it's not going to make sense, I'm gonna debate about it. I'll talk, even if I can't prove it, because I know you want proof with measurements and sinking ships and this and that. I might not prove it, but I can talk with logic. I can try to talk with logic at least. And if you're going to call me ignorant, or if you're going to call me ignorant over this, then that is your belief, and I will see you as a very narrow-minded person. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing, dude. Ignorance doesn't necessarily mean derogatory. It just means you're not well versed on whatever topic that you think that you're speaking of. Like, say you brought up, you brought up optics or whatever. You're not well versed in it. You're not going to be. You're ignorant in the topic of optics. That's fine. Like, you can just be educated. You can learn about it, right? So you don't have to be.
Of course, I'm self-taught when it comes to the mind. I'm a layman on here. I'm learning. I'm not a professional, academic professional, but I still know how to hustle, how to survive, and how to get on with my life.
That's great. That's great. Good for you, right? Good for you. But
when it comes to critical things, like if the Earth that we're living in is flat or a sphere, when I think of I've heard about this for years. I never knew it's actually this serious.
It is.
It's really, I'm holding myself. I don't know how else to express myself. I'm sorry.
It is
arrogant.
I'll tell you like this.
I'm sorry if I'm becoming arrogant. I apologize.
No, it doesn't matter. Listen, all that you can just water under the bridge, right? Because however you were, it's just a reaction to the information, right? Everybody, even if you hadn't heard something that you didn't know about, when your reaction to that new thing that it is, you're gonna have a type of reaction. Everybody's different. Some people react differently than others, right? Whatever. But the most important thing is that maybe you can look past that and then identify whether or not you can verify the information or not. So everything that we're telling you, anybody's telling you in here, you can either test it or not. Either a flat earther is telling you something that is true, or the flat earther is telling you something that's a lie, and you can prove it. So what we ask for is, when we talk to people, is that if we have something that we're telling you and you think it's a lie, point it out and show us how it's a lie. Demonstrate it if you have the knowledge.
Yeah,
Don't just say I believe. Don't just say I believe and give us these talking points that you think, because some Glober put it up in tell the flat earthers these 7 points. That doesn't work, bro. We've been through all the talking points that you can think of. What we want is for you to look into what we're saying, and then demonstrate that what we're saying is untrue. Then we can take you seriously. If you're giving us talking points from these other guys, that's not going to work, bro. Or your ignorance,
What do you mean from the other guy? I think this is not the first time that you've encountered something like this. Then I'm assuming you've seen a lot of people coming inside, and right? You've seen a lot. Like you said, you spoke with so many people, with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You spoke with physicists. You spoke with astronomers. You spoke with PhD. You even told me with your own mouth. You spoke with so many people, right?
Yeah. And
at least you're open-minded. You're getting ideas from people. But after all of,
I spoke with thousands, if not 10,000s, of like normies, right? Like you and everybody else who thinks that the Earth is a globe, bro. Like that right there. I'm well adept at having conversations with you guys because it's like I get it, man. Like it's not lost on me that you're reactionary to all this information, dude. You're just like, dude, what the fuck is flat Earth? Like, is this stupid, right? And I get it. But if you just for a moment in time, bro.
I'm Greek. Let me tell you something, right? I'm Greek, okay? So I was born in an Eastern Orthodox family, okay? So religion was put down in my throat, and all of my community, all of my family said that religion is the true path. Jesus is the true path, blah, 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 yada, yada, and all that religious stuff. But I didn't make sense of it. So I left it and I did my own journey. It's the same in this as well, you know. Now I'm having my doubts now because of all this debate that we're having right now, and I want to come to the conclusion why you believe that the Earth is flat. Because I'm a guy that I love knowledge. I mean, maybe I might not be a professional, like I said, but I love knowledge, and try me.
All right. So let's put it this way. When we give out information, what I think would be a better response, because I know you're reactionary to, I was listening to you, you're reactionary to a lot of the things that are being said. What I think would be better, I think, and you could take this as advice, you know, like a pro tip. When somebody tells you something, see if you can look it up, right? I know you might think it's a debate, but to us and what we're telling you, it's not. So what I would say is,
but then when I look it up, then you're gonna say, oh, you're gonna look on ChatGPT. ChatGPT is wrong. Don't listen to Elon Musk. Don't do this. Don't do that. I mean, I'm gonna do my research, bro.
Dude, look, why don't you let people talk? You sit there and tell us what we're gonna say to you.
Yeah. So what it is like this, right? I know that you have this thing that it's reactionary right now. You just want to say that because you think everybody's gonna say the same thing. I'm not telling you like everybody else was. I'm actually speaking to you sensible, man. So I'm speaking to your sensibility. Hopefully that you're able to hear me when what I'm telling you is that when people are giving you facts, right? Let's say distance to the horizon or whatever. If it's supposed to be a globe, that information to you should be something you can know, right? You can know it. Like if it's a globe and their predicted distance where you see the horizon, it should be at a specific place. You know what I mean? Like those are facts. It should be for the Earth being a globe. And if a flat earther tells you, okay, look, this is the size of the Earth being a globe. Yeah. Listen, if the size of the Earth is a globe, then it should measure to be this specific distance away from you, like the horizon. Stuff like that you could look into. You shouldn't okay, bro, you shouldn't have to be so reactionary like, nah, man, I don't need to know those numbers, or what are you talking about measurement? Like, just listen, hear them out, bro. Just hear them out. And then maybe you could look into it and say, oh, let me figure this out. And if it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not, right? Like, no skin off your back. But if it's true, then you're a skeptical person and you found out new information.
Let me ask you, Yeah.
You gonna ask me what?
I think he lost his internet. Can see him lighting up or trying to.
Yeah, he might be having trouble again. Anyway, I was just trying to appeal to his sensibility, so maybe the conversation can shift into like actually wanting to investigate, you know, everything that's being said versus just this combative like viewpoint where he has to like have an answer for everything that you're saying. And I think that's the first natural reaction that people usually get. But I think, you know, at this point now that he's been in the conversation, he's been in a couple of days, right? In here, I think now he should be like, okay, let me hear what you guys got to say, and then I'll look it up and shit like that. I'm trying to turn the ship around, man. If I can't do it, then it's gonna go where it wants. Anyway, it's good to hear you guys. I'm probably have to get back to work, so.
You definitely got him thinking, I think.
Trying to, brother.
Well done, AB. You have a good day, man.
All right, bro. Check it later.
All right. Thanks for the conversation, my friend. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
We're still here, Lux. If you want to continue the conversation, Radwin. I think I'm here. What do you want to know?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, you're not tired yet of all these debates? You're not going to take a break?
Well, maybe we can pick up where Alpha left off and what he was. I don't know if you heard what he said entirely, because I think he cut out, but he was saying, don't have these knee-jerk reactions here. Instead, think about it logically and go and see that information up for yourself. See whether it is true or it's not true, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, like guys, I'm gonna do my research onto it definitely, but I cut out before. I couldn't say my last sentence. Right? I said if I'm gonna look into something, for example, specifically speaking about the sinking of the ships, for example, other science facts are gonna get involved. It's gonna maybe confuse my mind and actually make more sense that the Earth is a sphere.
I think that what happens when people come in here and they hear this, they view the globe as a model that gives an answer for everything, yeah? Now, when you really specifically look into a lot of these things, you find that they really don't know. It's based off assumptions, etc., yeah? So what you guys always ask for is a replacement to all these things. So what's the sun doing? What's the moon doing? What's gravity? And then if someone can't give that replacement, you automatically just throw it all out and say, well, that's stupid. We have no replacement, yeah? Now, to begin with, to falsify the globe, we don't need to replace all those things. That would be my first point. We just need to falsify the radius value that we're given.
So what about all the investments that these scientists have been doing, sending off satellites and rocket ships and doing all this yada 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 sciencey stuff? I mean, this is all for no reason, do you think? All of this scientific research, all this NASA research, what's going on?
I couldn't tell you exactly what they're doing or why they're doing it, yeah, because I can't do their thoughts. However, what I do know for a fact are certain things, such as water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force, yeah? So we've been using water as a level for thousands. We know that water always finds its own level. Water will lie flat, yeah? This is a part of liquid pressure. Water seeking its own level. 72% of the Earth is supposedly water.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, and there's water everywhere. Right? Even our own bodies are also made of water, right? Like 80-90% of our body is made of water, right?
Yeah, so if you have a look in the chat, I can drop you a couple of citations that you can look into.
You say water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted on by another force, such as wind.
Yep, and water seeks its own level. And we've used water as a level for a very long time. Water does not demonstrate curvature.
Do you
This is something that
believe the other planets are flat as well? And the other planets in the solar system? What do you think of that? Just out of curiosity, what do you think of it?
What do I think of what, sorry?
The solar system. Do you believe in other planets? Do you believe in Mars, Neptune, Jupiter? Do you believe in that, or do you think it's false as well?
Well, again, I can only see what you can see. Yeah, I can see. Even with a telescope, I really can't see whether these things are... I can't tell you exactly what they are, yeah? Do I believe what I am told? No. Because it's not something that's verified. This is all just philosophy and metaphysics.
Yeah, just to back up AJ real quick, anything you talk about stuff in the sky, all you can do is look at it. You cannot verify it. Go ahead.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. I cut off.
That's okay.
Yeah, so I was saying, right, I was speaking with another flat earth. Earth I was talking to, and he said that the space is not real, and I could prove it to you. So I was just wondering if more flat earthers also think the space is not real and planets are also like a hologram or something.
I think that that's just been poorly stated to you, yeah? Again, we all see the same thing. What I would state, and most flat earthers, everybody in here would state, is that we don't believe that space is what it's portrayed to be to us today.
Yeah, I told you space is fake. I tell you space is fake so that you have to think about what I said. I didn't say space is fake and everything's a hologram. You made up that part.
No, I mean, I might be projecting a little bit here, but when you said like the space, was it you that said that before, that space is not real?
Yeah, it's not real. Your outer space, your idea of floating in outer space is not real.
The only thing that's been there is imagination. And that's exactly what I just said, yeah? We question the narrative that we are told. And when we question that narrative, it doesn't stack up, yeah? It breaks natural laws.
So what about the moon landing then?
Well, the moon landing, according to how they tell it, would be a violation of natural law. Cannot have happened.
My God, I swear, man, I'm a lagger. Malaga.
Lathaskilo.
Yeah. What was you saying?
Okay. I've lost my train of thought now.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit all over the place as well. Yeah, the moon landing. Yeah, the moon landing. Yeah.
Oh, the moon landing.
So what about that?
No, the way that they've claimed it would be a violation of natural law. Therefore, the moon landing did not take place the way that they showed it.
No, the moon landing must have happened. Oh, you see so many documentaries about it. So many sources about it. You don't believe in the moon landing?
Well, it would be a violation of natural law.
Violation of natural laws.
Yeah, so it would violate gas law, and it would violate laws of entropy, or the second law of thermodynamics.
That sounds very religious to me. Like, what do you mean? Like, can't we break the limits of what? Can't science break the limits of physics? Isn't it possible? Like, if science gets better by the day?
Because a law is something that is demonstrated to occur over and over again, and it becomes a law. So one of those laws would be, well, there's a few laws involved, but that would be gas pressure. Yeah. Now, the definition of gas pressure is that gas needs to fill the available space and press upon the walls of its container. That's how we measure the PSI, pounds per square inch. So gas requires a container to be pressurized.
So space hasn't got that then? Space is just an empty void, right? It's just a vacuum, right?
Well, that's what we are told, yes. Now, on the Earth here, we have 14 PSI, at sea level. So we have a pressurized system. A pressurized system requires containment.
Oh.
That is the antecedent requirement for gas pressure. And then you brought up a valid point that the claim is that this pressurized system, pressure system, or they claim to be a vacuum. Now, this violates the laws of entropy and the entropy of gases, because gases will expand freely into the.
Yeah. I mean, that's what gas is for, right?
That's right. So if this rocket is going to the moon, then these gases that we breathe would all be venting out into the space, and we wouldn't be breathing anymore.
Yeah, but if there's like a station, like if there's a rocket and people have like good gear, like if they're trained on this, I'm pretty sure they can go out of this gas bubble that we're living in, right? Isn't it possible? I'm pretty sure it's possible with the
then that would also allow the transfer of gases. Yeah, we need some type of physical containment to prevent those gases from venting into the available space, this vacuum. And we need a solid container in the first instance to obtain pressure for the gas particles to press upon. Just like when you inflate a ball or a car tire, yeah? You have a pressurized system that's contained. When you apply heat, such as your car tire, the pressure increases because those particles are more excited and they're hitting the wall of the tire faster and harder. So you have that high pressure system.
I'm understanding. I know what that. I mean, I'm understanding that.
Yeah.
I know what the.
So now,
I know what you mean by
what happens. Now that's 30. Let's just say your tire's at 30 psi, and outside is 14. What happens when you get a hole in the tire and you break that barrier? Is the gas escapes until there's an equilibrium between the inside and the outside of that tire, or that ball, or that balloon. It doesn't matter what it is. That's a law.
I know what you mean by this PSI. Like when my car tire goes down, I have to go to the petrol station, put the PSI in, and fill the gas in the tire. I understand that. But that's not what I'm asking though.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to explain to you is the Earth is no different. Yeah, we've got a high next to a vacuum. To have pressure in the first instance, that containment, just like your car tire, that prevents that gas from venting off into the available space. So if we have some type of solid container, if a rocket can pass through, then so can these gases, just like passing something through your tire.
All right, so 1 minute. Let me ask you a question. Hang on a minute. Let me ask you a question, all right? So this gas, all the gas that we have in this Earth that we're living in now, it's like in a sealed dome, right? That's how you see it, right? So all of the gas here can't escape. We can't bring it to space because, like you said, it's defying the natural laws of physics.
Yep. We need to be contained by something. Now, what the shape of that is, I don't know. It's not something that I can verify in reality. What I can verify is that relationship between gas pressure and containment. This can be verified through multiple examples. Yeah. And those laws of entropy, that high pressure will always fill low pressure. Hot will always go to cold.
All right. And what I'm trying to say to you is, if the pressure would be equal or bounce around evenly, like in a closed container, like we talked about before, but the atmosphere, we can even show some sources if you like, I can find it somewhere. It shows a continuous drop in pressure the higher you go. The more higher we go, the drop in the pressure. And this is exactly what you would expect. Hang on, this is exactly what you would expect on a globe with gravity, and not in a flat world with a hard dome.
Well, we can go into gravity very shortly, but first of all, what you're describing is a pressure gradient. Now, this doesn't mean there's less gases up higher. Yeah, there's just less pressure. Now, again, just like your car tire, you've got 30 psi in there, and you apply temperature when you're driving down the road, and it increases the psi of the tire because the molecules are more excited, etc. Right? So what we have is a giant container, not a small container. That's a dynamic system, like a terrarium. We have our rain cycles, we have evaporation, yeah, we know the cycles. And in this system, we have different temperature variances that are going to affect the gases. we've got gas being produced at surface level, so we're going to have more pressure where gas is being transformed. And then gas is expanding from that point outwards in all directions until it has a collision with itself or something solid or the walls of its container. So to have that pressure gradient in the first instance, you still require pressure, which means you still require the container.
Yeah, but temperature alone doesn't create pressure gradients. You need a force. You need a direction for gases to move.
Oh, that your container's causing that.
All right. The container's causing that, you said.
Yeah, you're heating up temperature. You're creating more pressure because the container's there.
Correct. Just like your car tire, yeah? No different.
Right, then what's stopping the gases from floating away sideways or upwards into space, according to the flat Earth?
So back to the beginning where I said space is fake, or we're on flat Earth where we have 14.7 psi, which proves containment. We don't need space. We just know we're contained. Space is imaginary. Going to the moon, imagination.
Okay.
But if I can bring you back down to Earth again, what is more important is what we can measure on the surface of the Earth. So again, fluid statics and the physics of water is that water is always going to lay level. Now, if the majority of water, and we don't witness water
forget the water for a minute. Let's talk more about the gas for a minute, all right? The atmosphere is contained, like the other guy said, is contained by gravity. Both of you admitted that the pressure drops the higher that we go.
That has nothing to do with...
all gases start at the surface.
So if
all gases start at the surface. All gases start at the surface.
And move out in all directions.
Correct.
So not being affected by gravity.
So we're not getting. So it's gravity. You're putting gravity aside now. So we're not listening to the gravity rules here then.
Well, no, we can't because we can't demonstrate this in reality. The gas laws state that gas travels in all directions, in all vectors.
But it's not answering the question. If gas is naturally expanding in all directions, it's not answering the question, such as what's keeping it attached to the Earth. Why is there still air to breathe at the sea level, and why do we still have
because we're contained
at all?
Repeat that after me. We're contained. Just repeat that so I understand. You know what I said.
Yeah, okay. I understand you said that we're contained. You keep saying that we're contained.
That's what's the gas. There it is. There you go.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How are we contained? Like, I know this is very cliche way of saying it, but show me where the edge is. Show me the barrier that you believe contains us.
We don't have the ability to go there or do that, but what we do know is the requirement for gas pressure is a container. That is an antecedent relationship. Without the container, you don't have the pressure.
Because we are contained by a gravitational field. That's why gases stick around on Earth.
But again,
that's why the pressure changes with altitude. That's why there's a troposphere, a stratosphere, a mesosphere, a thermosphere, exosphere. It's all layered by gravity and not a wall.
No, that's magic.
That's magic. Oh god. All right. What about the planes? What about the planes that are flying on the high altitude? What about them?
Ask him what gravity is. Ask him what gravity is, so you can understand at least from that.
Hello, my Yunnan friend. Go again, Alpha. We missed most of that.
He wants him to define gravity.
Lux, brother, I sent you a friend request. Remember me, Abdul Hamid?
Who's that? Hang on a minute. Who's that?
Man, you're just jumping right in the middle of someone's conversation here. So, Lux, please.
We're having a conversation, bro. Yeah. All right, what was he saying?
Okay, so just think about this logically, yeah? the gases are all transformed at sea level. It then vents off in all directions, right? So there is no downward bias for those gases. The gases are then affected by temperature and wind, etc., which is also caused by temperature. High and low pressure systems, that the high pressure eventually fills the low pressure and cancels out. Yeah, this is what we witness in reality. So there is no demonstration in reality of gravity affecting these gases, let alone holding them in specific layers.
Yeah. All right. Look, I need to start going now. All right. But I got a lot of information from you guys. AV, thank you for all that information, and everyone else as well. I'm going to do a little bit of homework, and I'll be back later, all right? But thank you for the conversation. That was a lovely conversation. See you guys around. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Let's see, a permamute just showed up. Wonder who that is.
Shinro. Shinro was in earlier today. I listened to Shinro for quite a few hours, I think.
Hi guys. I've rethought all what I've said. And I think that I had to actually ask you about your belief before debating it. You know? Hello?
Yeah.
So,
well,
what can
first
you
we
say?
state that it's not actually a belief, yeah? Because it's something
It's
that we can know.
reality. Yeah.
That's right.
Why not? Yeah. I would like to give it a shot and see how we end up and what we end up with.
Okay.
So should I start with asking questions, or you will start with some backstories?
Well, first of all, I mean, obviously you believe you live on this globe. What evidence do we actually have that we live on this globe? Do you know who's ever measured it to be so? Do you know whoever measured the globe to be a globe, the Earth to be a globe, a drop over distance?
Wasn't it like an ancient Greek philosopher? No? Or he doesn't exist, so no one did it?
Yeah, but see, the problem there is if you actually go Tosthenes and what he did, he wasn't actually proving Earth's curvature. He believed that the Earth was a globe, and he wanted to calculate, not measure, but calculate what the circumference would be. So no, he wasn't actually measuring any Earth curve or any drop over distance. He was measuring angle and making calculations on a pre-assumed belief that it was already a globe.
So I mean, he assumed it was a circle, not a sphere.
No, he assumed it was a sphere, the globe. Yeah, he assumed it was a sphere, and then he was taking shadow measurements or angles to calculate what the circumference would be of this globe, this sphere. So he never actually measured the sphere or any drop over distance from horizontal.
What did he end up with? So did he
finish? Off the top of my
it?
head, I couldn't exactly tell you, but it's pretty close to what they say it is today.
And here's the question: then why did government like kind of hide it from us and kind of change our belief? They just made us believe that Earth is spherical while it's flat. Like, why is it then? What's the purpose?
Well, why they actually did this or why they lied to us, I really can't tell you because I can't define their thought or know what they're thinking or what their plans are. I can't tell you why they would can make some assumptions on why, but I couldn't that would only be my assumptions, yeah? And that would be for, control, power, money. For me, I believe in creator, so it's in opposition of the creator and what the creator states. So they're my reasons, but is that the reason? Don't know.
But that's your kind of theory, that they try to hide something from us, something important.
Yeah, but what I can tell you is, for whatever reason they have done this or they've lied,
Yeah.
we know that they have, because we can measure the Earth to be flat. So we don't need to know why they did, we just know that they did.
That makes sense. So you mean there is like no such thing as space and gravity and all of our knowledge of physics is just like space physics? It's lie, like they try to cover it up and give us false evidence?
Well, space and all these things, I wouldn't claim to metaphysics, because it's philosophy. They're talking about concepts such as bending space-time. This is not something that's physical. This is not something that they can see, that they can interact with. This is a mathematical equation to try and solve a problem.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, but then what about the global warming? Like, is it if everything melts down, then it means like the mountains that are surrounding us, like they're made of ice, or are they made of rocks? Like,
we know that mountains are rocks and dirt and other things, but what we have is, yes, we have a horizontal plane, just like the water, or water's level. And then on top of that plane, we have topology. We have mountains, we have hills, we have valleys. But this is all based off a horizontal reference plane, just like mean sea level.
what about the Elon Musk? Did he just, like, you remember he said that we have Starlink satellites that are kind of going around the Earth?
That's nothing to do with Elon Musk.
So you mean like it's a lie? There are no satellites?
No. SpaceX bought the Google Loon project from Google, and that was the internet in the sky from Google. They bought that and they renamed it Starlink. Wasn't Elon Musk didn't invent it? He doesn't invent anything, actually.
No, but like he had his own satellites, no, isn't it? Like
no.
No,
he didn't invent them. He purchased them from Google.
I didn't say he invented. I said like he has his own satellites.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have his own. It's Starlink.
So
no,
like
he's nothing to do with it. Somebody stamped him on that. He talks about it, but it's not his.
No, I see. So I mean, there's someone behind it, and he's just a figure that shows for public.
Yeah, he doesn't invent anything. He doesn't really do anything. Have you seen him do anything ever besides talk?
Yeah. But then,
regardless, no one's denying that there's things above our head. Yeah. But how they're there, well, that's a different story, and that's not something that we can verify. What we do see, like Adwin said, was we see these satellites often on. They're Satelloons.
Just like the image I posted. They hang like that.
And 90% of our communication is all on the ground, yeah, between towers. There's radio beacons in the ocean, and the rest of it's fiber optic cables that run between all the countries under the ocean. This is something you can go and have a look at yourself.
Right. It's about the earthquake. How is it happening?
About what?
Like earthquake, that when Earth is moving, like.
Oh yeah, Earth is stationary; it's not moving.
So, is it like no? I mean earthquake. Like when
earthquakes.
The ground. No. Yep. Like how does it happen and why?
Oh, the Earth shakes. Nobody knows why. Nobody, even globers, they don't know why. Can't predict it.
Yeah, even some of the scientists in that field are flat earthers. So obviously it doesn't prove that it's a globe if there's experts in the field that also believe that the earth is flat or know that the earth is flat, geophysicists, etc.
But again, like I said it earlier, Shinro, none of these points negate the fact that we measure the surface to be flat. It's very simple. These are questions you can ask after the fact, yeah? But at the end of the day, if the Earth doesn't display any type of curvature, it cannot be a ball.
guys, are you here still? Hey.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember? I said that Earth spins like in a really high speed, and you said that we should have felt it, like we should have feel it.
Yeah.
Well, do you know, like when you fly in the ocean, when you fly in the plane, like when you're already at the sky, like in the sky between the clouds, and you're moving with the constant speed, you cannot tell if you're still like your body is moving or are you at a constant, because like when you with a constant speed you don't feel it really, because you get used to it. What can you say about it?
You know when you're flying.
No, I mean like there is I'm not sure if you're gonna use miles, but I remember for sure that it was like 800 kilometers per hour. It might be different based on the airplane, but like you cannot really tell that you're moving with that speed, can you?
Okay, so then if the airplane takes a turn, do you feel that?
Actually, no. Do you, like if it would suddenly decrease the speed or increase it, then might. But if it's gonna move with the constant speed, I think no.
If the plane takes a turn, you're going to feel that, yeah?
If it's gonna be really sharp angle, yep, definitely for sure.
And if you were on a roundabout spinning, you'd feel that centrifugal force, even though you're spinning at a constant rate.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah. So not only is the Earth spinning, it's also taking an elliptical orbit around the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So this elliptical orbit is going to increase and decrease the speed of the Earth. So yes, we don't witness, regardless of what they say, in reality, we cannot measure any rotation and we do not feel it.
Yep, that makes
Just
sense.
like in reality, we measure the Earth to be flat. We can't measure the rotation. We don't measure the rotation. We don't feel the rotation. They give you answers.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's not what we have in reality.
Yep. Like, what do you think if actually there is the creator? But have you heard of a theory? If something is small, you cannot see it, but if something is really big, like enormously big, you cannot see it because like your eyes are not able to concentrate it. Have you heard of it?
Got proof of this?
No, I mean,
so you're saying that the Earth is so big that it looks flat. Is that what you're trying?
No. I want to say, you remember you said like government is hiding something from us?
Well, I wouldn't say the government. Like I would say there's specific people that may be hiding stuff, but not everybody in the government.
Like the special ones, I see. That makes sense.
The others just believe it like you do.
I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes, just figuring out the words. I'm just thinking about my life. Like, what did you expect and what was your reaction when you first heard of a flat Earth theory? Like, did you accept it directly?
What did I think the first time I heard of flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, first I made some stupid claims and tried to defend the most people do. And then I decided that I was going to go and look into it for myself. So where I started was looking into all the claims of the globe and how they support these claims, and they all fall short. I then started looking at long distances over water, which is where I came to the conclusion that, yes, the Earth is definitely flat. I was making observations between two beaches across 10 kilometres of water, where at my height, according to the globe and the radius given, what I was seeing should have been at least 7 metres below my eye line.
It should be
blocked
invisible.
by a hump of water.
Yeah, let's see what that means. No, I've like read about it that like when there is like compared to the radius, it should be like 6,000 if I'm not wrong, approximately somewhere around there. 8 inches per mile square, so like like the radius of Earth is 6.371 as they claim, and from like kind of this logic, you wouldn't have seen anything from the distance because it should be already below your vision, but you can see it.
Correct. So the beach that I was looking at should have been 7 meters below what I could see.
Makes sense. Yeah, but I'm gonna go for a couple of minutes, just have a breeze.
Yeah, and then I can give you some laser tests. He's muted. He's definitely changed his attitude since he.
Sounds like it. It happens quite often.
Yeah, who was talking to him this afternoon? Was that, I think you were? Matrix?
I don't know, man. Yeah, yes, maybe it was Matrix. Both of us, I think. I don't know, my memory's bad.
I'm pretty sure he was one that spiraled.
is at least attempting to be a LARPer.
Do you think any of your views, Alpha, changed, or did anybody hear their views on anything related to Flat Earth change or adjust at all after TFE?
No. Hold on. In what way, though? In
terms of anything, like one thing that somebody pointed out, I was like, "Do you think it's changed at all?" And they went, "Well, it's certainly changed which memes we use." And I was like, "Oh, that's a good point. Where very few times do people use memes that posit a flat Earth, except when it's like the ones in the middle." You know, the AE maps suddenly got retired.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. I was just going to tell you that probably changed. Are we going to be honest with each other and say that the AE map was something that people were clinging to and saying that that's the flat Earth? And see, the thing is, nobody in this room, at least from what I can see in the list, was clinging to an AE map. Now, there were people. I'm not saying that they're not, but there were people that are clinging to that. So that kind of helped our position kind of cut some of the fat out, right? So we don't need to have those wasteful arguments, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think there was some who were clinging to it, like claiming it, but I think that was very few people. I think what it was many people when they wanted to test flights or weather or tornadoes.
Yeah, they would appeal to this.
They would just go, "I'll test it on this possibility." So it's not like they were clinging to it, but it was the only one they had to use to test how sunsets might look or something.
Well, I mean, and it was, they were using it for more of like a practical, right? So it's practically used to navigate, not navigate, but like, what was it? I think it's the 1942 aerial map that's similar to the AE or Gleason's. I'm not really sure which one of those projections it's closer to, but 1942 aerial map would be closer to one of these, and this was basically a globe projection just flattened out. You guys can look it up. It's just like I guess during the war, so somewhere around they wanted to have like the whole entire Earth like kind of laid out, flattened out, so they could see what's going on, and that was a useful map for them.
Right? They put it on the logo for the UN, like they put.
I'm not sure if that's the one they used, but they're trying to say that it's similar to AE, but there's a few variations that are close to each other. So it's really hard to tell, like if they're using a particular. We can look it up. I'm pretty sure it's going to tell us which one. I would say it's AE.
Puts the north in the middle, right? That's all.
Yeah, they're all basically about the same when it comes to the layout. But there's a few variations that are going to give it, landmass distortion distinction, like why they would be different. So other than that, I mean, they're basically almost the same.
Yeah, so the southern one would be equally valid as the northern one, provided it's flat.
Yeah, there was that too. For the AE map, there's the one that has Antarctica in the center. And it's next to it. It has the North Pole in the center. Like, you know what I mean? It's so it has both of those, and they're side by side. It's AE map, but it just has both of the way that it looks from Antarctica being in the center, and then the other one has like the North in the center. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess. Go ahead.
The northern ice wall, right? The North Pole is meant to be just water all the way there. You can sail an icebreaker ship to it, and they bring their own pole, right? It's not possible that's
according to the projections. Are you saying according to the projection?
No, I just mean when people go there. If I'm trying to test the two different projections, the water can't hold water in was the thought I had. The water, you must have a physical barrier at the edge somewhere, like frozen water.
Let me just. You're probably not up to speed with like all the conversations we had over the years. There was a guy that would come in here, and he was a submariner. His name is Platypus, and because of his trips, throughout this career in the military, he's a Glober, by the way. You probably know him, but he said that he traveled in the north, like they were going along some parallel up in the north. I forgot exactly which one it was, but he said that when they were traveling there, there was ice that they would have to be, like icebergs and stuff, that they had to be cautious of because of the fact that, submarine and depth and, when they would surface. And then there was regions where they were told something about he couldn't speak too much about it because he's like, military, secrets and whatnot. So he's just like, yeah, there's some things I can't say about that place. But what he could say was, what's that?
No, go ahead. I said, how convenient.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to push him to tell us what was said, but he's basically stating that there was ice there in the north, similar to like land. So I'm just, we can't go and verify that, right? Because there's regions which in the north you can't travel. I don't know if you know that or not, but
yeah, it's heavily.
Yeah, it's basically off limits. It's off limits to
massive amount of nuclear submarines and battleships.
Yeah, because it's basically a fucking land bridge to like every major continent, right? Like if you just wanted to like secretly.
Oh yeah,
right?
So you know the secrets, right? So that's why they're classified, so that you can know them and then tell us on Discord.
No, it's not a secret. It's obvious, right? That you can get,
obvious.
Get to Russia.
The classified stuff he can't tell you is not secret. That's why you can be here just telling it for him.
It's not obvious.
Just common sense. Right? Like
in other words, just shut up.
Yeah.
That would be wise, yeah.
For sure, yeah. It's just common sense. That's why they want to militarize.
It's not common sense.
North Pole, right?
Really, it's common sense. It's common sense that military would keep classified information away from the public about the North. Is that common sense?
No, it's common sense why every major superpower would want to militarize, like, the poles.
Okay.
He's already presuming a globe. You've already presuming just straight away there's got to be two poles. That's assuming there's a globe. What if there's only one pole?
Huh? Yeah, I mean, what if? Yeah, I mean, what if? But what if there's two?
But what I'm saying is you're presuming already a globe, so you're not.
But you're presuming not a globe.
How do you know what he did? Well, he didn't even say anything yet, but I was just going over
one pole. Yeah, no, sorry,
that's great. I was just going over the reason why. He said, the ice over there in the north was not just something that people could imagine as just open sea. You could just travel back and forth, through, just water. So he did mention that there was ice to look out for. So I'm just telling you from what he was saying, because I think he at one part he said he did when they surfaced, they were looking out and they could see the ice shelf or whatever it was. And I think they only surfaced for a while and then he went back under again. Anyway, that's what he said. But it's not freely, you can't freely travel there, so it's not like anybody can go verify what he was saying.
Yeah, well, they all go from military vessels in the north, claimed North Pole. They're often in the same uniform and get there on an icebreaker vessel, which almost all of them are military. Sometimes they admit they surface nuclear subs at it.
Yeah,
crack them through the ice, which is it's floating and moving.
He said something similar to that.
I think at least in the south, it's a fixed location, right? So you can copy a test somebody else has done because the location hasn't moved. Whereas in the north,
yeah, but there's a claimed idea of what the Earth is overall. So there's things that people haven't because when they went for TFE, they didn't go for anything but just to see the sun. That's the only thing they went over there for. They didn't go to see how far the ice walls extend or anything like that. They weren't testing any of that. They were just they wanted to go see the sun. They went to Union Glacier. I think there was another place. I think some of the mountains were in the way, so they went to a different location to see the sun move about the sky, so that they could have an unobstructed view of it. So that's about it. There were and there's been a lot of questions from Globers and asking flat earthers, well, what do you think they did this or they did that? I'm like, dude, none of that was their intent. They just wanted to go see the sun, because if they saw the sun up in the sky, the midnight sun, that would automatically take away the AE map as far as an answer for flat earth to say that this is a reason why we think the earth is flat.
So you're saying
that makes sense?
Intent Yeah, it just seemed like it rests on the idea that you're saying their intent was to observe the sun. I think fine, but their intent can be set aside once you've got data. Right now, you don't care what their intent was or what hat they were wearing or what religion they follow or any of that. You just now have data where you can say, is the camera currently pointing south at midnight and still looking at the sun? Which is the necessary thing. If they're within 10 degrees of the South Pole, as is claimed, that's exactly what must happen with the sun. The sun must go around you like a hula hoop. And I'm not sure if their intent matters, because from that, if we suddenly wanted to go, what about cloud patterns, or what about the ability to, I don't know, pick up satellites, or did they try with satellites? I guess they were on Starlink. So then all of that data.
Yeah, they're on Starlink.
When they lost connection, how strong their connection was, where its closest IP was routed to, what its ping was compared to Sydney versus LA, all of those things.
Well, doesn't that happen when, like, for example, like I know in Alaska, right, there's like a few months out of the year where it's sunny all day, right, for like weeks and weeks, but obviously that's not the same case for like wherever we're living in the US, right? We continue to have like normal day-night cycles, right? Because the sun is essentially right, but it still goes from night to day, right? Like you still have that transition, whereas like the further north you go, right, like that transition will cease to happen, right? It'll just be fucking night all day or sun, for weeks at a time, right? It'll just be dark or bright.
Yeah, but so
weeks at a time.
That point is dependent also on whether you live next to a mountain, right? So you could be well within the area and still never see the sun, as there are valleys.
But so what?
Yeah, but that's not my point, though. I'm just saying, like that is like consistent with like a spherical Earth, though. Right? That's exactly what you're describing. Like
I mean, you're trying to put it. You're trying to what's basically happening is you're just reverse engineering the celestial sphere. That's all. And you're applying it to a terrestrial. You are. You're applying it to a terrestrial sphere. That's what you're doing.
It's just an observation.
And interestingly enough, you don't realize that. So it's hijacking perspective and putting it. You're just trading from one sphere to another. You're saying, the celestial sphere, which is where the observations are being made. You're saying that it's actually a terrestrial sphere that we're on, because then that would match our visual perspective. So it's hijacking perspective, essentially.
No. Hold on. I just don't understand. Like, if the Earth wasn't a sphere, how could it?
We're not asking if it wasn't. That's a question proof. You can't ask that.
Let me finish.
You can't ask that. No, you're not gonna, because you can't ask a question proof. No, you're asking a question proof. So the question proof is, well, what else can it be? We're not asking that. You have to provide the evidence that would substantiate the claim.
It's not a question.
Yes.
Proof. I'm saying what cannot be, right? No, hold on.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. You have to prove what it is, not what it's not. Prove what it is, not what it's not.
Control your ADD for 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's not controlling ADD. I'm a moderator in this forum, and you're not going to ask a question proof what it's not. You're going to have to provide evidence of what it is.
I don't know what a question proof is, even.
What you just asked.
I am saying that it cannot be the case, right? We can know something is the case.
Yeah, it cannot be the case. It's something you've eliminated the fact that it could be. Yeah.
Well, I haven't even eliminated anything, right? Because I haven't said.
Yeah, you did. You said it cannot be. You said it cannot be.
Right.
That's what you said.
I'm trying to say that it cannot be the case.
It cannot be, right?
There
it is. You're eliminating something. What did you eliminate?
Dude, is this how you talk to people?
What did you eliminate? It cannot be what?
I'm trying to finish my sentence, right? But you're just.
What can it not be, though? What can it not be?
Right. I'm saying if it is the case that it is light for weeks at a time in certain places, right? In the northern, like away northern hemisphere.
So what?
Whereas the day and night.
You're drawing this out. So what? You're drawing this out. So what?
How could that be the case if the Earth wasn't a sphere?
That's a question proof.
No, I'm saying
how can it be the case is a question proof. You're trying to say how can it be the case? You're asking the question,
so you should
and
have
in the same,
a strong
and the same.
No.
Now you can identify what you just did. You asked a question, and within that question, you baked in. I'm telling you, if you clam up. What you did was you asked a question. Within that question, you asked the proof for the thing that it's not. How can it be happening on a flat Earth? It's baked in. You made it sound like this cannot
but that's
be.
how logic works, right? Because
No, it's
2
not.
plus 3 is not 6.
No, it's not.
It's not 7. It's not 8.
So
it's
go
not
ahead.
9.
Go ahead.
It's not
Go ahead and
infinity, right?
drop.
So not.
Yeah. So it's not motor oil. It's not a bowl of spaghetti. It's not a banana. It's not like your toenail. Yeah, you can keep going with that shit. You have to provide evidence of substantiation of the positive claim. That's what you have to do. You can't say what it's not. Yeah.
Something can be true or false, right? So you can prove, for example.
Well, you haven't provided the evidence. You haven't provided the evidence that it's a globe. You haven't done that.
No, you're just trying to control the frame.
Do that. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's change it around.
No, don't tell me how to do it, right? Don't run away
I'm going to tell you how to do it. Because you're not really understanding. Yeah, so here comes the names, right? All you got to do is do a logical syllogism with the premise conclusion of the sun moving about the sky and then saying, because of this, then that. So tell me in a positive claim how the earth, by way of looking at the sun, is a globe. Do that.
Yeah, but you're just trying to constrain.
Yeah, but do it.
But why?
Go ahead.
Why?
That's logic, sir.
Trying to constrain you to logic, dummy.
No, but
That's
it's
logic,
your
sir.
logic.
Use it.
It's your logic.
No, it's logic.
Just use it. Go abandon enemy.
The ground is not wet, therefore it's not raining, right? I don't have to prove that it's raining. I can say that if everything around me is dry, it is not raining, right? That's
so you're telling me
you're trying to say that.
Yeah. Is it a dichotomy?
Tell me to prove it's
Is it a
raining.
true dichotomy? Is it a true dichotomy? Like you just stated. Is it a true dichotomy?
What do you mean? Of course it's a dichotomy.
Is it a true dichotomy? If it's not this, it's that.
Well, it depends on what the dichotomy is, right?
The Earth has a globe. Are you lost? We're talking about the globe Earth, yes?
Right, and so what I'm saying...
Yeah, go ahead and prove the true dichotomy, that if it's not globe, then, or excuse me, if it's not flat, then it's a globe. Prove the true dichotomy then, if that's your angle. Prove it.
Well, I'm not saying whether it's flat or round. What I'm saying is that it can't
Okay, then it's not a true dichotomy. It's not like it's wet or not. Then it's not like it's wet or not. So you just sabotaged your argument. You made it sound like it's either wet because your logic is flawed, and I'm pointing it out, and you're not understanding the reason why I'm pointing it out.
No. What you're doing?
Yeah.
This is what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm exposing your logic right now, which is not. It's illogical. You're saying you used a true dichotomy. It's wet or it's not wet. So it's either globe or it's not, or it's either flat or it's not flat.
No, it's logic. It's simple logic, right?
No, it's not. You're trying to use a true dichotomy and then shoehorn it into this idea that the Earth is not flat, therefore it's a globe. It's a true dichotomy. You're trying to make it. It's not. It's not a true dichotomy. It's not. Because it could be anything else.
Dude, I don't know if you have like ADD or something, but it's like
no. I'm just exposing you, and you don't like it. You're writhing and contorting because you don't like it.
It has nothing to do with exposing, right? I'm literally
yes, it is.
I'm having a casual conversation on the internet.
No, you're melting right now because you don't know how to form it in a logical syllogism that the Earth is a globe via the sun observation. Go ahead and form it in a logical syllogism with the premise conclusion that your observations of the sun detail to you how it correlates to the Earth being a globe. Please do that.
Yeah, I don't think you even understand what you're saying, right?
I understand it clearly. I don't think you can form it in a logical syllogism, and you're struggling to do so. And everybody knows it.
Okay. Can the world be a triangle or a touching?
We're not compromising. We're not compromising.
Forget.
We're not compromising. Go.
Is there anybody else
logical syllogism
who wants to talk?
No, we're not. I'm holding your feet to the fire, and it seems like you're getting burned.
You're not. You're having a schizophrenic episode on an internet
That's what you call. That's what you call somebody asking you to use logic.
The stakes are low. Is that true? Here. Nobody. The outcome of this conversation.
Yeah, nobody. You're just spiraling now, dude. You're looking for the door. Yeah, you're putting your track shoes on. You want to run out of here, and I'm not letting you. That's. I like that sound.
Everybody understands.
That's you running out. That's you running out of your gimmick. And I do this efficiently, so everybody knows when you run out of your gimmick, you don't know what else to do.
Only in flat Earth.
Yep, here it comes.
Mental health issues.
Color commentary. Color commentary. All right, so back to the logical syllogism. If you don't have one, you can just say, I don't have one. Premise, conclusion. The observation of the sun.
There's no point of talking to you because you just like steamroll the whole thing, right? You just like.
Well, because you're just getting upset, dude. I mean, really, all you need to do is. All you need to do right now. You know what? It would be grand.
Right, you're going down.
You're just upset, Ben.
Yeah, I'm upset.
You're just upset, bro. You don't have to be. All you got to do is do a logical syllogism.
To you, right?
And this whole thing will be over with. So you can't do it, right? Is that true?
So like, do you know how there's like what is a standard of proof? Do you understand what a standard of proof is?
I need a logical syllogism, sir, of your sun observation proving that the Earth is a globe. Do that.
Yeah, what you need is irrelevant, right? Whatever your personal framing.
So you've got no proof to back up your little claim then. That's awesome.
Yeah, he doesn't have any logic for it.
Here's an example of what you're doing.
Let me help you.
I'll give you the example of what you're doing.
Bro, I'll help you, dude. I'll help you. So, first premise is, we went to Antarctica, the sun was seen for 24 hours. ... Therefore, the Earth's a globe. What's the ...
Fill in the blank.
So that's not what I'm. So that's not what I'm saying.
Giving you the logical syllogism, right? So I'm giving you the form of the argument. How can we reach the conclusion that the Earth is a globe from the observation of a 24-hour sun?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not okay. So this is where we're getting hung
so
up.
I'm fucking 32-hour sun.
Okay, see, you guys are not interested in a response, right? Every time I say something, you're
not responding, dude. You're just giving us commentary about other things.
Over me, you keep talking.
All right, give us the syllogism, then. Go ahead.
Can I have 45 seconds to speak?
Yeah, if you're going to give us a syllogism and not
good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not saying the Earth or the sun is.
Dude, are you going to be able to provide the syllogism or not?
Fucking goes, dude. No, you're just
yes or no.
Hey, Ben Anime, listen carefully. They ask for a syllogism. They don't want to know what you had for breakfast.
I don't know why I come here, right?
They don't care what
I don't know why you come here
crayons you enjoy. They don't even care what colour skirt you like wearing. They ask for a syllogism. If you're not going to give it, go elsewhere.
Well, I don't know why you come here either. I'm
trying to do a side quest. You're trying to do a side quest. No side quests. You're on the main quest. Syllogism.
Yep. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, you're constraining the argument to a syllogism. There are non-syllogistic forms of argumentation.
That's logic.
Do you understand that?
That's logic. Yeah, but this is logic.
Then give us one. Then give us one.
Okay, so I'm trying to. Am I allowed to speak, or do you guys just like want to kick me from the room?
Oh God!
I don't understand.
Just go.
We're waiting.
So I'm saying.
Are you going to?
I'm asking a fucking question. Hold on.
So answer the fucking question instead of talking about how you can't do it.
Do you see how it's like 5 versus 1, and I can't get it? Like this.
You can't even count. Talk. It's only 3 of us that are waiting for you to
You spend more time whinging than you do answering questions, dude. You like running up, like we ask you a direct question. You have to fucking beat around the bush about. Oh, can I answer? How? Look, you could have spent that time.
It's 3v1. Every time I talk, someone.
Who gives a fuck, dude? Toughen up.
Buck up.
There's nothing to tough up. I'm just asking a question, and I'm getting like reamed.
He's a gutless worm.
Your question was about whether you're going to be able to answer or not. Just start answering.
What the fuck, dude? Is this really what the internet's like now?
Oh God, there we go. We don't need to hear more of that.
Yeah, you're the reason why the internet sucks, because you're acting like you wouldn't act in front of actual people, dude.
Spit it out. There you go.
Spit it out.
I knew it.
Bro, you have the option to go ahead and give the logical syllogism. All you have to do is say it. Just put it out there. Everybody can hear it if you have it.
Well,
if you don't have it, just say, I can't do it.
He said he says he has a different methodology, so let's hear that.
All right, can I say something without being interrupted or not?
Oh God, dude, I swear.
Yeah, you can say what your different methodology is and how that proves the Earth's a globe.
It's not a methodology.
Could just say it instead of talking about saying it.
Right. So
okay, your line of reasoning, whatever you want to characterize it as.
So if it is the case, right? If it is true, right? This is a propositional statement. If it is true that in one place on the planet during a certain time of year it is light 24/7, and on another part of the planet, right, it phases from day to night, right? Then how could it be the case, right? Is it possible?
Dude, that's a question.
Right, so I'm asking you a question, right? I'm asking you a question, right? I'm asking a question.
Yeah, you're already presupposing the planet part. So where's that?
I'm not presupposing anything.
My inability, literally doesn't even matter. My answer is, whether I can answer or not does not prove your case.
It has nothing to do with me proving my case. It has to do with eliminating the possibility.
That's
for
the whole point.
Case, right?
Well,
So
you have the whole point. You're trying to. Dude, it's just magic. That's how it does it. Magic. Now what?
It's not magic. It's elimination. Right?
How do you know?
You're not eliminating. Hang on a minute. You're not eliminating anything. You asked a question.
Well, that's what I'm trying to.
You
get
were supposed to, Ben NMA.
Why are you?
You
yelling,
were supposed
Stop
to be
yelling.
proving.
Stop yelling, Spurg.
Well, shut the fuck up and listen before
He's
I do
an
something worse
Australian.
than yelling at you. Flatsy, hold on. You were supposed to be supplying us with your proof, whether through a logical syllogism or something else, and all you've done is ask the question. What is your deal?
No, I'm. Jeez.
Not no.
You guys are fucking mad. You guys are mad at fucking life. It is crazy.
No,
Like,
he is Australian. Do you not understand culture?
Anyway, think about like all the words you said. Like, say your last 300 words. 275 of them have been about the conversation.
Flat Earth conversation.
Yeah, so you're not listening as usual. So, did you hear what I said? Of the last 300 words you said, 275 of them have been about the conversation.
I find it hard to believe that people can be this.
So more meta. So your solution to me complaining about you doing meta is to meta some more.
Dude, I'm gonna cook you every time you come in here, Ben Anime. Every time, dude.
Your
See, this is why
premise
echo
was
chambers are bad, right? This is what echo chambers do.
How is it an echo chamber, dumbass? If you're in here, think about it.
Well,
use your brain,
right,
dude.
so
if
I'm
it's an echo chamber, then why are you yapping in here?
Chambers where other echo chambers where other viewpoints aren't considered. Well, you can actually say that because you haven't given us a viewpoint to even consider, because all you do is bitch about the fucking format.
It's not the format.
So why don't you give us your viewpoint that we can consider?
Okay.
Elimination from what?
Okay, so there are things that the Earth cannot be, right? It cannot be only water.
A bowl of spaghetti, a toenail, a duck. It can't be a rock. It can't be fucking.
Right. So,
what else?
So that's how we establish
a glass of milk. It can't be fucking an eyeball.
Training. Okay.
It can't be.
So what's your evidence? It can't be a. So what's your evidence? It can't be a flat Earth.
So okay, you guys know what set theory is? We're constraining the set of possible options, right?
Okay, cool. So what's your evidence? Flat Earth can be in that set.
It's not okay. Okay, so let's say we have a set of things that the Earth can be. It can be flat or it can be round, right? That's a set, right? It's
round and flat are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Well, they are.
Just get to your fucking evidence that it can't be flat with the sun observation.
Right, so I don't understand. I don't understand what model could possibly exist. What should
that's like your model for your life, dude.
Not a model. It's the Earth.
That's an argument from ignorance. That's an argument from ignorance.
It's not an argument for ignorance, right? It's
I don't understand. There's a statement about your ignorance. No. It's no. When you say I don't understand, that's a statement about your ignorance.
Yep.
Okay, here's
you put yourself in the position of ignorance, and we get nowhere.
Yeah, run away from that. Run away from your stupid.
You guys are emotionally spiraling over what should be.
Yeah, I'm glad that you want to move away from your own.
We're calling you out, dude. We're calling you out.
I'm glad that you want to run away. I'm glad that you want to run away from what you thought was going to be evidence of the globe, because that just shows to the audience that you don't got what it takes to provide the evidence, or
or have it in a logical form that the Earth is a globe. I'm glad that you're running away. So let's go away from this topic now.
Do you know what honestly is happening?
Nah, we don't care.
This dude has
We've already gotten your opinion on what's honestly happening.
I'm hurt and confused by your behavior.
Nancy.
This guy.
I'm genuinely
Where's CB
shocked by your behavior.
The woman in the room is
Dude, you are a fucking. He's a fucking diva, dude. I'm so shocked at your behavior.
Let's give him one more try.
Diva.
One more try.
It hurts me that people conduct themselves in this manner. Right?
Okay, Vaname, focus on the topic. Okay, you've been trying to go off topic the whole time. So the topic is globe Earth, because the topic's flat Earth versus globe Earth, not the conversation. So the conversation that we're having isn't the topic. The topic's at the top of the channel, flat Earth. So give us an illogical syllogism or any other fucking logical form you see fit on how a 24-hour sun is impossible on a flat Earth. And no, your lack of understanding isn't evidence for that.
Well, if the Earth is flat, then the whole of the Earth would be constantly illuminated uniformly.
Okay.
That's what Professor died.
Hold on.
Hang on, Rod. Hold on, guys. So your claim,
provide the evidence.
Hang on. So his claim is that on a flat Earth the sun would not set. Is that correct, Ben Anime?
No, I'm saying on a flat Earth, it could not be the case that one part of the Earth is
that's
light.
That's not what
24
you said.
hours
You
a
said
day.
The entire Earth
Hold on. Let me say what I'm going to say without interruption, please.
Well, you're changing.
So I'm saying. No, I'm not. I'm saying that on a flat Earth, it cannot be the case that two places, right, are simultaneously experiencing day-night cycles versus like full day cycles, right? I don't understand. That can't be the case.
Okay, demonstrate that.
What do you mean?
Demonstrate that.
I mean, we have to work.
Yeah, demonstrate it. So right now you're making an Ipsy-Dixit claim. You're just saying it is because
you want me to draw? You want me to draw a picture for you? Can't you use some mental imagery?
Yeah, why don't you just take a picture of a lamp
I want
over
you to
your idea of a flat
that
Earth?
it's impossible, dude. Is it going to involve a theory of light?
What do you mean, the theory of light?
Are you going to make assumptions about the path of light, dude? And about what's illuminating everything? Are you going to make assumptions in there?
I mean, are you making assumptions?
Why are you asking me a question?
Are you
in your impossibility claim?
Are you assuming that the light is being bent?
Okay, in your impossibility claim, are you making assumptions about the path of light, how it illuminates the Earth? Yes, you are. That's the answer.
Yeah, he was waiting.
You also make an assumption that the sun is a common spatial light source, and everybody sees it in the same place when they look at it, which we know is false.
How do we know that's false?
Is this guy doing this deliberately?
Demonstration, because if you try to okay, so if you take sun elevation angles and try to intersect them in 3D space, for multiple observers, they don't intersect at the same place.
Please explain.
It's been demonstrated in AutoCAD, Blender, you name it, dude.
I don't understand.
So if you take a person, right? You get an azimuth and elevation angle to the sun. You can put it on a globe or you can put it on a flat Earth. And you draw a line that's supposed to go through the sun from that location. And then you have the second location. And you draw a line from that viewpoint that's supposed to intersect the sun. Those lines of sight don't intersect in 3D space.
So are you
They don't intersect. They don't intersect 93 million miles away. They don't intersect anywhere.
Are you implying that the sun is illusion and that we're all like have some relative sun?
No, I'm not implying anything.
You're implying something.
Well, in your own worldview,
you're implying that it's not a common light source.
In your own worldview, it's an illusion. In the globe model, the sun is an illusion.
You're implying that somehow the sun is not a common light source for people depending on where they're standing on the Earth, right? That's the implication.
No, people see the sun. I said it don't have a common spatial position.
Right, but that doesn't change the nature of the sun, right? It's still a common light source.
What does that mean?
I mean,
yeah, what does that mean?
I mean, the sun.
It changes where the sun is relative to each observer, meaning it's observer centric. It's observer dependent. And that is true in your own fucking model, dude.
Yeah, I was just going to say that is true. That is true, Ben.
Hold on, one more thing, Alpha. When in the globe model, when you see the sunset, the sun's already over the horizon. You're seeing the refracted optical illusion of the sun projected up over the fucking horizon.
Yeah, did you know that, Ben Anime?
Yeah, but
that's
what does
a
that
part of your globe.
What is that? Yeah, but what does that have to do with the?
Because you're trying to, you're trying to point to the sun and saying that multiple observers can point to it, and they're gonna have like intersecting lines where they're pointing to the sun on different geographic positions on the Earth. Isn't that what you're claiming right now?
I don't really don't understand what.
That's what you're gonna have to claim impossibility. You're gonna have to claim it.
I think we lost him already. He's not really following.
Is the sun's light emanating from a relative fixed point to the Earth?
Yeah, this is the problem that you're having.
No,
do you know that the globe? Yeah, the globe lore right now is exclaiming. Yeah, I was just going to say that the globe lore is exclaiming that as you're seeing the sun, it's not in its actual position.
And we're not talking about speed of light.
It's in an apparent position. So where you see it and where it actually is, it's not the same place. So two observers are never going to have the same position pointing to the sun at whatever degree it is in the sky, because it's observer centric. You're lost, aren't you? You don't know anything about the Earth as a globe, do you?
And so here's the funny thing is how they even predict a 24-hour sun. They use an observer centric model. They don't use a globe. Did you know that?
You know what model that is? That's called the celestial sphere, dude. Yeah, celestial, not terrestrial.
Yeah. So when you go on time and date and you look up, hey, is there going to be a 24-hour sun here? The model they use for that is not a globe.
No, it's transformed, right? That's a transformation that's used for like.
No, there's no transformation. There's no globe in it at all.
You seriously don't know what you're talking about, Ben.
No, it's a coordinate transformation, right? You're going.
Dude, we're telling you.
No.
This guy.
No, there's not. It's called the equation of time. You can just go look it up.
And in fact, I would say it's the opposite of a coordinate transformation. It uses the same coordinate system. It just maps a different thing. It maps the stars rather than the ground. So it's like you got that 100% backwards. It's got exactly.
I can't believe Ben Anime has it so wrong about the globe and I think that's partly why he thinks he's right, because he doesn't understand how wrong he is.
What do I have that's wrong?
The globe lore, the explanations to why people are making observations on the Earth as a globe. You don't even know your own paradigm, dude, and that's even more embarrassing for you. So I would just say, dude, just study up a little bit or listen to people that are articulating points for the Earth as a globe a little better than you, instead of you putting your own foot in your mouth, dude, which is what you've been doing. That's best. I think that's best.
You know what Cliff Notes are? So like you'd have to read a book like in school, and you could buy the Cliff Notes, which was like a summary of the book. It was basically cheating. Okay, so you have like the Cliff Notes version of the globe in your mind, right? And we read the book, and so like you're in here defending your Cliff Notes ideas.
Yeah, but you're just that's an assertion, right? That's like a completely baseless assertion.
Yeah, you didn't know how the 24-hour sun's even predicted, dude. You didn't know that the sun's apparent globe model. You didn't know any of it.
Yeah. You can't form any logical syllogism to provide evidence that the sun's movement in the sky is correlating to the shape of the Earth in any way. So it just demonstrates that you are not equipped to have a discussion in this forum. And every time you come in here, you're more frustrated than the last time you came in because you haven't learned anything about the globe. That's your fault, not ours.
Yeah, no. What's actually happening, right? Is that I'm
okay. So now you're going to tell us what's actually happening. The guy who doesn't understand globe lore is going to tell us what's actually happening. Yeah, that's not going to work.
There you go.
That's not going to work. We told you what's happening.
You get it all out yet? Oh, you want to keep going?
No.
You want to try and spin your L, dude? That ain't gonna work either.
He's like, well, let me tell you what's happening. Really?
Right. So if you're going to, so what's happening? If you're going to deny a heliocentric model of our solar system, right? You can't just put all that work on a non-physicist, right, non-professional, because you just assert certain things as being untrue, right? You're asserting, right, that the heliocentric model of the solar
you don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is, Ben Anime.
Hold on.
You don't even know what it is, so that you can't have a discernment. No, wait a minute. You can't have a discernment. No, that's
when did we bring
bullshit.
up the heliocentric model, dude?
That's bullshit, dude.
I am bringing it up, right? I'm saying that in the paradigm of the heliocentric
you don't know the paradigm. This is the issue. Okay, the issue is you don't know it.
Paradigm. Yes.
No, you don't. We had to teach you about it in this little interaction of what we just did.
If you can't control yourself, you're just going to keep talking and spurting, right?
Yeah.
There's no point.
Obviously,
there's no point of having other people in here to argue about this.
Well, not other people, just you. Just you. You can excuse yourself from the conversation anytime.
Because I'm the only
You're ignorant, dude.
in here who's a
We've exposed your.
It's everybody.
We've exposed your acumen as far as like your understanding. You don't have anything when it comes to the globe arguments. You got it all wrong, dude. All wrong.
In the heliocentric model is a different issue than the globe. Okay, it's a completely different issue.
Yeah, okay, but do you accept the heliocentric model or no?
It's not about us accepting. Why are you asking us questions of acceptance? Okay. You haven't provided evidence that the Earth is a globe. You're going to heliocentric model as an escape hatch to what the questions we've been asking you about the sun. It's a gimmick, dude. It's smoke and mirrors.
Hold on. Just calm down, right?
No, we're not going to hold on. Your gimmick is going to end. There's a limitation to how much you can.
Why did you bring up the heliocentric model? Why did you bring up the heliocentric model?
Right. So in the heliocentric model, right, it is understood that the light exposure of the sun on the planets, right, all comes from the relative.
You can tell he's making this shit up, dude.
It's the fixed position of the sun. Right?
Man, shut up already.
Okay, but that's anime. That's not how we predict where the sun is. We don't use the heliocentric model. I already told you that. We use something called a celestial sphere. And if we know the time, we know where the sun will be in it.
Dude, it's fucking. He's trying to. You could tell when somebody's talking shit, dude.
Why are you mod abusing? What's wrong?
Because you're talking shit. Okay. You're talking shit, dude.
You don't know what
emotional
spiral session.
You do not know anything about the globe or the heliocentric model.
Science cannot fix your psychological.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Just gonna chant science. Chant logic next.
Right. So
chant everybody knows. Chant experts say. Chant scientists. Just say your buzzwords, dude, and get it out of your
Indio, you seem like the most reasonable person in here, right? Explain to me, right? From my perspective, right? Try and
you're appealing to Indio so you can spin your gimmick.
No,
that's all you're doing.
Indio is the only person.
You're just gonna spin your gimmick in a different direction so you can misdirect. You can misdirect the audience. You just want to misdirect the audience, bro.
I know he does, but I'll just watch it.
Oh, dude.
Okay, we don't use the heliocentric model to predict where the sun is in the sky. No, we don't. You're ignorant. We don't.
The celestial sphere is just an abstract mathematical framework for,
and that's what we use to predict
what is already implied. It's already implied that the model is heliocentric, right?
No, it isn't.
It is
because the Earth is at the origin of coordinates. You dumb fuck.
Well, then ask him for proof.
In the equation of time, the observer is assumed to be a point at the origin of coordinates within the celestial sphere. Okay?
Not the sun.
That's how we predict where the sun is.
Yeah, heliocentric denotes the sun being in the center. Duh. Yeah, you got nothing to say because now you got fucking egg on your face, bro.
you're over your head. You're drowning, bro. Like seriously, if you really want to come in here and debate it, you need to actually learn your own belief system first.
Literally, so what I'm fucking egg on his face, dude.
Are you guys interested? I don't understand. Is this like a shame? Is this like a shame server, or is this like a server for like having
fucking? And now it is. Right now, it just became one because
this is just like emotionally
you can stop.
childish.
You can fucking stop, dude, and just walk away. Be like, okay, let me take my fucking L and get out of here. It gets worse from here, dude. It's not gonna get better. You don't know anything about what we're talking about.
You're 100%. It's not like you're asking questions with genuine curiosity.
You know, I genuinely am, right? You guys are just so emotionally fragile that you perceive everything as like some weird sort of power.
If we were emotionally fragile, how come you're the one talking about other people so much and we're not?
Because it's 5-on-1 and I'm trying to ask like simple questions and I'm getting like insults, right? Getting like insults.
I think that the question would for you to ask.
Your sister can take more than that.
Would be to get them because you clearly don't understand the celestial sphere, and they've just like entered that as an.
No, I understand.
Like, oh, it's a mathematical framework. It's clearly not a mathematical framework.
Yeah, it's a mathematical transformation, right? That frames positioning. What is a transformation? It's a transformation of what we perceive our solar system model to be, right? So obviously,
no, it's not.
For functional reasons, for like navigation reasons, right? We can transform what we assume to be a sphere into a flat plane for navigational reasons through mathematics, right? That is not that difficult to understand. I'm sure everyone.
I never mentioned flat plane.
You just got it wrong, though. That's just.
Right? I never mentioned flat plane. I said it was an observer-centric model where the observer is a point at the origin of coordinates.
Right.
It can be on anything. It could be on the fucking back of a turtle. It could be on a pineapple. It could be on a fucking lettuce leaf. It doesn't matter.
What you're failing to acknowledge, right? I don't know if this is like out of malice or out of ignorance, but you're failing to acknowledge is that we could just as easily translate your like celestial sphere back to like the.
Do you think it's our celestial sphere?
Dude, just let me finish, right?
You said yours.
You keep repeating yourself. You keep saying it over and over again. Egg's already told you you're full of shit and he's a glober. But you're going to repeat it again?
You just got it wrong. I'm sorry, mate. You just haven't quite... It sounds very much like you haven't quite cracked what the celestial sphere is. It doesn't transform anything. It displays the stars to somebody faithfully as they appear in a spherical field of vision. And that's why they're divided up by degrees, because it's a sphere going east-west and a sphere going north, a circle going east-west, circle going north-south. And you clearly haven't understood that because it's not transforming anything. They are exactly as they appear in the celestial sphere. It's not a mathematical thing. It's just a map in the shape of a sphere. And the point they're making is that it's centered on the observer and treats local as horizontal. It's not that you're transforming from one system to the next. You've just got it totally wrong.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you could just as easily, right, use that, use mathematics to navigate as if it was a sphere where you didn't have like a central observer, right? It's just for convenience that we use that system that you're describing, right? Like you could just as easily use like the whatever, I'm not familiar.
Celestial navigation assumes the same shit, dude.
Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't have to, right? We do that out of convenience.
How do you know that?
No is my answer.
Because you can.
It treats you as
I know that, right?
Okay, I want to see the dynamic model of the solar system that someone celestial navigates by. Show us.
That ain't never gonna happen.
You don't think that can be simulated? You don't think
do it?
Simulate?
Do it
on computer systems? You really don't?
No, I do not.
Have you done it? Have you done this?
Have I simulated this on a computer system myself? No, of course not.
Then how do you know it?
I've seen simulations, right? I've seen whatever. Like there's all types of interesting documentaries.
You've seen animations. You've seen animations, not simulations. There's a difference.
But an animation is a simulation, right?
Not really.
They can both.
Simulation would have physics in it, right?
Yeah. Well, you can capture. capture like the imagery from a simulation.
You know, we're so many degrees off the premise right now that you came in here with.
Auto a simulation of Big Life in the City, like smashing hookers. That's a simulation of that. Sure, looks like it, right? Looks like I'm driving around in cars. Looks like I'm fucking jumping off tall buildings and knocking people out. Is that a simulation of that?
You're asking,
or does it just look like that?
Yeah, GTA 6 is a limited simulation, but it is simulatory
your brain is
to some degree.
Yeah.
You're fried.
How much?
Yeah, he's every point that he comes to, dude. He doesn't know how to like bring it to at least a coherent.
I don't think you know how physics engines in video games work. If you're telling me that I'm
all right, man.
I know exactly how they work, dude. I was playing video games before you were born.
If there was anybody that would be grasping at straws, I think he'd win the prize. This guy right here. He doesn't know how to pull this out of the fire, and he just keeps doubling down. Just keeps getting further and further into it. So many degrees away from the point, bro. Like it's just so far away.
I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Yeah. We still don't have that syllogism.
It's probably the last. You're making me never want to come in here again, right? Because it's like such a
really. Can I continue? I want to. Whatever it's doing, I want to keep doing it.
Trying to talk about simple stuff with you guys, right? Because you guys presuppose
that you don't know anything about.
You presuppose that the Earth is not.
We are doing something. Okay, we're doing it.
We aren't presupposing anything.
Of course,
what we're presupposing is that our senses aren't wrong. That's what we're presupposing.
You're presupposing that you have a superior ability to measure certain aspects of the Earth, right? That other people don't have. That is the presupposition. Of course it is. Because you deny a lot of well accepted, well vetted.
What would be that would be analysis of people. That wouldn't be analysis of the Earth.
No,
so this is what you guys.
It's the analysis of mathematics, right? And what other work other people have done, right? You're presupposing that the work that you pay attention to. What do you mean? What math?
You're saying buzzwords. You're trying to You're trying to do the fucking communications major recouping of your loss. It ain't gonna happen.
Astronomy and mathematics and logic all go.
I swear he's grasping at so much fucking straws right now. He can fucking
So
build a scarecrow.
So you're
what is the first step of figuring? Okay, what's the first step of figuring out what the Earth is? Observation, right?
Of course.
Observation of the Earth. Would that be the first step?
You want to rebuild the model of the Earth from first principles?
No. Yeah, dude. Let's go from first
Have
principles.
fun with that, dude.
We got it.
No, I'm good.
Jesus.
Dude,
you just gave up the ghost. You just freaking gave up.
He's gone. He gave up.
Did he?
Totally gave up there.
India, what dude? This is He's like, this makes me not want to come back here again. Like, good man. Whatever we're doing is working.
You want to rebuild it from first principles? No, I want to skip steps.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. Whoever did that, thank you.
That was brutal.
You're welcome.
And that was after he went to the meat grinder. Like he went back into it again. Like 3 or 4 times into the meat grinder, dude. It's like finely ground meat right there.
Dude, it's that pink slime, dude. It's just freaking dripping out at this point. Fucking, there's
slime,
no
bro. Every deflection was met with the grinder. There's nowhere else to go. He just collapsed out of exhaustion, dude. That is so... Never seen that like that.
Just for our viewers at home, this forum is not a freaking safe space. So don't come in here with your little pillow expecting us to be nice.
It's not my space, baby.
He's like, you're a celestial sphere. What the fuck?
You know why he ran it the idea of analyzing it from first principles? Because he doesn't have any. Because there are no globe first principles. The first principle has to be, well, it looks like that, but that's wrong. You know what I mean? You have to literally go, that's not right. There's got to be something else.
I got to tell the audience, though, for everybody that missed it, earlier he was in here, and he was really acting like the biggest diva there ever was. I mean, you guys were, he was into, just like, well, I'm in here, but you guys are hurting my feelings. And, I just feel like this is not going good. Like, he was just giving like this. It was just crazy, dude. We're like, what the fuck? That was crazy, dude. Yeah, you should rewind it to the beginning. Listen to him. That's only the beginning. The rest of it you can just skip because it was more of like this shit that. Yeah. I'm really hurt. Yeah, that's what he said. Quiet noobs. Thank you. I'm really hurt, you guys. There's people like you guys.
You should have heard the crazy person on PNR today. Oh my God.
Yeah. Similar to that guy?
Panhammer, what was that person's name? You were over there.
Which one?
The absolutely crazy one with the Horizon dude that was like.
Horizon.
The one that I was like, if the horizon's 1,000, if you see something disappear at 1,000 feet and the horizon's 2,600 feet away, how's that happen?
That was an
that nitwit.
Yes. Yeah,
that was his argument.
That one was just. Oh, fuck, dude. What was his argument? It didn't even make sense. It was like talk to a crazy person. They didn't have an argument. They just kept trying to deflect. Well, the horizon, it's just relative. And like
everything was
we wouldn't even agree on the geometry. The horizon's moving around. And we're like, okay, type in the curve calculator to give us a number. And then he said, like, horizon will be different depending on where you are on the globe. So fucking Wolfgang had him look up the horizon in, like, Nairobi, Kenya, and fucking Denmark or something. It was fucking hilarious. And then, obviously, it came up the same number, right? It's just, dude, it was just, like, so...
You kept calling him dude. I thought you were talking to a chick.
Yeah, it was the chick.
I think it was a chick.
It was
you can't tell nowadays, man, with these
you called her dude like 20 times.
We can't just assume stuff. You've got to measure it.
She didn't correct you, so I thought, well, maybe he's like, 12-year-old little boy. I don't know. It could have been, But yeah, I was out working, listening to that one. That was interesting. That was a good one, man. Very entertaining.
When I first came in, someone referred to them as a he. So that's just what I assumed it was.
I'm the best flat earther.
Somebody just asked.
What's up?
Can you explain lunar eclipse?
Holy smokes. Yeah, I'm going to head out here, but catch you guys later.
You weasel. Right. See you running away.
Right. Wow. Calling it. Just way to make friends, man. Right on. Lunar eclipse. What's up with the
Lane? You want to explain it?
In a lunar eclipse, Earth is in the middle. So how does that work on a flat plane?
Has nothing to do with the Earth.
Exactly.
Tell me all about it.
Okay.
It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth. There's nothing to explain.
It's a phenomenon.
Why are you correlating eclipses with the Earth?
Because the Earth blocks the Earth blocks the sun, and it casts a shadow on the moon. That's the explanation. It can only
except when it don't.
Except when it don't, or it does it like in the wrong shadow direction. That's a weird one too. I don't know. It's a really nice looking light.
I want to reintroduce somebody. Iron Bear, he's been around. He's returning back to the chat. He's been around this discussion before.
Yeah.
He's familiar with it.
That's like a leading question. There's like 3 or 4 of them.
Hey, if the Earth's a globe, how come you can't use the globe model to predict when an eclipse happens?
Oh, that's a good question. I like that.
Well, I mean, you can predict it, but it won't be accurate.
I think he left.
I guess you can predict anything from anything.
Did he leave? I think he left.
I thought it was Sir Turtle the second.
Mic check.
That was like a little drive-by.
I wasn't listening.
Drive-by.
How do they predict eclipses right now? How does NASA do it?
No clue.
Okay, they don't use a globe.
They don't use a globe.
Yeah, I hear you, Eater Glass. Barely, you're low though.
I'll try and
Horizontal Horizons. Who wrote your username? The Ministry of Redundant Ministry?
Did I just hear a shout out of my name?
Shout out. Huge shout out.
Yeah, I was saying.
What's up, Indio? Haven't seen you in a while. That's my fault, not yours. Good to see you.
What's up, man? How you been?
Oh, I've been living life. Quite a journey, but doing well.
Well, I mean,
how about you?
That's also redundant.
Well, I just quit my job. I just quit my job of 2 years yesterday because they tried to do me dirty, some illegal shit. And now I'm just in a don't give a fuck place in the world at this point. And everybody else who works there quit out of camaraderie with me, so I'm just kind of sitting back like, nice.
How did that feel, man? People got you.
It felt really good. Let me be honest.
Dude, I
hired and trained all of them, and when they heard what happened to me, they were like, "Oh hell no!"
Fuck, we're out of here too. I love that kind of message.
Next week, I'll show up at your house looking for a place to live.
Well, there's that problem too, but we'll work it out.
Well, the real reason why I quit is because they lured me into renting an apartment I didn't need from them, and then told me I got 8 days to get out of it after I spent 4 months investing in it and making it my own. And that's just completely illegal. So I was like, oh, okay.
Dude, that sounds like
It's
a
like
slave camp. They used to do that.
Dude, listen, dude, you have what do they call it, a workman's lien, dude. If you did renovations to increase the value of the property, dude, and they haven't paid you, you have a lien on that property.
And I also have paid in advance for the next 90 days. So if I want to take this nuclear, I can absolutely.
Well, I don't think you have to take it nuclear, but you can, get some weapons out and maybe load some ammo. I'm kidding. Just put all your ducks in a row, and when they start fucking telling you to get out, man, you just deal some legal papers or whatever.
Yeah. I've got a 10-point plan that'll last me about 6 months at least.
There you go. Yeah, just
never. The lesson here is never rent from somebody you work for. Me and my friend made that mistake, dude, and it was a fucking huge mistake.
Yep.
The only reason I felt comfortable breaking that rule is because I own property across the street, and it's not the end of the world for me. I can move home to my other house. But at the same time, there was a idea that I would have a year here at least, or I wouldn't have invested so much in it.
Right.
And just by screwing me like that, I quit, and I'm pretty sure everybody who works for me quits. And I'm not going to ask them, but they did.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do, man?
Dude, if you invested your own money into the improvement of the property, don't fucking go out like that. Because they'll end up selling the property, and they're going to make money off of your investment, dude. Fuck that shit. Don't let them get away with
the lights, the bathroom sink, the shower, toilet, the washer dryer, the oven, all of it. Thousands of dollars.
Did you ever get to move in?
Walk away. I've lived in it for the last 3.5 months, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Yeah, we're trying to sell the store that you work at to somebody else, and he won't buy the store unless we give him your apartment." Because he's from out of state and has nowhere to live.
They can't do that's just mad illegal, bro. You can't do that shit.
And this is a family that I've worked for over 2 years of always being the go-to guy, somebody who answers the phone at midnight. You know what I mean?
Don't they have to give you like a 30-day eviction notice at least?
Yep, written. And I still haven't gotten written, but I'm also not telling them I want it in writing because that can just delay it.
I wouldn't leave. I wouldn't leave, dude. I'd be like, fuck you. I wouldn't leave. Buy me out. I'd be like, cut me a check and I'll leave. Don't cut me a check. I'm staying.
Yeah, until I get everything that I've spent on it, I'm not leaving. I need thousands of dollars slapped in my hand, or I'm just gonna stay.
Right.
And there's probably like 100 people in town who would bring me like toilet paper and bottled water and shit, so I could hang on like I'm living in a tree or something.
Do a drone
Look, a lot of people are trying to bullshit you out of the house. Don't leave unless the constable or the sheriff come to take your shit out of the place.
With a written order.
Yeah. Well, obviously with a written order. They're not going to move your shit unless they have a written order.
Yeah.
So this is going to be very expensive for them, basically.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to take some time too. I don't know your state laws, but there's a lot of renter laws.
Oh, I'm in New York State, so it's pretty much like the worst case scenario, other than California.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in New York State, dude, man. Tenants' rights in New York States are fucking dope, man.
Dope, dude. Yeah, you're sad, bro. Don't worry about it.
Dude, the only place better is Massachusetts.
And I come in third with California, man. They're pretty. They got some good ones out here too, man. But
I never would have thought that the very laws that I found reprehensible would actually be backing me up one day.
Yeah, the irony is funny sometimes.
I guess that's why these laws were invented, not how they were used.
Absolutely.
No. I mean, the reason it's like this. Well, the reason it's like this is they could evict you another way, right? So they could evict you like the quote unquote common law way of eviction, but that would take forever. That would take like years. So there's state eviction laws that have streamlined the process, right? So it all takes less time. So it might seem, hey, it's protecting me, but there's also a downside because if they had a just reason to evict you, they could get your ass out of there really quick. You know what I mean?
100%.
So it's it's a double-edged sword. You just happen to be on the good side of it this time.
Yeah, this stuff. But what really hurts my feelings is that I have like 40 paintings. I'm an artist. You probably remember that. But I displayed all of my paintings around this room, this large room, and I can just sit in my desk chair and spin and look at them all as if they're telling a story, one leading into the other. It's a beautiful thing. It's like a gallery or some shit.
Yeah.
And I got to put them back in boxes now.
Temporarily, man.
Yeah.
Have you sold any of your pieces?
I haven't sold anything for about 10 years since I got married. I stopped needing to, but I've probably sold about $15,000 worth of paintings.
Nice.
Cumulatively.
That's fantastic.
I'm almost at 15 grand in 3D print sales at this point too, 10 years later. Kind of switched from painting to 3D modeling and printing and painting like little Star Wars shits and stuff.
Little trinkets. I like it.
Yeah, but I do it good.
I know. You do it solid, then you paint it solid. Right? The painting's the hard part, isn't it?
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah,
well, if you're designing the model from scratch to be accurate to something from like a TV show or a movie, then that's really difficult. And it takes 100 hours.
Yep.
But if you're just going to download somebody else's model and optimize it for your printer and hit go, like it's really not hard.
Right.
Painting it becomes the hard part.
Yep. The painting's intricate. Very patient.
And I got a nice station set up. table and paints and brushes and sandpapers and the works. I've got it all, and now I got to tear it down. But,
well, I don't think it.
Hey, did you see what Snackle posted in the chat? That video.
Yeah, the one you tore apart because of the shadow.
Yeah, exactly. You literally posted one with the freaking fake photo, man. Like that thumbnail is a fake photo, 100% fake photo. Because like you can see the lemon. If you zoom into the visor, you can see the shadow go between his legs and not fall on his body. It goes through between his legs out the other side, and no part of the shadow touches any of his body. Which is obviously fucking impossible.
Unless he's a vampire.
Which would be more believable than the moon landing.
Hey, when all other explanations fail, the simplest one becomes the most likely to be true.
Okay, yeah, so explanations can be given by anybody, but demonstration, that's where it's at.
Well, I guess I was saying an explanation for the demonstrated lack of shadow or shadow issue.
No problem. Iron sharpens iron. You sharpen me, I sharpen you. That's the way it goes.
Amen, sister.
I just listened to my husband argue with somebody on Call of Duty. It was kind of like a debate, to be honest with you, because he's so witty. He's so witty that he can destroy those people that just talk crap, on Call of Duty. He just got home. He surprised me. He hopped on Call of Duty, and I hear him talking to this guy who was on his team. It was like a 2v2 team, and the guy died 9 times and was bitching, fussing about Sterling. Yeah, he was fussing about Sterling not being a good teammate, but Sterling didn't die the whole time until when the match ended. I guess him dying ended the match. His death was the only, he only had one death the whole time. And
but it
the
probably
guy
was like at the last second. It was the last death, so he got blamed for all.
Yeah, he got blamed for all of it. Yeah, exactly.
That's messed up, man. That's messed up.
It was so funny listening to him reason with this guy and how point out all of how unreasonable this guy was, talking so much crap to him. He loves it when people talk crap. He just wishes somebody would, because he's ready. It doesn't matter if it's fighting or fussing. Okay.
It's called a man.
That's right. My husband's a man. He got off work. He surprised me at coming home, because I didn't know if he was coming home today or not from work, because he had a job 2 hours away. So it was he surprised me so good. I was literally scared. But then I saw it was him and I wasn't anymore.
My wife does that all the time. I walked in the house unexpectedly and she goes, "Ah!" Oh, it's you. Oh, I'm safe.
He surprises me a lot. He wants to surprise me.
Well, God bless him. He sounds like a good guy.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he is. Hardworking, blue collar.
Well, he's a millwright, and also, I don't have to work, and I take care of our son, and I homeschool him also. So he supports all of that. He's taking on all of that.
Do you understand you're suppressed? You're oppressed, and he's not letting you be your full self.
No, I am my full self. I want to be who I am. I'm so blessed.
Don't you want to tell your husband to fuck off and then go find a random man and say, hey,
No. If he decides he's going to leave me, he's going to pack his stuff, and I'm going to pack my stuff, and I'm going to ask where he's going, because I'm going with
him. Ride or die.
Go with you, bro.
I was saying
we'll get through it. We'll get through whatever we go through. We're always going to get through it because we're there for each other no matter what.
Why does it seem like most modern women are willing to let some stranger tell them what to do 40 hours a week, and then
Yeah,
won't
see,
let their
your
husband
best
tell them
friends.
what to do 4 minutes a week?
Well, even your best friends are telling you to go find yourself another guy. Like, just leave him. And, your best friends, not random strangers, your best friends are telling you to do that stuff. So,
Women sabotage other women more than anything else in my witnessing time period of 25 adult years.
I've been told to leave him.
Single women sabotage other women who are happily married 100% of the time.
I've been told to leave him by my best friend. Okay?
Yeah, she's not your friend.
Oh, she isn't anymore, but not because of me, because she stopped being my best friend.
Right, because you wouldn't go back to that single life with her.
No. That's not why. Flat Earth and, like, me finding God and all that stuff. That is the reason why she's not my friend anymore.
Well, God bless you. You found better ones.
I don't care. I got Sterling. I don't need anybody else. I got my both of my Sterlings because my son's name is Sterling also.
Yep.
And my wedding ring is sterling silver. Get that and put that in your mind and wrap it around.
Is that because you may or may not have allergies to?
No, because I may or may not have hinted, and because I love fishing for compliments, but I also love throwing hints. Like, I wish that I had a sterling silver ring for my wedding ring, because I have 2 sterlings. Why not 3?
Let's do it.
Oh man,
do you have a Cooper?
Could have ever heard? He's like, oh man, now I ain't gotta put out all that money for gold.
You telling me all I gotta do is spend $40? Fuck yeah!
He spent way more than that because he designed them. I'll show you in the chat. Hold on.
Man, might have to get out my.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. He designed them around our song. So our song is "Listen Close" by Maylene and the Sons of Disaster. So let me preface it with that and then show you the ring.
All right.
I designed and made my wife's and my ring as well, but they're 3D printed in glow-in-the-dark plastic. They're worth about 0.25 cents each. Yeah. And if we lose one, we can reprint it, no problem. But
still got the file.
I'm on your page about the monetary value of the ring is nothing.
Okay, look in the chat. There it is. There's both of our rings. Look in the the inscription
Illuminati
on the back.
Illuminati checkerboard. I gotta give you that.
Oh, it's not a checkerboard. It's a chessboard. Anyways, it was on the coffee table.
64 squares.
Anyways, it was on the coffee table. The chessboard was already on the coffee table, so I put the rings on there. I knew you conspirators would think such things. Anyways. Yeah. But look at the inscription on the back of the inside of the rings. It says, "Listen Close," because that's the name of our song, "Listen Close" by Maylene and the Sons of Disaster. That's our song.
All right. Listen close, people. 2 ears, 1 mouth, man. I'm only in here for a few hours a night, but man, I do some listening on this channel. My goodness.
You sound like you're on radio in Nashville, Tennessee.
No, I'm out here in California, man, hanging out, SoCal, chilling.
You got a voice for radio. Should look into it.
Bro. It's all good. No, just hanging out. I got a good mic, good setup, got a mixer and shit. So, anyway, bless you, Flatsy. Bless you.
Bless you, Flat Earth dude. He works on instruments with strings He can fix your instrument if you need him to. So go ahead.
If it has a string, I'll make it ring, man. That's my motto.
Boom. That's good. If it has a string, I'll make it ring.
How about this? If it's got a string, I'll make it twang.
Ooh, go country.
I do that. That's my job. So I can make. I make the strings twang.
Darling, don't get started on me too early in the morning, or else I might have to correct you, because I'll have to put on my cowboy boots and my hat and all sorts of other garments like my bolo tie.
I strap on my six string. I strap on my six string when I'm feeling really, ready to play some music.
Well, I'll dance in the line if I have to prove you wrong.
Flatsy, sing us like a couple of bars of something, just for fun.
Okay. Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy. Crazy for feeling so blue.
That's very good.
Yeah, it is. That's pro level. Good stuff. Thank you.
When I do acapella, if I can do acapella, that's a whole different ball game. But if I'm singing and playing guitar at the same time, like I have a whole different energy about me.
Year, yeah, it's totally
I flashed
different.
back to 1956 in a heartbeat, right there.
Yeah, that was totally Flatsy Klein, man, 100%.
I have to do Patsy if I'm gonna sing you some bars because my name is Flatsy Klein. Come on.
That's there's no odd maker for that. Nobody's gonna.
You got it going. What's that one song that they always put in weird sci-fi shows?
Probably that one.
No, it's... Fuck. Sorry.
I don't know. Maybe, is it a Patsy song?
No, it's very similar, though.
Yeah, in that Fallout game, they put a Patsy Cline song. It was crazy. It was crazy that they
maybe it was Patsy. I don't know.
It was. I know, because Fallout.
What's it called?
Fallout is a game.
I know what the song that they used in Fallout. They also used, and then do you guys remember a show where they had a bunch of people locked in an underground bunker that they were told that they were in a spaceship that was a generational ship that was going to colonize the galaxy or something? But it turns out they were just in a bunker.
Idea.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yes, yeah.
Is it Silo? Oh my gosh. Elijah, is he in here? No. Okay.
But it was like the theme song for that show, and then within 2 or 3 years, I saw 4 or 5 more examples of similarly themed shows everywhere that are using the same song also, as if they're subliminally trying to like Pavlov everybody into, you hear this song, you watch it, and then you learn how the future is going to be. It was creeping me out. I could probably Google it rather than bother you guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of it, but I don't remember. I don't know. But, so
I like doing Hank. I like doing Hank Sr. and I like doing. If I'm gonna go modern, I like doing Sierra Farrell, or I like just doing my own thing.
Do your own thing. Do your thing. Be you. Don't change.
Yeah, like I've been flat smacking today, and I was flat smacking yesterday. I will be flat smacking tomorrow. You know.
of the ISS, which is claimed to be 250 miles up. So this is the thing that a lot of people get confused, right? They have in their head that the globe story is that, yeah, it looks flat and motionless to us on the ground, but there's an altitude that you could go as a member of the public and see that it's curved. It's a ball. But that's not their story. Their story is there is no altitude that you or I, as members of the public, can ever go to, or send a balloon to, or any kind of craft to, where we could detect any curvature. They're telling us literally there's no way for us to ever detect curvature ourselves as members of the public, but they can, because they've got this special spaceships which go beyond the sky into a vacuum, and they see that it's a ball.
Okay.
Right, so that's something you need to understand, right? Because that's a huge claim, and you should immediately be skeptical of any claims like that made by anyone, let alone an authority like a government. If they're telling you, hey guys, you can never perceive this, but trust us, this is the case, you should be skeptical of that claim, right?
I mean, I feel like in day-to-day life, it's good to be skeptical of anything, right? So, like...
Exactly. So you should... And this is directly to do with your life, your environment, where you live, your situation.
Sure. Again, like, I don't feel like it's going to be, like, ever so life-changing. Like, I know... I think it was you the other night. I could be wrong. It was somebody with, like, the same accent, possibly, but and I'm sorry if that's rude. Like, I'm not trying to be rude.
That's all right.
Fucking they were saying something about, like, if you're being lied to about, like, something like this, like, what else are you being lied to about, like, and sure, like,
yeah, if they can lie to you about base reality,
yeah,
okay.
That was like the thing. I believe it was you saying.
It could have been. I've said similar things. Sure.
If they can convince you of an absurdity, they can convince you to commit atrocities as well.
Yeah, sure. No, that's absolutely, like, there has been, like, other things the governments have lied about, like, it feeds into other theories, right? And, like, things that have actually happened that have been proven to have happened at, like, years later times.
All right, so you agree with what I was saying, or the sentiment of that statement then? If they're lying to you about where you live, who's to say what else they're lying to you about?
But, like, that's also, like, a determination that it's just
Dude, fuck you fucking nigger. You can suck my fucking dick, you fucking loser.
Yeah, please get more upset. Please get more upset.
Fucking punk ass bitch.
Real? Yeah, okay. Hold on.
What did you do
We've
to
got
him?
someone who needs immediate assistance. Someone call 911. We've got a mental breakdown.
It's too bad that he has that kind of behavior in his mind and he's thinking about it's kind of gay.
So see, this is what happens. This is what happens when we start actually speaking about reality. Some people are just so triggered by it that they do kind of shit like that.
Well, tell me not that was a Globie.
That's a Globie. Of course, that's a Globie.
Was it?
100%. He's
no way.
He's on the space cartoons for sure.
He has to be a Globie because you cannot have straight people on a globe because there's no straightness on a globe.
I'm dead.
You can tell by how quickly his mind went to sucking D. Anyway.
Overload, error, overload, danger. I don't know what the fuck to do now.
Anyway, Master Crust. Where were we?
Like, I'm not to be like a shill or whatever, like, fucking whatever you were saying about that, like, not you, flattened destruction or whatever, but, like, I'm just trying to understand, like, that's purely, like, what I'm doing here. I just like to kind of...
Yeah, don't pay attention to guys who are clearly emotionally triggered by the topic and their whole name and profile and everything about them is about destroying flat Earth. It's like, yeah, they're obviously just triggered, so they're not going to give you any kind of coherent, rational discourse. And I know you're not being a shill, you're just being an honest, curious person, as you should be. But this is a good example of what other globe believers who are triggered will try and do. They'll try and dissuade you from asking these questions, from thinking for yourself.
Your perspective a little bit, where you're like, okay, like the government lies, right? And they do. Like if you're talking about like the U.S. government or like any government, really, like they're not going to give you facts about like anything.
Yeah, we're going to go. You're going to go to the Russians or the Chinese. Like, come on, you don't think they all lie?
No, absolutely. Like it's a part of having a society at this point in time, and
right? Which is why the whole thing is when they're telling us that we can never go and see what it is that they're claiming, it would be not only unreasonable, it would be foolish to accept that based on their claims, based on their images, that anyone could fake. Which is why you have to go out into reality and test it.
So, like, it's just, there are certain, like, things, right? Like, it's not just on a government, like, level that they, from what I understand, have done.
Yeah, that's because that's what they teach us, though, but it's not the case. When you actually look, that is all there is. The only quote-unquote direct evidence, because of what I just said, right? Their story is there's no way for us to evidence this, essentially, directly, right? They'll tell us you can infer it from things like, oh, the sun appears to set, so it must be going around a curve. The boat's appearing to disappear bottom up. Like, those are the only kind of arguments they've got. And you've already figured out that the horizon's optical, not physical. So there goes those arguments. So no, they're not claiming that there's anything else accessible to us except their stories. But at school, they give us this impression, and the media gives us this impression, oh, it was proven thousands of years ago, you don't need to worry about it, don't look into it, it's already proven, dog. Then you start speaking to people like us, and you're like, shit, I don't know how to prove it. No one actually gave me any evidence.
Right. But like, you know, there's other things that you have to account for. Like, again, I'm going to bring up the planets again, because like I can look through a telescope and see like the other planets in the sky, and like they do have like a spherical shape, right? Like they have.
Well, even then, you need to be thinking very strictly, right? We do not actually observe spheres per se. To actually confirm if they were a sphere, you would have to travel to them and around them, if you could even do that, to know what a 3D shape they might have, right? Because a telescope is a monocular, so it's one lens. So you're not getting 3D images out of that. You're just getting 2D, and you're seeing a 2D blob of light, essentially, right? You don't know what that is. So, no, it's not the case that we can just say those are spheres. And even if they were, right, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are standing on one any more than it would mean if I look into my bedroom ceiling and I've got a spherical light bulb hanging from the ceiling. That doesn't mean that I should assume that my floor is spherical, does it? So it's not even logical. But it's like if you go into a forest and all you see is trees, should you assume you're a tree? If you park in a car park and look around and see cars everywhere, are you a car?
I wouldn't, you know, like they're, no, like that's nonsense.
Yeah, so it's illogical. So to look at the lights in the sky and assume that we're a light in the sky is equally nonsensical. Doesn't follow. It's non sequitur. So yeah, we can consider these things for sure, and humans have done since time began. I mean, the ancients have known about the luminaries. They've tracked their motions and predicted eclipses and all of this for thousands of years. The word planet comes from the old Greek planete, or however you want to say it, and it just means wanderer. It means wandering star. But basically, they were just referring to them as stars that moved out with the constellations. Another triggered one. That's good. They're rolling in now.
So how does gravity equate into like the from what you perceive, right? Like how does that like affect your
gravity is just the story. Gravity is just a story that they had to give us because they had to come up with some idea for how we could be stuck to the side of a spinning ball.
Real quick, Cyclone. You mentioned the planets and everything. I just want to make a separation between the celestials and whatever, the planets and the luminaries that you mentioned. And there's the ground, Earth, or what people call Terra. That's not the sky. So when people want to say, oh, the Earth is a planet, no, the celestials are the celestials. Things in the sky are things in the sky, and the Earth, Terra, is on the floor, not in the sky. So there's a difference between those things. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's a good point. Just to underline what I was saying there, it's they're separated linguistically for a reason. Celestial, terrestrial. Terrestrial is us, the ground. Celestial are the luminaries, which is basically like just a giant sky clock, as far as we use them for, and for navigation. But they just, give us, the sun gives us the days and the nights, the moon gives us the months, and the stars gives us the year, the seasons. So we know when to plant, harvest, all this kind of thing. So they're just part of the system that we're in. They're not like other places to go to, if you ask me. But you're asking about gravity, yeah. They have to give us a story for being attached to a spinning ball, right? But in reality, all that we're really detecting is that things are ordering themselves vertically, up or down, based on their density versus the medium that they're in, density. So it's Archimedes' principle or specific gravity. You could look up those two things, and that would give you an idea of what we're talking about. See, we don't need a force being like pulling us into the center or bending and warping space-time, causing an uneven distribution of mass, or any of these other fantasy concepts, because we just have a definite up and down, right? We've got a level surface with a definite up and down. So where you are and your up and down is the same up and down that a guy in Australia has. Yeah, and things are just ordering themselves and finding equilibrium based on their density versus the medium they're in. So you could drop a ping pong ball in the air, right? And it's more dense than the air. So let me take it a different way, actually. So I'm sure you already understand it, but think about a helium balloon. We let go of a helium balloon. It doesn't go down, does it?
Well, no, because that's gas. That's a less dense gas.
It's less dense than the air, right? So what would happen if we were to drop an object that was more dense than air?
It falls to the ground, obviously.
Yeah, so that's basically what we can observe and measure. But that's perfectly fine on just a flat surface.
Right, but I mean, like, there still has to be, like, some sort of, like, property that's, like, but, like, there has to be something that's pulling it to the ground. Like, that's big.
Well, what's pulling the helium to the ground?
Nothing. It's a gas.
Nothing.
Like, the gas has
so nothing's pulling that to the ground, so there's not something pulling everything to the ground, observably. We just have a system with a directionality, an up and a down, a definite up and a down, and things order themselves based on their density relative to the medium. Have you ever seen a density tower in like a physics class, where they've got all the different liquids like water, oil, Someone can post a picture in the chat. Are you looking at the side chat attached to this VC?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure someone will post an image of a density tower, or you can just Google density tower, and you can see the objects just rest in equilibrium based on their density relative to the medium that they're in, and they order themselves. They'll move to find that equilibrium, whether it's a rock falling to the ground or helium going up. But on the globe side, they have to come up with this story of how we're being pulled into this spinning ball, because otherwise you would think, you just go flying off. But no, you need some kind of pulling to the center of a ball force or non-force, whatever they want to call it. But you don't need that, because we're not on a ball.
But objects accelerate down at the same rate, regardless of the density.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the Bremen Drop Tower?
No.
You should look into it. Someone can post it in the side chat. Because that showed that the elements were not falling at the same speed in a vacuum. But regardless, you could have everything falling at the same speed. Wouldn't matter to me. They're falling on a flat surface.
It's because of gravity.
So it's because of gravity that we've got a flat surface.
No, it's because of gravity. They fall at the same speed. Density.
Well, you can think whatever you like about why things rise and fall, as long as you understand they're rising and falling above a flat surface. The Archimedes principle explains it. Okay, well, in that case, just show me who's measured it to be not flat and curved.
Well, if density were the sole reason for objects falling, would that be right?
Well, no, because you said you disagree with that, and I said that's fine. Just show me where it's a ball. Then
I said they fall at the same rate. You said at density.
And I said look at the Bremen Drop Tower experiment.
Okay, well, I haven't seen that right now, but is density the reason? Okay.
It's in the text chat.
How'd I get? Let me get it. Where is it?
He's posted it in the chat. So, yeah, I guess he's. Drace, are you there? Did you post it? You said.
Yeah, you can see it. Rupert Sheldrake interviews the guy who did the drop tests, and there's a GIF taken from his drop test a little bit above that.
Yeah, so you can go and watch that. And I'm going to see if Master Crust was understanding what I was saying there. So do you understand that, Master Crust?
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry. I was watching the video.
Oh, that's all right. You want to watch the video? You watch the video as well. Enjoy.
I'm not going to watch that right now because I'm having some lag. But
that's all right.
I would just like to ask a quick question. So you think density is the sole reason why objects fall?
No, I'm saying that's what we can observe. That's what we can prove. We can show a directionality change if we change the medium. So that density medium relationship is apparent to us. Now, I'm not saying that's a quote unquote cause of directionality. The cause of directionality you couldn't experiment on to really define, because you can't turn it on and off, you can't manipulate it. It's like a passive effect. It's just present. It's just part of what our experience of reality is. But I don't need to make a claim about that. And I mean, a claim about that being the bending and warping of space-time is obviously just a fantasy concept, so that doesn't get us anywhere. And you can watch videos of academics on the globe side, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, talking about how they don't know what gravity is. They can't really define a directionality. So the whole question of what's the exact cause is a very deep and almost philosophical one, because you can't manipulate it to do any science on it. Just, it's always there.
That's all right. I'm gonna leave to let the guy talk. To watch the video.
All right. No worries. Did you watch the video, Master Crust? He's maybe still watching it. It's all right. Who else we got in here?
No, I'm back. I watched it. It was just basically saying that the gravity isn't like they're saying that the theory is it's proton and neutrons that affect gravity. Correct?
Yeah, he's proposing that it's not mass, but rather the protons and neutrons within the atoms that are the cause, and and he's seeing a difference in the drop of different materials. But another way you can look at it is the only thing they're manipulating when they're dropping things in a vacuum is the medium. They just made the medium less dense than both of the things they're dropping, so now they require an even longer drop to register a difference between them. If we do the inverse and increase the density of the medium that we're dropping the things through, they'll drop slower and slower, and the difference between them will become more and more apparent. So it's just a flawed test, in my opinion.
But as well, just think about it in terms of what we were speaking about earlier, in terms of our perspective. I mean, again, all ancient cultures understood relative density and Archimedes' principles. I say all, perhaps not all, but a good number of them. It's nothing new. And what we're actually detecting is just dropping an object, right? So if you just think logically about it, dropping an object to the ground or seeing an object rise doesn't tell you anything about the shape of the surface that we're on, unless you come up with a story around that, which is what they've done with the globe. Because at the end of the day, you have to think what they're actually trying to argue here for a globe is that because I drop a rock on the ground, this means that I can assume that all matter is coalescing into balls by some force that we'll call gravity. And therefore it makes sense that all the matter coming from the Big Bang and spreading out into the universe would have coalesced into balls. But you understand, as soon as you've gone beyond dropping the rock, you're just in conceptual fairy tale land, right? None of that's observable, empirical, scientific. No one actually observes matter forming into balls due to gravity. It's a fantasy.
I am kind of picking up what you're putting down, in the sense of like, you're talking about like how, right, let's say, quote unquote, the Earth was formed, right? Like with the fucking buildup of gas and fucking...
Yeah, the story about everything just pulling into a ball, basically.
Yeah. All right, so now
That's the root of the whole thing, right? That's the origin story. That's the glue that keeps this entire story that they've taught us together. And it's purely conceptual. Purely conceptual. They've jumped from the observable, dropping a rock, to this grand universal theory about matter coalescing into balls.
Well,
none of that's true.
What? Go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm saying, like, you know, the whole flat Earth thing debunks that whole notion as well, empirically, because the surface is measuring flat, so it wasn't formed into a ball via gravity. So it debunks the entire creation story that they've given us about this Earth.
Okay, I got another question then. Like, what is your take on, like, don't take this as me being rude again, like, just trying to, like, understand so that, like, I have a more grand idea of what it is that, like, we're speaking on, right? What is your, like, take on, like, dinosaurs and shit like that, like with the mass extinction and stuff, right?
Yeah, no, that's all globe nonsense. So the whole globe narrative, when you start to think about it, all of that narrative, our historical narrative beyond the last, let's say, 10,000 years, recorded civilizations, that's just globy stuff, right? So when you look into geology and the age of the Earth, you'd be thinking, well, how did they get to the age of the Earth? Do you know how old they say the Earth is?
Like 3 billion something. I don't know. No,
yeah, let's say like billions of years old, right?
Yeah.
But it was only posed in like the 1800s that it's actually over 1 million years old, like millions of years, and this was just theorized by a guy kind of walking around Scotland looking at the rocks And he's just kind of created this old Earth theory out of his imagination. And then it started to be built on as a theory, and then it just slowly was drilled into people's heads enough to the point where it just, anything at this point they can say. But yeah, now they say it's billions of years old, but all of that comes from the Big Bang cosmology, right? Which is the globe cosmology, which includes evolution for billions of years, asteroids from space coming and wiping out dinosaurs. All of that is out the window.
So what you're saying is there were dinosaurs?
Actually, like Jurassic Park dinosaurs? No, that's all Hollywood.
Well, like,
you look into the history of paleontology. That's almost as bad as the globe.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, if they're going based off of Jurassic Park, like those dinosaurs that were...
No, I'm not. I mean, not just Jurassic Park. I'm talking like the Royal Society, like the bedrock of mainstream science, now and back in the day, hundreds of years ago. These guys were just speculating, and then there was this thing called the Bone Wars, which you should look into. Where a bunch of guys. You familiar with that?
Slightly familiar with like the Bone Wars thing, and with like the paleontology thing. Like, yes, absolutely. Like they were just slapping bones together at a certain point in time.
Slapping bones together, exactly. So these guys theorized these giant lizards, and then lo and behold, within their lifetimes, out of nowhere, no civilizations previously had been telling stories about these things. But then out of nowhere, in their lifetimes, they're just going and finding hundreds of apparent specimens that they're then just drawing cartoons of and being like, it looked like this. And of course, loads were found to be fraud. But they were still lauded and praised and basically accepted by the community at the time because there's a vested interest in pursuing this narrative and pushing this narrative on people. But no, there's like you find fragments of bones and then you imagine a giant lizard and you draw it and then you make a model of it. So no, it's not science.
I get somebody else was trying to speak or what?
Sorry. No, go ahead.
So again, literally just want to paraphrase, not trying to be a dick in any way, shape, or form. I just understand. That's purely where I'm at.
No, that's fine. It doesn't offend me because I used to believe in all this stuff too.
Where I'm at with it, right? Like, of course, like I understand, paleontology when like it started when we were going through like these stages of like finding shit and whatever. They were slapping bones together. I don't disagree with you there. That was a genuine thing.
Never found anything.
Even then.
The story goes. I mean, as I read the history, because one of the things I looked into. The story goes is that there was a bone somewhere, right, in somewhere in England, and the lady called it a dinosaura or something like that, but which is meant to be a big bird or something. Then all of a sudden it disappeared. Some guy. It was a drawing that they took, and they called it. I think I forgot the name of the actual dinosaur. They called it Megalodon. I don't remember what it's called. But after that, after years of never finding anything, two American men, decided to go look, and it was like 1860 something or 85 or 35. That's when they did the Bone Wars, and they found 122 species in the Rocky Mountains or somewhere like that. So it was years of paleontology with all this supposedly theories, never backed up anything until these two American men decided to find a bunch of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole field of digging up bones and then theorizing grand stories about them from the past is ubiquitous in mainstream modern, I would want to say science or academia, but yeah, both, I guess. I mean, think about Piltdown Man, right? That was taught in textbooks for decades, right? So generations have been brought up to believe that, they found this half-ape, half-man creature that proved evolution, all this, and then it was shown to be a fake. It was like some guy stuck a pig jaw and a monkey skull together, and they taught it to kids for like 50, 60 years. And you bet, when they did the revision, they didn't come out and go like, oh, by the way, when we spoke about the Piltdown Man, that was a fraud. No. They don't come out and tell people.
Cyclone, are you going to allow a dissenting view to actually be heard or not?
Yeah, of course. But I'm speaking to this guy, and he's wanting information. He's not here just to be a triggered fundamentalist religious zealot like you are.
No,
so of course
there's
we're
no
going to speak to
triggering.
this guy. So of course
It's
we're going
the
to speak
fact
to
that
this
you
guy.
interrupt. That's the only thing.
Oh, that's ironic, since that's
It is
exactly what
ironic.
you're doing.
I
Just
didn't
put
get to
yourself on
finish
mute,
that
dude.
sentence. You're doing
You
it
can
now.
just hang about. You hang about. You'll get your turn.
All right, how about this? I'll wait for the message or a DM when it's my turn. I don't need to sit here and listen to all
we'll
this
ping
lying.
you. Yeah, who forced you in here, dude? You joined of your own
I
accord.
didn't imply that there's force. I'm just saying you're just wasting time. You're just stalling. That's all.
Dude, put yourself on. Yeah, just put yourself on mute. And when we need a fluffer for the Globers, we'll call you up. We'll call you up when it dries up. Yeah. Jeez, they're so triggered. They're so triggered. They hate us and they love us at the same time. They want to be here, but they don't want to be here.
I can't lie. I was, interested in whatever he had to say. Like I said,
He doesn't have anything to say. He's just a triggered. Listen, we've got these guys who follow us for years, and they just come in every channel that we're in, and they just spaz out. They can't present any measurements. They can't present any observations. They just do that kind of shit. Because they don't want you. They don't want an honest person who's actually curious and wants to hear our side. They don't want you to hear our side. That's what they hate the most. So you continue.
All right, so I did want to circle back on a couple of things because I believe you said something about what was it? Sorry, give me.
That's all right.
About fuck, dude, lost my track.
Yeah, we were talking about the dinosaurs, and then we were talking about the fossils, and we were talking about the Piltdown Man. Pseudoscience. We're talking about pseudoscience, basically. Or the age of the Earth.
That's what I wanted to touch base on. You said something along the lines of there was no civilization that had any interaction or stories of dinosaurs or whatever, right?
Pretty much. I mean, they had dragons, but that was kind of it. Maybe the odd creature, but certainly nothing like the dinosaur stories or varieties that we're told about today.
Right. Well, that was something I wanted to touch base on because it was there wasn't really any human society at that point in time.
No, I just mean in recorded civilization. You could say, well, it was just so remote back then, but I mean, people would have been digging up bones of stuff for as long as this time has been going on as well. So,
yeah, no, I mean, sure, I'll give you that. Let's say
you don't think a king would have a giant skull of a dinosaur near his throne if he could?
Yeah, have a big T-Rex head hanging out in your hallway. Think about it.
I mean, yeah, sure. In the sense of dudes being guys, I guess. Of course, I'd want an ass fucking T-Rex.
They just spoke about dragons. They were into dragons and shit.
Yeah, so and that's kind of my point. What if they did find something along those lines, and that's where that analogy came from? Because we have
maybe that idea of the giant lizards. Because I mean, that's what they were basically saying in the beginning. They said, "Oh, they're giant lizards." Well, that's not too different from what the idea of a dragon is. I mean, in terms of T-Rexes, tiny arms, and Stegosauruses, and all this, then that's just bullshit.
Yeah, the first bone, the person that had it thought it was a large human. Then the supposed paleontologist then said, "Oh no, this is a Megalosaurus," because of a drawing of the bone. Not because he tested it or anything like that.
Yeah, the field is just so replete with frauds and examples of fakery that you just can't trust anything from it anyway. There's whole industries of making fake bones. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, you're good. I understand what you're saying, and my point is in that same sense with paleontology being so fucky in the beginning, right? We didn't even understand what the fuck we were looking at. We were just putting shit together and being "No, this is what this is," and lo and behold,
that's still what they do.
And what was crazy, it wasn't even some random people. It was the people that were studying supposedly that
It was the people who stood to actually make money off of it just coincidentally happened to be the only guys who were finding any of this shit.
Yeah, and coincidentally, they were both of them were rich. The one that started the bone wars in the 19th century, actually.
So, what is your guys' take on like carbon dating at that point?
It's built on
yeah, it's another pseudoscience, I would say. I mean, I'm definitely no expert on carbon dating, but I mean, there's assumptions built in, like the carbon decay rate, and just assuming that it would never change. And you've got loads of examples of things where they've just dated things that are just absurd, like snails being 30,000 years old and all this kind of stuff.
And then this is one of the things that what happens is if the carbon dating doesn't agree with them, they're just whatever. It isn't.
Yeah, we did it wrong. This is a messy sample, something like that. Like in the mainstream academia, I'm sure there's a load of papers challenging the validity and the accuracy of carbon dating. So it's by no means an accepted hard science. It's like a pseudoscience again. So this is how they dress things up nowadays to make the globe seem credible. And 99.9% of people are just like, yeah, I guess someone's figuring something out. It must be correct, or someone would have said it's bullshit. But amazingly, here we are.
Right. Yes, I get what you're saying, but like, you know, we're able to carbon date like human bones, right? And say like, oh, this is a person that existed back from like Mesopotamia or some shit, right? So like, if we're able to do that with like the same, you know, idea and the same like facet again,
because I think, I mean, there's the different. I mean, the dinosaur bones and that are said to be sold. They're not even actual bone anymore, right? They're fossils. They're just like replaced in the shape of the bone. Whereas if you're talking about like organic tissue, it's a different thing.
So what they say after like anything can be accurate between now and 10,000 years, right? But anything over that, it's really a stretch, according to the what they say about carbon dating.
That's accurate. That's like they have that on like fucking some website or some shit.
Yeah, let me find it.
I'm not saying that like everything is on the internet is like true or whatever. I'm like, you know, curious.
This is it, but this is the process, because now you just have to be ultra skeptical and be like, right, so this is what they're telling me. Are they actually showing me evidence? Is the evidence something I can even evaluate? Have I evaluated it? This is the level of empiricism you need to be on to understand the empirical natural world. But they don't train us at school to think like this.
Does your like belief in like again, like I don't like saying it like this because I'm not trying to be condescending in any way, right? Does your belief in like Earth like lead you to like have religion in that way? Like, do you believe like?
Well, firstly, I wouldn't characterize it as a belief, because it's just what every human being experiences in reality, a flat motionless surface. So that's not a belief. I know. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying it's an important distinction for you to have in your mind, because your mind is naturally defaulting to thinking that this is some kind of conspiracy theory where we're just rejecting modernity or something. But in reality, it's just base reality, right? It's what we all experience. So that's not a belief, but yeah, it does lead you to the understanding that the environment we're in could not have come about by some natural or accidental process, Big Bang, like they've given us. It had to have been intelligently created. Now, what the nature of that creator or creators is, however you want to think about it, that's your own journey. But it's clear that it's a created environment. Yeah, that's why this whole thing is so controversial, right? Because it's speaking to the biggest question in human history, essentially, right? That nature of the origin.
You know, like you get these people that like that have way more money than me and probably have like fucking 20 times the schooling as me, right? That like are, you know, they have these theories of like, oh, it might be a simulation, whatever.
See, even that's a trained mindset, right? This idea that you are not in a position to understand your natural world. That's not true. That's just a concept or an idea that is convenient to those who don't want us to understand where we are. You can figure it out.
Same way that you perceive the natural world when you walk out and go to your car and drive to work, right? Like it's the same way that I perceive it in the sense of like
that. Not just like that. You can go into more detail than that, right? You can actually. Someone stop mic in. Someone mute this guy.
KC winning, but what do y'all?
Thank you.
See what? No, but
just another guy making noise.
Like there's no way I'm gonna get up in one of those like fucking
No, but remember, I explained to you earlier that you don't need to do that. You can go to the beach and test your horizon distance for one. Right. So you don't need to go to space to know whether or not they've lied to you. You can go to the beach. It's a nice day out.
For you, maybe it's a nice day out. It's fucking shitty over here, but like I get what you're saying.
Go to a nice lake or something.
Right. It for me, it really falls on like a perception type of thing, right? Like, because me personally, like my eyesight is shitty, and even if I use a telescope, like I don't really think it's gonna like do much for me. But like for you, like if you went to a beach,
no. It's not like we're both looking at something in the distance. You think it's blue, I think it's purple. It's not that kind of thing. It's like a measurement thing. It's like, how tall are you? Well, let's measure it. It's like, what about this table? What size is this table? We measure it. It's not a question of perspective after that. We measure it.
But again, like I'd be seeing those oil rig pictures that you guys post a lot. The fucking
Yeah, the one that shows that the horizon isn't the curve of a ball.
Like I can't remember where it's located. I know somebody posted all that shit.
Coast of California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, for me, right, like, distance, when you come to a position where, like, it's hard to gauge, like, you can tell, like, you have the figures, right, where the oil rig is located in unison to that closer oil rig, right?
Yeah.
And then you're pinpointing where the horizon is based off of the further oil rig, correct?
Well, just any distance marker, yeah.
Okay. So, like, that's where it becomes, like, a hard thing to gauge for me, right? Because, like, I can be in a field somewhere and, like, you know, one of my buddies is like, oh, there's somebody coming up on us from, like, 50 meters away. That could be a different determination for me. Like, I'll still know, you know, oh, that man's far out, right? Like, I can see him over there.
Right, but when you're talking about being on land or in a field, you have topography to deal with. That's why we recommend doing this over a body of water, right? Because then you don't have to worry about topography, because there's no hills and valleys and water. It's just a level surface, right? So if you're at one side of a lake that's 10 miles wide and you've got a friend on the other side of the lake, there's supposed to be curve between you, from you to him, to the tune of about 66 feet. Right, like a 4-story building. Right, so you shouldn't be able to see your friend on the other side of that lake, because he should be below the curve. You understand that?
Like, vaguely, ever so vaguely. Like, I understand that you're trying to tell me that, like, the lake obviously is like a grand distance, okay? And
yeah, so at that distance, remember when we were the ants on the basketball?
Right.
I've gone around the curve, and I'm on the other side of that curve, so now you can't see me because I'm below a curve. You picture that?
Yes.
So that's what it's supposed to be with you and your friend across this 10-mile lake, according to the globe, geometrically.
So
understand that?
So what you're saying is like it is by like their standards, right? Let's say
by their geometry, I'm the ant on the other side of that curve.
So if you're 10 miles out from me, that's where like the curve should start?
No, but that's where there's a 66-foot drop. The curve starts immediately.
Okay.
And it's going at about 8 inches per mile squared, is what they're telling us. Right, so it's at 10 miles. That's over 66 feet, 66.6 feet, funnily enough.
Okay.
And so that means I'm on the other side of this curve, yeah? So the question is, would you be able to see your friend if you took out a pair of binoculars or a telescope?
You should be able to, yes.
No, I'm supposed to be on the other side of this curve of the basketball, remember?
No, I'm saying you should be able to see a curve. No curve. Excuse me. You're supposed. Listen, we're supposed to hate the Muslims today, but they're using.
Oh, you're another spiraling guy. You're another spiraling guy.
What?
So, Master Crust. You get that?
Yeah, I'm here.
You shouldn't be able to see your friend on the other side of the lake.
Right.
All right. So if you go down there and you do that and you do see your friend, then you've just shown that there's no curvature there. Understand?
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Like,
So that's a very practical thing that you could do, and it wouldn't leave anything to your perspective. It would just be, there he is. No curve. It's just flat from you to him.
All right, this is something from West Texas A&M University. I'm just posting.
Well, let me just make sure that we're tying this off before we go back. So, yeah, it's not a question of opinion, really. We can go out and empirically test this. And if there's no curvature there, what does that mean?
I'd assume that the Earth is flat, right? Like, I understand where y'all are coming from with this. Like,
well, it at least means we only have evidence for flat.
Right. Well, that's my point, right? Like, everything is like essentially like a theory. Like, it's the big thing that you guys say. Like, give me the empirical proof that the Earth is a globe, right? And so, like, I understand, like, y'all are able to, like, everybody, I guess, is able to go out and, you know, thing that you're explaining.
Yeah, you can prove to yourself that the Earth isn't the ball that they've told us.
Right. But then
this
again,
is a big deal because they're teaching it to all the kids in school as if it's 100% fact. They're spending loads of our money on this instead of feeding people, getting clean water to people, fixing society, infrastructure. They're telling us a false narrative about where we live. It's a big deal.
You believe that they're also, like, putting money into this?
Well, yeah, your education system teaches this. NASA take $80 million a day for cartoons. Think about, I'm sure the education and the health system could do with $80 million a day.
You said 18 or 80?
I said 80.
Oh, 80, okay.
No, I mean, like, I understand where you're coming from. Like, that's not something that's new within, like, the U.S. government, right? Like, I think it was earlier this year or, like, last year. They, the Army, right? Like, they provide this thing called BAS, which is, like, basic allowance for subsistence. And, like, that's your money that you get for using the dining facilities. And they were taking that money, like, some certain bases were taking, like, almost, like, $1.5 million, that money that's supposed to be used for, like, feeding the soldiers and stuff, for their dining facilities, for, like, better food and, like, you know, better dining arrangements. And they were using that money for, you know, other things. I don't know what they were using it for, but they weren't using it for, like, the dining facilities. So, yeah, I'm well aware, like, the government, even the U.S. government, my government, like, that money.
So yeah, you're just asking the broad question: is the money going? Is there money being put toward this? Yes, there's an extremely large amount of money going towards convincing you that you live on a big spinning ball, convincing everyone that we live on this big spinning ball. Just think about the media, movies. There's a globe at the start of nearly every bloody film.
Right. And, like, I know that whole thing from, like, the 50s or whenever the fuck the moon landing was. I can't remember what year it was supposed to be or whatever.
'69 was when the first one was supposed to have been, but it obviously didn't happen. It's just propaganda.
Oh, right, like where they were like, oh, it's and all this other shit. But like, I do, like, me personally, like, I don't believe that was like necessarily like real, because in that point in time we were in a very like heavy state of arms against Russia, and like it was like our mission, like as a
it was just propaganda trying to prove technological superiority. It's just propaganda. That's all it was, and that's all the globe is.
So
I mean, if they're lying about that, it shouldn't be much of a stretch or a surprise to hear that they've lied about the nature of what we're on.
Okay. No, like I said, like it's very much how you guys are like convince me that I'm on a globe. You know what I'm saying? And I just kind of want to understand like the perspectives of it all. Like, I want to know.
Right. That's fair enough. I'm not saying you don't have to convince anyone. I mean, you should only be interested in figuring out what you can figure out for yourself and going from there. Anyway, it's been good to talk to you, bro. You've been nice and chill. Thank you for that. I'm going to dip off and go on listen mode for a while. So is there anyone else, FE side, who can pick this up? Who we got?
I mean, either way, you've given me a lot to think about, so I'll, take a step back.
Yeah, here, before you go, let me send you a link to our server where there's resources if you want to research in your own time, because you won't find good resources just looking on YouTube and Google. They'll just send you bullshit. So we save a lot of the good information so that you can actually research in your own time. It's all alphabetized and categorized by subject. So join that server that I've just sent you and take some time to look through the resources. Would be my recommendation. So you have a good night, bro.
You too, man.
All right. I'm going to dip off. Who's from the FE side still in here?
All right,
Cyclone. Sleep.
You ready yet?
Oh, God.
You ain't ready.
Yeah, well, I'm just about to head off, so I'm sure someone else will entertain you.
Cyclone, I think you guys actually just practice how to debate in here, and then you graduate up to politics once you've been deemed worthy.
What are you talking about? We're the biggest channel on politics and have been since we arrived.
No,
nobody debates here.
No one cares.
Yeah, we're the biggest channel. Did you not know? We're the biggest channel. Why would we leave it? We're the biggest channel. Why would we?
Oh no, you're not the biggest channel, bro. Just stop.
Yeah, they record the hours.
You're talking about the whole channel, but not.
Yeah, we're the largest. We're the busiest room on politics server. Why do you think they love us so much?
No, it's because people like the foolishness.
It's because they like hearing us destroy. Hearing us destroy the global religion.
He's going back on his claim that you're not the biggest, and now you're admitting that it is the biggest,
he went back
only
on his
for
claim that
reasons
he's
that are unacceptable.
on Discord. Now he's talking about the biggest in the politics channel, which who cares?
That's what we were talking about.
So it sounds like you do.
In any event, like I said,
good timing, Alpha. Good timing. This guy is a peach.
No,
We've been the top channel for most of the last 2 years, dude. We get to take a breather every now and then.
You talk over people whenever you see a valid point coming, and you try to head it off.
Have you got a valid point to make?
Oh yeah, I got plenty. But
what's your best globe argument? All right, what's your best globe argument? And then someone will pick it up.
Globe argument, and now you're going to address it.
So what's your globe argument?
So earlier, I was saying is that the Earth is so vast and the rate of curvature is so slight over those distances, and that's when you guys lost your shit.
All right, what's the rate of curvature?
1 mile every 69.5 miles. I mean, 1 degree every 69.5 miles. Okay.
All right, what's that?
Now,
what's that in? What's that in inches?
Did you know that already? Hold on. Did you know that already?
That's the claim.
This is your claim, yeah?
Were you familiar with that claim already?
Yeah, I'm familiar with your claim, dude. Why do you think we're
so
here?
you don't have to ask me stuff that we're already familiar with.
Let's so you agree with the globe's curvature? So 10 miles, 66 feet a drop, yeah.
10 miles, 66 feet per drop. No, because you're talking about on the surface, not from an airplane.
How much curvature? So how much curvature would there be over 10 miles?
Depends on if you're looking straight along the horizon. I'm sorry, if you're looking straight at the horizon, or if you're looking straight at the horizontal from your position, which are two different things. But that's besides the
geometric drop. Let's say the geometric drop.
Cyclone. I'm not here
over
for
10 miles.
Cyclone.
Yeah, no, this is your claim.
No,
you said the curvature is so slight. You said the curvature is so slight, so we're checking what you think is the curvature.
Right. So what you're trying to do is to quantify the curvature, but you're not able to make. Let me finish my sentence. You're not able to make a claim about what your expectations were. You were making expectations about how pilots perceive the curvature if it were a globe, and your perception is wrong.
We're talking about the curvature over 10 miles.
I know that, and you're using that curvature in a drop. But
how much bullshit is this guy going to talk just before he gets down to his
so there you go. There you go. So you guys can't handle it.
This is what he does.
You can't do it. No, you can't do
it. You can't tell us. You can't tell us how much curvature is over 10 miles.
I can't tell you how much curvature in numbers over 10 miles, but I can tell you.
All right.
I can tell you.
Go and figure it out then. That's what you're going to try and prove. That's what you need to prove, dude.
That's
what you need to prove. That is the proof you're trying to make.
Correct me.
Of course it is. You're arguing for the globe. You're arguing for the globe, so that is the claim you're trying to make.
Okay. You can't do it. You can't do it.
That's the claim you're making. You're making a claim of curvature.
You're trying to.
Okay, so you're not claiming. You're not claiming the globe curvature.
Let me know when we can have a conversation. Okay.
So you're not claiming. You're not claiming the globe curvature.
And then make.
Dude, just to be clear, you're not claiming for globe curvature. Is that right? Oh, he ran away.
He does that all the time, Cyclone. You muted me.
I know. He's the usual one.
He'll pop back up again, and then he'll reset.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm dropping off anyway, so good chats, boys. Have a good one. I'm just going to listen. That D-Man 92, he was in earlier talking away a little bit if he wants to talk. But yeah, have a good one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just texting in the chat right now. I'm not going to talk right now. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't have to. He was just announcing that you had a conversation earlier. Moving right along. Does anybody else have any evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? What a prima donna, that one. He runs out of the voice text and then starts typing in the text. You see, that's why I don't like coming in here. Really, can't tell. Uh-oh. Welcome to the room. I don't even know what your name looks like. Piet Snot. Are you there? What's up, Jedi?
Not much, man. Just thought I'd pop over here. I was over the English server and was just looking about. I saw you over here, so I thought I'd pop over, see what was going on.
Cyclone had a couple of guys he was talking to. One just recently spiraled out and left.
Good stuff, then. We talking to anybody else? Don't want to interrupt any conversation that's already happening.
Nah, just some dudes in here popping in right now. Looks like they're just listening. Might want to, if you recognize any of the names you don't normally see, probably call those guys out.
Oh, there's lots of people in the server. Lots of people jumping in and out. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Just let me have a scroll. Recognise most people's names, dude. Apart from Finn Gracie. What's up, Finn? Hope you're doing well. It's the only name I don't recognise.
I'm only on here for a little bit. I gotta dip here after a while, but
there's also B-Man92. So if anybody is new to the channel, wants to ask questions, like B-Man. What's up, B-Man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, really well, thank you, mate. What brings you to our channel?
I've been here a couple times now. Just listening to some debates right now.
Awesome stuff, man. Well, welcome to the channel, mate. If you've got any questions, please feel free to ask.
No worries, no worries.
I've got to quickly run and take a pizza out of the oven. We'll be back in a minute.
Well, let's see. We got lots of Globers in here presenting their evidence. Not. How's everybody doing?
This is looking promising for the Globe.
Yeah, Heretic, that whole Globe idea is kind of so yesterday, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm over it.
Yeah, I hear you. It took me a little while, but I got over it pretty quick once I realized it was all bullshit. So, anyway.
Well, just because it looks flat doesn't mean that it is flat. I mean, I know it looks flat, but also you can't see the whole thing, so...
Just because it looks flat don't mean it's a globe.
Actually, to the bullshit comment from Dave, bullshit, it's more, it has more relation to reality than the globe. You know that, right? You can actually find bullshit in nature, and we can also find the cause of the bullshit, which is bulls. You know?
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
can find that in reality.
Yeah, you can find bullshit.
You cannot.
Can't find globes in nature.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
That's a good point, man. I point taken.
You're saying globes don't spontaneously arrive? That doesn't just happen in nature? Spheres?
You don't know the globe story? The spheres are formed by magic gravity out in space somehow, but they can't really tell you how it happens, but that's what happened. At least that's the story, and they're sticking to it.
Well, usually when things explode, the debris turns into spheres.
When have you seen an explosion turn into all spheres?
Any explosion. If you analyze the debris, it's going to be a bunch of little sphere-like objects.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Somebody else go ahead.
Stop it, Mushkin. I had to unmute.
So you're saying that you get order out of chaos? You get all these organized environments from explosions?
Yeah, exactly, Jim. Order out of chaos. Work.
Wow.
It's like the reverse of entropy. But I don't know of any way to measure the Earth. For one, you can't see the whole thing, so I don't think it's a fair question. You can't ask me, where's my Earth measurement? There's no way you can't even see the whole thing. How are you going to measure it? So I mean, you can't measure it flat or globe.
Incorrect.
Then how do we get the measurement in the first place?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How did you get the measurement? What did you measure?
Why can't you and a buddy go out to ocean with the island like 10 miles off the coast and use a laser or whatever you want to use, mirror, I don't care, but show the 66-foot drop? Why doesn't somebody do that?
All right, well, that's not a measurement, though. That's an observation, and we know that...
How's it not a measurement if you know the distance between the island and the coast? And you know how much curvature
you're making an observation. You're not making a measurement. You're not making a measurement of flatness. You're not making a measurement of curvature. You're making an observation, and we know that when you're observing something, you're using light. So I mean, light.
You're measuring a little slice of what's supposed to be 66 feet of drop that is not there. I'll shut up. Somebody else go ahead.
I mean, does light bend? Is that in contention here, or does light not bend? I mean, since we can't see the entire Earth, we don't know exactly what it looks like. The best we can, I think the easiest thing to do is probably use context clues. See what's around. Maybe look at the celestial sphere, because we got two celestial poles that we can see. That might be over a flat plane, maybe, but the way that the light moves in relation to us suggests that that we're on something that's could be rotating and could be a sphere, because why would it rotate clockwise in the south and counterclockwise in the north?
Nobody wants to entertain your sky stuff, I guess, man. I don't. Anyway.
Don't even get me started on pendulums. I'll have everybody converted in this channel to Globers. You let me start talking about pendulums up in here. So don't get me started on that.
Mushkane, the pendulum doesn't prove that the Earth is doing anything.
Damn, y'all are just over it.
It doesn't, man. Like, I mean, we've heard this point being brought up like a million, zillion, gajillion times. You can't conjure up what you think is happening just by looking at a device. You need to need to look at nature and see what nature's doing, and then ask the question, why is nature doing that? And then perform a test as to, like, control. You can try to figure out why nature is doing the thing you see it doing, and you can ask some how-why questions, figure out what the dependent variable, how to change that causal reaction using an independent variable. You're not doing that with the pendulum, man. It just doesn't pass the smell test.
AB, you know what that pendulum does prove real quick? It proves that there's a lot of gullible people that'll accept anything for evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see something, swinging around, you automatically jump to the conclusion that the Earth is spinning.
Well, it's actually, it's taking a measurement is what it's doing.
You know what actually doesn't pass the smell test by any metric, gas pressure without a container, because you wouldn't be able to breathe, to smell without the container.
Jimsy, we got a container, though. Nobody's saying we don't have
smell tests don't work on a globe.
We got a container, Jimsy.
I mean, when you say we, you mean like you and I?
Globe. I'm thinking the globe's got a container.
Globe? What globe? What globe are you talking about?
The globe.
You mean like you have a globe in your house and you use it as a container, like for coins or something?
The collective globe, the globe we all share. I'm not talking about any specific globe.
The collective globe, like you collect something and you put it in the globe. Is it like instead of a piggy bank, it's a globe bank that you have in your house?
No, it's not like that. It's like me, you, we're all on this one globe, the globe, the globe team.
Wait, you mean like you are standing on one side of the ball, I'm standing on the other side of the ball, like under the ball?
No, we're probably pretty close together, I would guess.
That's complete nonsense. Who in the right, coherent, sensical comprehension of reality will believe that you can stand on the side or the bottom of a ball that doesn't? Like, just think about it.
Well,
there
is no bottom of the ball, though. There's no top of the ball.
Oh, so there's no up and down on a ball? There's no such a thing?
Yeah, there's no like absolute up or down. It's just relative to you. So you can say,
there you go. So there you go.
You're always on.
So there you go. You debunk the globe right there. You know why? Because in reality, we do have up and down. You know that, right? We do have an up and down, but then you say there is no up and down on a globe. So up and down debunks the globe. Easy.
Yeah, but it's visually represented on a globe as there being an up and down, but in reality, it's because of this thing called gravity, which stops you from falling off the globe.
But listen, up and down is presented in a real is level. A representation of an globe is a strawman of reality, fantasy. You're representing, let's say, water with crayons. You're representing the Earth as a sphere, and that's a representation by people that are drawing cartoons on a piece of paper, putting ideas as a concept. Okay, water. Think about it.
You don't really understand.
No. Because you got to comprehend this. Water presents itself to be the way water does it, right? You and I don't present water. Water presents itself. Now, you are trying to represent water by using crayons and painting blue around a sphere, right? The globe, remember the globe that you put the piggy bank that you paint water, you paint blue. You're representing water with crayon, but guess what, dude? That is not real water. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. Whenever water is drawn, it's not real water.
It's not real water. That's why you represent
it with the crayon. If I were to draw a picture of the ocean, that doesn't make it the ocean. It's a drawing of the ocean. What's your point?
So the point is that real water doesn't do what you claim it does in the representation that you draw on the piece of paper, or the representation that you do with the piggy bank globe that you said you got, that you put in your coins in, the container globe that you have in your house. That's a piggy bank.
I really don't understand what you mean, because yes, if you draw something, it's not going to have the properties of that thing that you're drawing, because it's a drawing.
Exactly, and if you draw complete nonsense like the globe is, that's just all nonsense. Because when you go to reality, you're not gonna find that drawing and those claims. You're not gonna be able to find them or confirm them in reality. Water doesn't curve in the outside of spinning balls. You also need a contained environment to have water in the liquid state. That contained environment is based on a pressurized system that has gas pressure, right? And the gas pressure requires a container. You don't have a container around the globe or the piggy bank outside of it. So any of the things that you find in reality are found in the representation of the globe. So the representation that you're presenting is complete nonsense. That's why it fails in every way possible. That's why it's an impossible. It's an impossibility. The stupid globe that you think you're standing on the side or the downside and that's why you admitted yourself that there's no up and down on a globe, when we do have up and down in reality. So everything that you're claiming about the globe is complete nonsense. It doesn't work in reality. Just accept it. Come on, be honest.
It inherently does work in reality because of gravity that wasn't just made up because we wanted to cope about the globe. It was discovered and tests were made, and it's been worked on for hundreds of years.
Correct. The globe was invented, never discovered. Just like the outer space religion, that was never discovered, that was invented, made up. Not even an invention, it's just a made up idea that you cannot conceptualize in reality or made any examples of. The globe that was invented, it has to be drawn and conceptualized in the mind, because you cannot do it in the real world. So it's just a made up fantasy. Like Naruto, Superman, Marvel Universe, Thanos. The same thing.
Trying to get in there.
The same book, you can put it.
So you believe that space isn't real?
Oh my god, and he got in before me anyway.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
What was his point? I'm asking you, the guy that said sorry. What was Jimsy? Because you're asking if you asking him a question about space. What was his point about it?
His point that it's not real.
What did he say though?
Sorry?
What did he say though?
I don't remember. What did he say?
He said it wasn't discovered, it was represented. Is that a lie or is that true?
No, it's a lie. It was discovered.
All right. Why don't you pull that up for me right now? Cite it.
Okay.
I'm asking you to do it because it doesn't exist.
Google search here.
So it doesn't exist.
I'm just saying, a quick Google search here says that it wasn't discovered in a single moment, but rather throughout gradual understanding and exploration process spanning centuries. Whenever astronomy was developed, and also, if we talk about more recently, the millions that have been invested.
Can you slow down? You're telling me what they said they. You're telling me what they said they did. I just need one concrete thing, as far as discovery is concerned.
Okay, the millions that have been invested in space stations, satellites, and exploration of space, people that have been sent up into space.
So the space station wasn't discovered, was it?
No, but it's part of the process of discovering space.
Listen. How old is the space station?
I don't know. Probably quite recent, I'd say.
Don't you want people who discovered space to have done it way earlier than the ISS? What I'm trying to, because why would you, it's your brain, it's the way you're thinking. Because you're gonna say, well, ISS, and that's not what I mean. Because the reason Jim Z's saying the things that he's saying to you is because he's trying to get you to think. So if I ask you, or he asks you when it was discovered, telling me that it was discovered over the span of hundreds or thousands of years, however, whatever answer they give you, you got to understand that that's bullshit.
Okay, so anything I say is bullshit inherently.
No, if you ask someone when something is discovered, I don't care what it is, and they give you a span of an amount of time that you can't validate, you can't validate it.
Okay, well, the reason why it spans centuries is because...
Give me a reason. You don't even have...
I have a reason. If we go back to ancient Greece...
You can't have a reason, but listen. You can't have... Well, why do you have a reason when you don't know?
You're getting angry. You're getting very angry and you're interrupting me.
Why? Yeah. Because it's annoying. But it's not like I can't relax. I cannot give a shit about you and go on mute. I'm doing this because I think you actually want to engage. This is my engagement style. If you don't like it, I don't have to pour into you at all.
Gentlemen, am I interrupting anything?
I guess a little bit.
I have one request, right? Will one of you gentlemen please unban Star?
Okay, so I don't know what that was, but I'm going to continue. The reason why there's no concrete moment that space was discovered, well, you could say...
You're already answering the wrong question. That's why I stopped you. I don't want an answer to that question. Because right now you're justifying. Listen, no, because my question was for your benefit. You sitting. I'm not the one that needs to be convinced, and I'm not saying you need to be convinced of anything either. But I'm trying to point out to you that you can't know something, especially if someone is telling you that something was discovered over the span of X amount of years, an amount of time that's invalidatable, you telling me the reason that it can't be validated is just validating what I'm saying about what you don't know.
Okay.
You can believe you can believe what you want. I'm not gonna fight you on telling you something. If you want to choose to believe it, that's fine. I don't even know why you're here. As a matter of fact, I jumped into Jimsy's conversation. Usually I ask people why they're here, because I don't normally fight people on what I'm trying to tell them. And I'm not trying to make you, I don't know what your deal is, whether you're trolling or if you're serious. And if you're serious, I don't want you to think that I'm just some dude that came in here ranting and raving about flat earth. We can stop talking right now, bro. I just thought I could help you out.
Okay. Could you give me a moment to talk? Sorry. So I think what's happening.
Like I'm going on mute, bro. Good luck.
That's all right. I'm trying to convince you. You're trying to convince me. I'm fully serious. I'm not trying to troll or anything. The reason why there's no, I'm going to continue what I was saying. The reason why there's no concrete moment, if we go back thousands of years, over many centuries, we go back to ancient Greece when astronomy started being developed, and people started having these questions about, the stars, constellations, and what was really out there. That's whenever these ideas of space started being developed, right? And it was only until recently where we developed the technology to be able to truly discover what is out there, is whenever, I guess, you could have called the first expedition that was made into outer space, you could have called that the concrete moment. I guess we could go into a whole different discussion about whether the moon landing was faked or not, but I think that's irrelevant right now. Is there's satellites out there in space, there's space stations, and there's expeditions being sent out daily. Yeah, of course.
I'd like to correct one thing for you as well.
How new? I was gonna do that, but I just need to know how new he is, because and you know why I'm asking. How new are you? Like, how long have you been in here? Did you have a full conversation in which someone actually showed you how it is in a globe and how it's flat, or one of the two things?
I'll tell you one thing, man. For the past
no. I don't want to lie, because
I'm answering your questions.
You can keep talking. I just want to know if someone in here has told you how the Earth measures flat, or how it isn't a ball with a radius of 3,950 meters. Yes?
Are you familiar with Indio?
All right. Then
I've had many conversations with Indio over the past couple nights.
Okay, so cool. Yeah, Indio's my boy. So I have nothing else to say. I'm sorry.
As many other people in here. I don't know if they remember me, but for the past couple nights, I've spent many hours talking to these guys. I'm not new, I guess. Well, I am new. I've only been here maybe 3-4 days. So, but yeah. Anything else?
Well, the topic's kind of moved off the point.
Yeah. So about space, I guess. Oh,
I remember it though. If you want to hear it, basically, it wasn't that once the Greeks came about, that's when they started pondering about the sky. People have always pondered about the sky. All cultures. It's just before the Greeks, it was more couched in the religious views of those cultures, whereas with the Greeks they had more variance, and so you had it's not like all the Greeks were like globe believers. That was just like a couple of Greeks here and there, and then you had a couple of Greeks here and there with all sorts of other freaking ideas.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Many civilizations before that definitely did take a more religious approach to the idea of space. I'm just saying that the Greeks are known for their great scholars, philosophers, and astronomers, and that's whenever these ideas started truly being thought about in a more logical and in-depth way. I don't know the ins and outs of it.
Well, we only have the surviving documents from some of these people.
That's true.
And a lot of it's been lost, like the Library of Alexandria, and so we have a very cherry-picked view of the history and the ancient Greeks. And what we do know is the ancient Greeks were religious. And so even though there were philosophers who had different ideas and different sects, cults basically, where their acolytes taught their religious views on, and what you're living in today is the remnant of that cult.
Yeah, of course. Well, the Greek mythologies, the Greeks were very religious people. They believed in Zeus, Hades, and the other members of the pantheon. And of course, a lot of the texts and the books that were made at this time were lost, unfortunately. But that's due to that's just the nature of things with a civilization that was around thousands of years ago. But again, from what is surviving, we can take the remnants of these ideas and expand upon them with a modern science. And again, in modern with modern technology, we've invested millions into NASA and SpaceX.
Yeah, with modern technologies, we have proven them wrong. So the ancient
we've proven a lot of their
looked at the horizon and claimed that boats disappeared because of Earth curve. We've definitively proven that other effects cause Earth curve, and that was a false cause fallacy and a begging the question fallacy. So we've proven that the half-naked Greeks with their invisible laser beam vision were wrong. And then they also claimed that, well, we see shadows on the moon, therefore that's the Earth's shadows cast on the moon. Well, no. A circular shadow cast on a sphere would distort as it goes along the curved surface because shadows conform to the shape they hit. And so we know for a fact that their proofs were just errors. And since we have actually we have really powerful optics, and we have really tiny optics, and we have very powerful lasers, and we have different wavelengths, we have access to technologies they don't have. And so we can test their assumptions, and turns out the Earth is flat. It's not a ball.
Okay, I agree with you for the fact that we proved some of the things wrong, and again, that's because of our modern science. But you talked about laser measurements. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, lasers are a unreliable source to measure the curvature, and that's because of laser beam divergence. They spread out over long distances.
We are aware of that.
And after several miles, they widen, and then that will cause false results.
No, we're aware of the beam divergence, and that is factored in when we try to use laser beams. There's also the simple fact that we can see way too far, so we can see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon should allow. So the only excuse the globe believers have is that light is bending around the globe to hide the globe, so that's why nobody can find it. However, that would have consequences, because if light is refracting around the globe, we would see the separation of different wavelengths at anything at a distance, and everything would look rainbow colored or gay if the Earth was a globe.
Okay, so you don't believe in the atmospheric refraction then?
No, I'm saying I know that we have distortions in the air. However, atmospheric refraction does not account for being able to see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon. That's not terrestrial refraction. If I add terrestrial refraction to a horizon at 1.22 miles from my observer height, then the horizon would be like 1.44 miles away, not 10 plus miles away. That's not terrestrial refraction.
Okay, I'm familiar with the how far away the horizon is and how far we can actually see. That's not something I'm familiar with, but I'm just talking about the lasers because
yeah, no. What I'm talking about is we can see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon. The only excuse is that the light is bending, and that's why we can see it. However, we can also look at infrared, and we can look in infrared, and we can see if the horizon moves closer in infrared when we can see too far. If that happens, then we can say, well, infrared refracts less, so the less refraction is causing us to see less around the ball, therefore the Earth is a ball, and refraction is causing all this stuff. However, when we look in infrared, we see further. So that is the opposite of what you would expect if you were a globe believer and you were expecting the light to bend around the ball to hide the ball. So reality debunks completely the globe idea. All that exists is an ad hoc excuse like, well, my observation doesn't match my globe belief. Therefore, light must be bending to make up for the difference. That is not scientific. That is not measured. And that would have effects. And we don't see any of those effects. And when we test for it, it doesn't come up. We see slight variations due to atmospheric effects, but not enough to make the ball appear to be the size of the sun.
Okay, so if we're looking for things that are more based in reality, then I guess we could talk about surveyors that use theodolites and GPS that actually account for the Earth's curve, and we could also talk about architects and engineers that use.
So we're just going to run away from the fact that the Earth is observably measured flat and try to run to geodetic survey instead of planar survey, because geodetic survey also bends the plumb lines and the light ad hoc, not with any verifiable measurements, just ad hoc to make the geode work. We really going to jump to that instead of just addressing the fact that the Earth isn't a globe?
Look, I believe the Earth is a globe, and I'm trying to.
I know you believe the Earth is a globe. You're not going to convince me with nonsense. That's the problem.
Also, GPS uses the fact that the Earth is flat because the receivers are receiving transmissions that include the elevation. Like, all of this is important: elevation angle, and you can't get an elevation angle unless you have a flat baseline. So what are they doing any of their math for positioning, tell you where you are?
It doesn't. It doesn't use.
My question is, how am I watching Israeli videos?
When you look at the calculations for the time,
and then like
somebody
I'm over here.
Something about that.
Okay, several people are.
Can somebody answer me? I tried asking before.
Multiple people talking.
So, like I was saying, especially when it comes to how they calculate the speed of light and time and all of that. Well, when you look at the technicals, like what they're actually doing practically before the calculations, they're doing measurements. And those measurements treat the Earth as flat. It's basically what I'm saying. When the measurement comes before the calculation, and the measurement treats the Earth as flat in GPS.
Okay, so
this is.
You probably think I'm bullshitting, I guess.
It doesn't. I think you're misunderstanding it. It doesn't represent. It doesn't use a flat Earth model.
But it's not. It's not here to represent. Earth. No, GPS is not here to represent. Okay. GPS doesn't represent. It's giving you a location. Yours.
Yes, I know what GPS does, but I'm telling you, in how it calculates this, it represents Earth as a slightly flattened sphere. In order to do this.
Well, what does that have to do? It's not about representing anything. It's about what you're doing practically. Because if the Earth is a sphere, you can't get an elevation angle off of a continuous curving surface.
It's satellites.
Like I said, you can't get an elevation angle as a receiver on the ground of the Earth with a continuously curving surface.
The satellites that orbit around the Earth triangulate your position. That's how they get that elevated angle.
So why? All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like this is silly. It's like on one hand, you complain that things like Google Earth or Google Maps doesn't use the flat Earth model, but we remember that when I go to Google Maps or Google Earth and I zoom out, it is a curved Earth. They are using a curved Earth model, yet when I go from point A to point B, flat earthers never offer up, hey, if you use this flat Earth map instead of this curved Earth map that Google is so brainwashed into using, we'd get from point A to point B faster. Give us some practical uses for this flat Earth. Get me from LA to Japan faster.
Google Earth uses flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Google Earth does not use flat Earth. Okay, first off, you can't give me a flat Earth map if
I'm not going to do two of you. Okay, so somebody's getting muted, and I didn't think the other guy was unreasonable enough to mute him. Okay. So
no, I'll let the other guy speak. I've spoken up.
One of don't talk when I'm talking.
Well, that's what you've consistently done to me.
Are you a moderator?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it is what it is. So, again, where were we? What were we even talking about? So stupid in here, I forgot what the last guy said. Google Maps, right? Google Earth. If you look at the elevation profile, you're going to see things that are higher with respect to mean sea level, which is a horizontal line that they use with Google Earth and Google Maps, or Google Earth. I don't know. I think you're talking about Google Earth. So, what's that got to do with? Well, let's start there. Google Earth elevation profile uses a flat Earth. What say you?
You're talking to Hung Like Tic Tacs?
Yes, I'm about to unmute him now unless you got it for me.
I got it.
Thank you. So let's start with the elevation profile on Google Earth. Is it a flat line or is it a curved line?
I don't even know what you're asking right now.
Why don't you Google Earth elevation profile then? You're the one that brought it up. I thought you would know what elevation profile
You just
was.
did. You brought up the median sea level, or mean sea level. I'm asking you where on Google Earth's projection does it use that? Because, by the way, Google Earth on your flat computer screen is certainly using a curved Earth projection.
So again, Google Earth elevation profile. That's where it's flat at. Because when you're zooming out to look at whatever that is, you're not using that to navigate. It's a nice little piece of software. But what does the actual data say? This is how high this mountain is. This is how high this land is. This is how high this anything is above what? Mean sea level, which is a flat line. I could drag my mouse. I could drag my mouse from New York to Tahiti or somewhere. Elevation is not going to change.
I'm slightly confused here about what you're saying.
You're confused about me saying Google elevation profile. You don't know what an elevation profile is. That's what you're confused about?
Yeah, could you explain that more?
Have you Googled it yet?
No, I was just wanting to know what you thought.
I already explained it. Things that are a height with respect to a flat line. But I said all that already. Which part of that was that confusing? Was the part where I said Google it? Was that confusing? Which part?
I just didn't know what you meant by elevation profiling. There's no need to.
I'm not talking to you, man. Am I?
Okay, that's all right. We originally were speaking until you muted me.
And you're muted now because I'm not asking you the question. So, Tic Tac.
I'm listening.
You want to remain silent? I asked you a question.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Elevation profile on Google.
I don't think you're using Google Earth properly.
Elevation profile. Is that flat? Is that curved?
I think the way that you're using it, you're interpreting it as flat.
Or is it round?
I already answered. Quit interrupting. You would have listened. What
is it? Don't tell me what I said it was.
Yo,
what do you think it is?
Oh my
fucking
God.
short take, quick take. Most flat earthers have low IQ. Thank you.
Yeah, you can tell.
You don't even know what an elevation profile is. You just told me. Told me to.
Google Earth doesn't show live elevation under your cursor just by moving it around the map.
Answer the questions I'm asking you. I don't care about the infinite things that you do not know while telling or agreeing that flat earthers know little. The elevation profile that you looked up, I'm assuming, since that's what I asked you, could be any random, just type it in, pick whatever random source you want. What do you think it is? I don't want to hear anything about me or anything about what anyone else in this room, but what do you think it is?
I think Google Maps is a program that we use that's based off of the curved Earth.
Okay, my question wasn't what is Google Earth used for? It was the elevation profile that I asked you to Google. What is the baseline? What is it?
Okay, you need to stop muting me because I'm trying.
Am I being too mean? Do I need to go take a smoke break, Mary Mom, or like, am I too high strung? What am I doing? Am I not? Am I?
Nah, he's just not answering you. He's not answering your question.
That's what I thought. I mean,
we started this by talking about mean sea level. And you first asked the question, is Google Earth's the elevation profile, it doesn't change when I move my mouse across the map. My argument was you're not using Google Earth properly. What are you trying to achieve here? You're saying basically, if I go from LA to the mountains in Tokyo, when I move my mouse across the map, you're looking for an elevation change, or at least a difference in between the elevation of LA and Tokyo. Correct?
No. Why would I be looking for that? I already know that
I was using this as an example.
Yeah, I know, right? And I was telling you. I already know what an elevation profile is. I already know what mean sea level is. Why on earth would I, the person without the globe belief, be thinking that there should be an elevation change? I don't think that. I'm telling you there is no elevation change. I don't think that there should be. I think that mean sea level means what it means, and that's it.
Okay, I'm going to stop engaging if you just keep muting me. I don't interrupt. When I place my cursor on a mountain in Tokyo, or I go to that mountain in Tokyo and I bring a barometer with me, and then I go to LA and I place my cursor over LA and I look at its elevation, or I bring a barometer, assuming, same conditions, same, time, and I bring a barometer. Those measurements are different. My elevation is different. Do you agree with this?
Okay, that's beautiful. What does that have to do with the elevation profile on Google Earth?
My point is that when you place your cursor over, LA or whatever, if you're expecting a terrain profile to update live with your cursor moving across the map on what the difference in elevation is, and account for the curve,
that is what it does. That is what it does.
What matters? Okay, listen.
No, I'm tired of the bullshit. When you move your cursor, the elevation changes, unless you're over the water, because then there's no elevation change. What are you talking about? And as a matter of fact, maybe we are missing each other. Like the words that I'm using, they're not connecting with you. Talking about elevation profile, mean sea level. What you're doing is talking about everything but that.
I think I've heard you repeat mean sea level and elevation profiles
but you're not
at least 5 times. So let's use some different words and explain your thoughts.
And Mount Fiji and shit, and the difference in elevation from those 2 points, which has absolutely fucking nothing to do with what a baseline is.
Okay, so is your question, what is the baseline?
Yeah.
Okay, mean sea level.
What is that? You think that's
okay? When you go to Maine, and you have, just imagine a cliff on the hill. The low tide, I mark the cliff on the hill, and at high tide, I mark the cliff on the hill. I take the mean of those 2 numbers.
Right.
That's mean sea level.
Right. So when you get to a point in height and you stay there, that line is then horizontal.
You lost me. When I get to a point in height.
I didn't lose you. And don't say you lost me and then start talking. Tell me where I lost you at. But I don't understand where I lost you. The water, because water is level. When we're talking about the sea and we're talking about tides and waves and all of that, we get the mean sea level, which takes all of those heights and then you have one to deal with. So that's one height, mean sea level, that you then judge other objects in different heights from. Like mean sea level. How high is this mountain above mean sea level? Which is one level. How high is this lighthouse above sea level? One level. How much is, everything is with respect to sea level. Sea level can't also be a continuous curve on top of the different elevations higher and lower than it. Because that's dumb. It's dumb because horizontal and horizon and level and straight and all the things that we use those definitions for practically would be unuseful then.
How would it be unuseful? You're saying that.
If horizontal didn't exist, how the fuck would it be useful?
I know what horizontal means. What do you think horizontal means?
Well, again, if it didn't exist, though, how would it be useful?
Well, it's a fucking concept.
That's the point.
Concepts don't
that's the point. It doesn't. No, horizontal. The horizon, is that a concept?
The absurdity of the conclusion you're drawing.
Those are two different words. They're talking.
You're basically asking how useful is.
No, shut up. Another guy's talking.
One at a time.
Horizontal, straight, level.
Sure.
All of these things are synonyms.
Relatively true.
No, they're synonyms. So horizontal isn't a concept. It's something you achieve. What are you talking about? If I get a mirror and I hang it,
achieve by what it means? Achieve how?
If there is no horizontal, you can't achieve it.
You just fucking ran.
What are you talking about? No,
are we arguing about definitions or are we arguing about observable truths? I'm here for empirical evidence, not words and definitions.
Why are you conflating the concept of the horizon?
So we have another person that's just wasting time, basically. Because at the end of the day, everybody here who's listening to me understands horizontal is not a concept. Horizontal is something you achieve when you build
it's not very useful to do that. You can have use with the concept of the horizontal level, like the X plane. Yeah, level
is this what you guys deal with all day? Like, is this what it's like?
It's different than horizontal. On small scales, you can.
Is that what's up? Is this what it's like? Is this what it's like all day?
I hope so, because I'm just spitting facts. You guys can't hold the conversation, can you? So yeah, horizontal is a plane, like in an XYZ on a chart with two dimensions. X could be horizontal.
Does anybody else in here think horizontal is a concept?
It doesn't matter. These are words and definitions.
Right. So when I'm talking about a builder who achieves horizontal, it's not just talk at that point. It's somebody having done something.
Is anyone here in construction then? Do we have an expert in here, or are we just assuming what builders do?
We have a few.
Do we? My uncle has also spoken to me about this, and he's a construction foreman, so I haven't heard it.
Okay. So then the conversation is better suited for somebody else. I don't know if Radwin is in here or.
And then has anyone been part of a large project that spans more than several miles to take into account the curve, or are these just buildings that are like hundreds of meters at most, maybe?
Yeah, all of it. We have all that. What are you talking about?
Because I don't see how they take into the curve into account if they're only building buildings that are hundreds of meters at most in length.
Nobody said that but you, though.
Okay, so do we have evidence of someone building and not using the curvature over miles? That's an expert in here? Or are we just making assumptions?
If somebody, like I said, if somebody was in here that had that kind of expertise, it would make sense for them to talk. Because that's their bag. I can just tell you that the Earth measures flat. And nobody's building anything on a globe because there's no globe to be seen. There's no globe to be measured. Now, you want to challenge me on that? I mean, I'd destroy you right here and right now.
It sounds like you're an expert on this topic, are you not then?
What? The Earth measuring flat?
No, well, we were just talking about building. We can get to the measurement of the Earth after this.
No, I'm not. I don't build things. I'm not a builder.
Okay. Well, I won't speak on that then either, but you did just bring that up.
Yeah, I did. And then when you said, well, do you have any experts in here? I said, well, it's not me. See, this is the type of shit that makes me feel like there's like 3 different trolls fucking with me. Because it's like, either you're trolling or you have the aptitude of a 5-year-old. Because this is what it's like talking to young children.
Is this not a fair point?
What are you talking about?
You claim to know builders that don't take into account curvature, and I claim to have builders that do. What do you say about that?
Nothing. Because
who's right?
Nobody said anything for anyone to be right.
So that can't be a point against the globe Earth then, correct? If we don't know.
It's not a point against the globe Earth. The fact that it doesn't measure as one and the fact that it measures flat is my reasoning. And I don't need a builder to tell me or show me that.
I've met snipers that have taken into account the Coriolis effect, and I'm sure you guys have met snipers that don't.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. Unless you say someone has directly measured it or directly not seeing what they claim to be the curvature, like I have specifically, then we're not talking about anything. I'm not a sniper. I'm not a builder. I'm not a NASA employee. I am nothing but someone who has validated what I know to be true. But if you don't have any knowledge or want to go back and forth about that, I can't help you.
You're not a scientist either, but then you claim to decide to disprove all of science.
What does cause and effect have to do with measurement? Didn't I just tell you what measures has? Or what does that have to do with cause and effect relationships, independent and dependent variables, and being the researcher that manipulates the variable to get the outcome, and either validating or invalidating your hypothesis? You don't even know what I just said. You don't know what a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You don't know how to build one. But you're sitting here talking about. I'm not talking about science. I wouldn't be, because I'm talking about measurement. Why would I be talking about science? I don't care what caused the Earth to be here.
That's okay.
That's the wrong. That's the wrong tool. It's the wrong category. You know what a category error is?
What?
You know what a category error is?
No, what's that?
That's what you just did.
That's okay. Well, I'm saying
using the wrong tool. That's like going to a math class and talking about, I don't know, something not related.
So we're not talking about the engineering thing and how bridges are used to account for the
engineering is not science either. It's engineering.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about science anymore. I'm just saying that was a point that was mentioned.
So you're trying to go back to another point. Why would I be talking about engineering? Didn't I tell whoever I just spoke to that I wasn't a builder?
I was interrupted again, but I'll tell you why I went back to that point. It's because I was muted by you, so I couldn't have added my point whenever I would have liked to.
Oh, I missed the fireworks. What was the flat earther trying to say?
Well, they're trying to say stuff. All I said was the earth measures flat. Nobody's going to engage that, so
I'll engage it.
Okay, earth measures flat.
No, the part of the earth that you're measuring measures flat. And that doesn't matter because you can measure anything and you can ignore precision. You can make your own estimation.
Excuse me.
And you can draw your own conclusion.
How are you going to start like that instead of asking me specifically, instead of talking to me like, I don't know, a bigot who's actually having a conversation in his mind with a flat earther entitled, versus just talking to me?
Well, I'm talking to you. You're incorrect. You said
so what are you talking about? How do you know what I'm incorrect about? How do you know?
Because the earth is vast. There's no way that it's been measured flat. No one has. You don't have anyone that's measured it flat.
So can it be flat for 75 miles and still be a ball?
No, it can't be flat 75 miles.
All right. Okay, so good. What the fuck are they doing when they're using trigonometry for landing and taking off in airplanes?
Hey, so to your first observation or your first comment, it's still incorrect. Can you be patient and let me answer?
No, because we're moving forward. And you making the conversation mad slow. I thought,
you're making an error.
We're at the point where I asked you if you could have 75 miles of flat. You said no. I said, okay, so what the fuck? Then what the fuck is planned landing and takeoff? What's that 75 plus miles about?
75 plus miles. Are you going to let me answer or are you going to keep cutting me off?
Because the point is...
Oh, well then what's the point of asking? Go ahead.
It kind of was rhetorical.
Oh, okay. Well then forget the answer because I have an answer that pretty much shuts you down. But
the answer has to actually invalidate what I'm saying.
It will.
First of all, I said it measured flat, and you said some parts. Then I said, well, how about 75 miles? And then you said, of course not.
Of course not.
Let me rephrase this. So they're doing pure trigonometry with the baseline of 75 miles for landing and takeoff.
Okay, and what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? That nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That is a.
Oh my God!
Once again, listen. Don't let me answer. Just talk.
Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
Why ask the question? Why ask the question?
I don't know why you ask questions. You don't seem to hear answers. So
you said, what does it have to do with the Earth? The baseline, is literally the distance from control to wherever the plane's ground position is on the ground, which is a flat horizontal distance.
That is true, but that is not the shape of... still won't let me talk. I'll tell you what, you say the phrase, go ahead and talk, and then I'll respond. Go ahead. Enjoy yourself.
No, I don't like you, bro.
I don't like you either, but I'll let you speak without cutting you off every time you talk. You guys can't seem to do that.
All you need to do is just defeat the point that I just raised.
I will, but no one can defeat a point while they're being interrupted. A point cannot be defeated while being interrupted. So let me try again. Try not to interrupt. You keep talking about measurements, but that is not the shape of the Earth. You're assuming that it's the shape of the Earth, but it's not. The deviation is what's called a chord.
I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not. I'm sorry. I didn't tell him that I was trying to give him the shape of the Earth. I didn't tell him I was trying to measure the entirety of the flatness of the Earth from point A to point. I didn't tell him none of that. I'm just saying, well, it can't be a ball with 3,959 miles if 75 miles of it is flat. That's all I'm saying. Flat's not a shape.
Can I ask a question? Can I just say something real quick?
No, because I'm about to unmute him and see what he's about to say. No, it seems like I'm the only person available right now. So I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Yep.
Everybody wants to talk about everything other than the fact that you can't have 75 miles worth of flat on a fucking ball. That's 3,959 miles in radius and 24 plus in circumference. That's all.
So I can't say what I was going to say because you said so. Well, that's okay.
Does it have to do with what I was just talking about?
In a way.
Does it have to do with the baseline that they use for calculating everything else that they need?
It actually doesn't have to do with any of this. What I was going to say was...
Then no. Like, so fuck? Then no. If you're not talking about that, then not until I'm done with that point. Is that a problem? Can somebody not go, that's ridiculous? Of course there isn't 75 miles of flat. You're wrong. Let me just pull up this document or it. Are y'all going to do that? Hello? Is that in the cards? Because if you're not going to tell me how it's not actually flat, then...
Am I unmuted? Well, I was just going to say...
Listen, I'm muting and unmuting you. So I'm listening to hear if you're going to engage what I'm saying.
Listen to me.
What I'm saying, then I asked you, fair enough. I said, yo, is what you're going to say have anything to do with the baseline that I was just talking about? You said no. So I told you then no, your point is irrelevant at this moment.
I have an issue with what is happening here. Please listen to me.
I'm going to give you 10 seconds. If it doesn't sound like that is critiquing the point that I just made...
Oh my god!
Because I'm cool with accepting criticism, and if I'm wrong, but if you're about to try to sidestep it to say some other shit, you're getting muted, bro. That's just straight up.
Okay, I'm not talking about flat Earth here. I'm criticizing what.
Okay, so you're definitely just not. You're not coming off mute then. So again, I want to talk about this 75 miles of flat. Is what I'm saying facts, or is it not? Who's going to push the issue? It's kind of gay too, because every time I bring up the plane thing, you would think that people who are honest would just go, "Wow, that is an interesting point." Second of all, like, bro, if you know in your heart of hearts that the Earth is a globe, why are you here? Because I'm not here to convince you of shit. I'm just telling you how planes fly and what they do to calculate what they need to calculate to land safely. There's no convincing there. I just read that off of a website somebody put together. I'm not a pilot.
Yeah. The airplane can only land safely on a runway that's not moving.
That's also true. This is so corny, man. This is so corny. You know what it is? I shouldn't be in Discord. I should be somewhere important asking these questions. That's what it is. I don't even know why I'm getting frustrated with people that I know aren't serious in the first place. Because meanwhile, while y'all are fucking around here, like, bro, believe me.
But you're fucking around here too.
I mean, but when I'm fucking around, like, because I'm in the house right now, and I kind of that's why I'm so annoyed. But if I was outside, I would just use you as an example.
Oh, you're saying that you have like proof that you could demonstrate in person.
No, well, I always do that. But what I'm saying is, when somebody on here says something stupid, I ask a random person a question, gives me the honest answer that lets me know, okay, yeah, I knew this person on the other end was dumb, because I knew that a 5-year-old could understand what I was trying to get across.
Oh, a 5-year-old definitely could.
Like 5-year-olds don't think that they can stand antipodal on a ball.
I actually think a 5-year-old could be the only person that could understand what you're saying.
I agree.
Right, because all the adults are brainwashed.
That's right. Good cope. That's really good cope, actually. And in fact, they're brainwashed about cereal too. You don't need carbs to
you think
live.
So? You think so?
You can live off 0 carbs. They're all lying. They're brainwashed.
All right, let's talk about religion.
No, that's not about flat Earth. You can't talk about that.
No. Let's talk about religion. Who first measured the Earth and how did they do it?
You tell me.
Don't tell me you don't know. It's just a belief you have. Okay, move on to the second belief you have. That's fine. Number 2. Who's measured the rotation, or that the Earth is actually on some axial tilt? Who specifically? Who discovered that? And how? What practical way did they use?
Anyone with a strong enough radar. Anyone with a strong enough radar.
No, that's incorrect. So that's a belief that you have. Okay, so let's go to the third and final point.
Yeah, it's just incorrect. Like, no explanation.
Yeah, because the point is, he doesn't know. I said, let's talk about religion. I talked about the 2 main things that we should know as Earthlings. No, not believe, no. And he said, you tell me.
Wait, what's that got to do
No,
with
that's
religion?
that's not what you said. You said who was the first person to measure the Earth or something, and I said, I don't know, you tell me.
Exactly.
And then you said something about religion, and then I said that.
Exactly.
Exactly what? What are you saying?
If I say, okay, well, who created this BMW? You either know or you don't know.
BMW did? What? What?
You either know or you don't know.
Who created this BMW? No, I actually don't know who the manufacturing robot was for that.
And that's fine. So when I said let's talk about religion, what I meant was let's talk about beliefs and things that we don't know. I then went on to ask you two of the most pertinent things about the thing that most people believe. And you said, I don't know, you tell me. Which tells me that
I
you're
don't think
religious.
that's the most pertinent thing people believe.
All right. Question number 3. How do you know that space is a vacuum or a medium or lack thereof that we've actually traveled to? How do you know that?
Oh, sorry. Can I answer the question previous to that?
Okay, so who and with what methodology did they measure the rotation of the Earth and the actual tilt?
So you're saying that because I don't know this individual
and with what methodology? If you say
he's getting tilted now.
That's the point.
He's getting tilted. Again,
He gave you one. I didn't like it.
I tell you, I don't know, but I'm going to continue with my point. I'm going to say you said that because I don't know who this individual is, then what I'm saying is simply a religion, it's a belief. And you're interrupting me, so I can't finish my point. But you're saying what?
I told you that.
Sorry?
I told you weren't going to finish your point, though.
I think I know I'm going to finish my point if you would let me.
Yeah, but I'm not going to let you.
Of course, you never let anyone. So continue.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry about my stupid question, but you're literally asking if the Earth is flat?
Wait, why would you mute them?
Who's next?
What's the point in having a debate if you're just going to mute people?
It's not a debate.
So that he can tell them that they're wrong while they're muted and can't defend themselves.
I don't know who told you it was a debate.
It's a power trip.
I wasn't here to tell him whether he was right or wrong. I told him
you've got strong evidence that looks like the moon is spherical, but you don't know if it is. You have to go there. Remember, the exercise that was given to you by over something, I forgot his other half of his name, you look and you didn't get it correct because you had to guess. You understand? That's it. You're only guessing when you're looking through the telescope. You're not confirming anything. It's theories. That's all it is. Assumptions. That's why we flat earthers say immediately, we don't know what the moon is. That's the honest answer. You see?
Yeah, okay. Actually, the information that was given to me when I was in kid, that there is a sun and there is a moon and there is a earth and these are in a shape of sphere. That's why I made this model and it works fine.
Well, you don't know. That's just the thing. You don't know. It was a story. You haven't done any confirmation.
No, I don't know. That's not the point. I don't confirmed by. I never went there, so I cannot say it's 100% confirmed. I can say it's.
Right. You can't say that. Yeah.
I can say that it's a small. Like I can assume that. Like I'm not saying anything out of thin air.
Yeah, but again,
like
assuming. Yeah, but assuming is nothing at this point. Assumptions are nothing. There's nothing, isn't it? It's not knowledge. You see? An assumption is not the truth. An assumption is not knowledge. An assumption is not facts. It's not proving anything, is it?
Oh, so how you are going to prove the flat earth? Like, if you're not assuming anything.
Hang on. You haven't been listening at all. I said you must go out and measure the curvature. Did I not say that?
Wait, how do I measure the curvature?
Okay, now it's a good question.
Yeah, please. Sorry if I am disrespecting you, but
that's a good, no. That's a good question. Okay, that's a very good question you ask. How do you measure the curvature? Well, basically, the curvature is meant to be curving from point A to point B. Okay. So, for example, if we look at the distance of 6,000 miles for example, that's a long way. That's from London to Japan, for example, okay? That's 6,000 miles, 10,000 kilometers, okay? Between that distance, okay, there must be 3,740.47 miles of curvature. How do I know this? Because the curvature calculator, which you can download from the Google, okay, helps you to calculate that. It's 8 inches per mile square is the formula. So within the 6,000 miles, there should be 3,740 miles of curvature, but it's not there. Okay, I've traveled that route many times. The plane is flying horizontal, the plane. The aeroplane travels. But if the Earth is curving...
Yeah, that's interesting, like what you showed me. I will definitely try this right now.
Yeah, you try it. You try it. If the Earth is curving, then the plane must follow the circumference, that curvature of the Earth. Okay? But it doesn't. It flies horizontal all the way. There's no curved trajectory. It doesn't fly in a curved path. And if it did fly in a curved path, that would mean I could not leave my seat. I could not go to the toilet. I'm not going to get any meals, blankets, drinks, or anything. Because the staff, also the cabin crew, have to sit down and put the seatbelt on. Because a curved trajectory is not safe. It's a curved trajectory. Horizontal, yes, they can serve everybody. But on a curved trajectory, no one's getting served. Because the plane is not level.
When the train is going around a corner, you can still get up and walk around.
Yes, that's a train on a flat Earth going round on a corner. That's fine. But you will notice that you have to be careful of your drinks. But if you're taking a curved trajectory where the aeroplane is not level, it's either nosing up to follow the curve and then coming down, rounding that Earth, you're not getting anything, mate. You're going to sit on the seat and seat belted up. You're not going anywhere. Okay? Yeah. And the plane doesn't do that. And then there's more proof of that. The in-flight telemetry data, which is the black box, which is actually orange, that records all the characteristics of the flight, shows us that the aeroplane is flying horizontal, taking a curved trajectory. It shows us plane take off, fixed angle there, then it levels off, and it remains level for the duration of the flight until it comes to land at its destination. Again, the angle is shown again. So there's proof right off the bat. High tech, very important proof. Proof that you take to a court of law when there's an incident, an accident, a plane has crashed. They want to see the in-flight telemetry data. That's how important that is. Not flying over a ball, sir. So, Shadow, what are you doing now?
Actually, I'm checking out this calculator, Earth curvature calculator.
Oh, yeah, please, yeah. So you put in the distance, 6,000 miles, and it tells you how much curvature there should be. It should be 3,740.47 miles. I know. I checked many times. And I've done the distance many times. I'm in Japan now, talking to you. So I've done that distance. And there's no curvature. And that would be impossible if the Earth is 24,901 miles of circumference. And the word circumference is the clue. Circumference, circular, circumference. That means the plane must, without a doubt, follow the curvature of the Earth. The word curvature means not horizontal. It means you're going to take a curved trajectory. And a curved line and a straight line are completely different. They're not the same. They're not married. They're not relatives. They don't even live in the same house. Right. That's the beauty of using an aeroplane. You can tell whether or not you're on a globe. Most people take it for granted because they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about getting their meals, reaching their destination, and enjoying their holidays, business, and visits. They've totally forgotten about the globe. It's not even on their mind at all. I know I was one of them. Yeah, go ahead, Shadow.
Yeah, because that's not important when you travel.
that, if you look at a distance of 600 miles, it will tell you the curvature for 600 miles. You know, it's a good good calculator. So you can use that to measure
Is this
whether or not.
can I want to confirm the calculator. This is earthcurvature.com.
Okay, go ahead. Yes. If you want, I can put my one in there. If you want, I can give you the one that I use. It's a very good one.
Yeah.
Let me see. Where did I
the
put it?
explanation.
Yes, where did I put it? Ah, yeah. I've got to get my. Got to go on a Safari. Here we go. And I'll try and put that in the server for you right now. Hang on a second. Let me see. Where's my Earth calculator? This is it.
I got a stencil.
Come on. That's odd. Oh, here we are. That's good. Got it. Nice. Okay. What did it say? Yes. Discord, please. And then let me see. Where am I? Okay. I'm sending you my Earth calculator now. Okay. The one that I use. There it is. Okay. You click on the link. You get the Earth calculator, curvature calculator, and all you have to do in this one is just select whether you want miles or kilometers, and then put in the distance, and it will give you the curvature, the amount of curvature there should be. Yeah, you have to put calculate. There's a little red button you press, calculate, and it calculates it. Okay, okay.
3,740 miles.
I told you, 0.47. Yeah. So, okay. So you can use that to help you measure the curvature of the Earth if it's there. All right. Because that's the most important thing that we flat earthers say. We say that, you need to check it for yourself. Don't just listen to me. Look at what we're telling you, look at the information, listen to what we say, and then go out and check. Don't just be believing. That's not what it's about. It's about listening and then going to confirm. We could be wrong. We could be wrong. Huh? Could be, but we're not. But we could be wrong. So you go and check. We could even be lying, for all you know. By checking, then you know we're not lying. Yeah.
Well, while he has an Earth curve calculator up, it might be a good time to present a long distance observation to him. Is he here still?
Yeah. Yeah, I hope he is. Shadow, are you still there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so here we have a long distance observation, right, over the surface of water, over a large lake. Now, I have some screenshots, right? Because this is all from a full-length video, which I'll share for you, and I have a small video as well to go along with it, right? Just so you can see what I'm talking about. Now, if you could put in the observer height of 5 foot into your Earth curve calculator. You put it in, Shadow?
Actually, I'm having difficulty to understand this.
Yeah, I've got
I'll slowly understand when I put thoughts in it.
Yeah, let me don't worry about the Earth curve calculator, just let me present it because I have screenshots from the Earth curve calculator already made. Okay, so I can show you them, and then you can check it afterward. All right, can you see the side chat, Shadow?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so that's the camera setup. Okay, so it's just set up 5 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, and you can see in the image just below, we have a 21-mile distance. Okay, so the target is the other side of the lake, which is 21 miles away. Now, in this observation, he has a friend across the other side of the lake. Okay, so this next screenshot will show you what it looks like over on the target side of the lake. Okay, so have a look at that. You can see the shoreline, and you can see the big giant white tower. Take note of the tower.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. All right, so this here is the observation. It's just uploading now. Okay, so he's going to try to zoom in across the lake and see what he can see through his camera. Okay, so here's a clip from the video showing the zoom. All right, so you'll be able to see when he zooms in, you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and we can also see the white tower, just like we can see from the target side of the lake. Okay, so now time for the mathematics. Okay, so this is the Earth curve calculator. All right, so can you see this screenshot of the Earth curve calculator?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so we can see that I've put in the eye height, which is the camera height of 5 foot, and then the target distance of 21 miles, which will be the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, so then we can see that on a globe, the distance to the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. Okay, and then you see it. Okay, and then the target, right, which is the shoreline on the other side, should be hidden behind the horizon and obstructed by 200.
It should be hidden behind the horizon, right?
Yes, and it should be.
Maybe I have this very interesting idea. I can also make like a 3D model of that. Like I can make water which is in a shape of like curvature, and I can place the same height of like anything. Like I can make tower, and I can place camera on the other side.
Excellent. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, so on a globe you should have a horizon at 2.7 miles away. And then the shoreline on the other side should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet. Right? That's kind of like the size of a skyscraper building. So basically, if the Earth were a globe, you would have to have a skyscraper building sitting on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? And then the observer would only just be able to see the very top of it sticking over the horizon. Now, what we see in the observation is that there's no horizon over the entire 21 miles, right? There's no horizon. On a globe, there would have to be a horizon at 2.7 miles. And then we see zero obstruction, zero curvature over 21 miles.
Right. Okay. I will. First, I will understand what is this curvature.
So what I'll do?
Curvature calculator.
Yep. I'll post the video, the full video, so you can have a look at the full video as well. It shows the whole observation, start to finish, and they also do a laser test in the video as well, which is also extra clarification. So there you go. So when we go out and we actually test the Earth, right, by doing laser tests, doing different types of observations, we can't detect any curvature where there must be large amounts of curvature. We consistently can't find any curvature. And then when we ask for evidence of the Earth curvature from the globe side, we don't get anything that matches up.
Yeah, we don't get anything from them. Like you said, yeah, we don't get any curvature. Nothing. We get tomfoolery is what we get from them, jokes. And it's really disappointing at this point when they start doing that, start laughing their way out of their problems. There you are. We've taken the time to try and prove the Earth is a globe. You show them the findings. It's irrefutable. It's slam dunk. It's impeccable and empirical evidence. And then they laugh because they can't prove their globe. Yeah. Shame. Irrefutable evidence. Yeah. Water always finds its level, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't adhere to a ball whilst it's spinning. Can't. And that spin is at 1.5 times the speed of sound at the equator. Impossible. So, Shadow, do you understand the level of integrity here? The honesty of the video and the material you were given. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Okay, it's very, very clear.
I will also watch the full video and also create a simulation. That would be great.
Yeah. Remember, when you create the simulators and you create the models, you've still got to confirm. You've got to confirm those models in nature, out in the real world. Okay? Otherwise, all you've got is models on your computer that you haven't confirmed or validated or checked. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
It's a good. It's a good spot to test this because there is water everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
So
good.
there is no deformation of land.
Okay. Good. Then yeah, that's right. That's what you've got to do. Once you do that, then you know that the Earth is flat and it is not a ball. Okay? Then you have to check for the rotation. Next step. How do you check that the Earth is spinning now?
All right. Well, we've got this other guy that's asked if he can. Well, Shadow, go ahead.
I just want to confirm that you said that the tower should be almost invisible, it should be behind the horizon, right?
In this lake test, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's a curve, then it should be invisible, right?
Yeah. So the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be invisible, but the tower. Are you talking about the white tower in the video?
Yeah.
No, the bottom 223 foot should be obstructed behind the horizon. Now that's a giant tower. The tower is actually 1,200 feet high. It's one of the largest smokestacks in the world, that one. So the bottom 223 foot of it should be hidden behind the horizon. But the target is actually the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I'll just quickly show you another shot because these guys stayed there and they continued to do the observation during the afternoon and they did it again at nighttime. Okay, so here's a view from nighttime. So can you see that in the side chat? Okay, and then just one more time. This is the view from the target side of the lake. He's got his friend on the side of the lake that he's zooming into. Okay, so this is what the tower looks like from close up. And then the image above that, that's what it looks like from 21 miles away. So you can see there that there's nothing obstructed. You can see the same amount of the tower in both of those. And what you can also see, right? See the water on the shoreline, right? Not the water in the lake, but it's like a little stream or big puddles on the shoreline. In the image above at nighttime, you can see the lights from the town are actually reflecting off the shoreline. That shoreline, Yeah, that shoreline has to be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Oh, this other guy left, which is fine. He seemed the interrupting guy.
Yeah, he'll be back when he's ready. He'll be back when he is ready.
Yeah. It's no big loss. I don't think he didn't understand how interrupting works.
Yeah. He came in and said, "Hi guys," in the middle of what Shadow was doing.
Yeah, multiple times.
Yeah, that was silly, really.
All right, so Shadow.
Yeah.
I've got here's another example. Got another example for you here in the side chat. Okay, so this one, we can see a couple of oil platforms. Now, this one is from 8-foot observation height. Okay, this one's done in California, and we have a couple of oil platforms. Now, the oil platforms are there as distance markers because this is done out into the ocean. So obviously, without some distance markers, we would have no idea how far away the horizon is. Now, the purpose of this observation is a horizon test. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away from the observer, depending on the height of the observer. So if we put the math into the Earth curve calculator and we put 8 foot in, it will come up with a distance of 3.46 miles away, and that would be the distance to the horizon on a globe. Now, we can see the horizon is beyond the oil platforms. Okay? The second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. So we can see the horizon is actually far beyond the 10.1 mile platform, not at 3.46 miles where it should be on a globe.
Okay. That was good. Actually, I will look into that.
Yeah.
Okay, I should go now, right? Okay. Thanks for
Okay, Shadow, thank you for your patience.
The information was
and your
great.
questions. And thanks for listening. And hopefully you will apply what you have learned and go out into nature and watch all that material that is there. You will learn a lot. And then you can say, I don't know what the moon is. I don't know what the sun is, but I know the earth is flat. You'll be able to say that. I guarantee you. Flat earther in the making, ladies and gentlemen. Shadow is on his way. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I have every confidence in you. Thanks. Just don't assume everything. Yeah, great demonstration, DJ. Great demonstration, great presentation. Yeah. See, long distance observations. It's a real killer for the globe, you know?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Especially when we have such clear ones as well. I think the clear ones are the ones to go with.
Absolutely, yeah, obviously. You've got to check for the best weather conditions to do this because it proves how flat that earth is, you know. And remember, that was all yours was taken, one was from 5 feet, the other one is from 8
5 feet.
Yeah, and then you got the 8 foot one, and then you've got ones that are like 1 foot, 12 inches off. Amazing what you can see in just 12 inches and how far you can see. It is beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. We're only talking 12 inches. No, the curvature should be interrupting immediately. There shouldn't be you shouldn't be able to see that far. 12 inches, no curvature. Are you sure? Wow. You know?
So this is one of my favorite ones here, Jen, right? This one's 3 inches off the surface of the water.
Wow. Let me see.
Yeah, this is a really clear one as well because this is done in at a lake in Canada, so it's very, very clear conditions.
Yeah.
So
Canada
it shows
has beautiful lakes in Canada.
Yeah, it shows the horizon should be at 0.6 miles.
Yeah,
you can see that red line. That's where the horizon should be approximately. But we can see that second. We can see that second peninsula that's 13.8 miles away.
Wow!
Just goes out. You know, we can see it touching the water basically. So
yeah, and that's 3 inches.
3 inches. Yep. So in the full video, you can see him. He just holds it as close to the water as he can without getting it wet.
3 inches. Look at that.
Yep, and he can see 14 miles.
Yeah. It's a flat Earth without a doubt, and hopefully, you would demonstrate this to others as well, because it's such a slam dunk. It's real, not CGI, is it? CGI globe, and everyone's believing. Yeah, well done, man. Excellent.
We chased Matthew Loans away. He doesn't like the long distance observations.
Yeah, too long. I can see too far. I don't like that, which is a shame, really, because that's the beauty of it. You're running away from your truth, where you live. How can you imagine that, running away from where you live? Yeah. They've really been heavily indoctrinated. Not even to check. They don't even want to have a look, do they? They don't want to have a look. Go and check outside. I mean, I can understand that they don't know how to, you see. They've done so much believing that they don't know, and they've been told that the Earth is so big. How can you measure it, you see? They don't know how to.
Yeah, all of their talking points involve just looking up into the sky, basically.
Yeah, looking and believing. Look, son, the Earth is a globe. I love that meme. Oh, everybody! When I sent that one into an Islamic server, not the one that's on this one. I belong to another one, yeah. And the women are very receptive. Okay, the men are a bit hard nosed. But when I put that meme in, the one where the father was with his son's looking through the telescope, and his dad's pointing out, "Look, son, the Earth is a globe." Those women got the joke instantly because they're flat earthers, you see. I've got them to think about it, and they become flat earthers. This would be last year, okay? But I put the meme in this year, and they were laughing. They just laughed their heads off at the absurdity of it, to be looking at the stars and then saying you're a globe. They got it 100%. Yeah, so it's such a good one.
Just posted. Jen, have a look at the side chat. Here's a different one.
Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to collect that one.
How do flat earthers debunk the story of this legendary pilot called Amelia Earhart?
Oh, she's a good woman. She's a good woman. We don't debunk her. We don't debunk Amelia Earhart because Amelia Earhart actually stated that the Earth was flat. So we don't debunk her at all. She's playing our game. Okay. Unfortunately, she fell foul to some sabotage and ended up dying, I think, crashing. She was trying to go around the Earth, okay, at the equator, okay, circumnavigating
exactly.
the equator.
And it is said that she actually she was 80%.
She was
80% of
nearly 95% finished. She was on that last stretch. She was just there, nearly finishing. Yeah. In an interview. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Was she quoted saying that the Earth is flat? Like, was it documented, or was it in her diaries, or
no? She said it in words. What happened was she was getting lost. Okay, she was very famous for getting lost. You see, more so than her triumphs. She was more famed for getting lost whenever she flew a plane. Okay, and you know what she said? She said that the maps she was using wasn't matching what she saw. Okay, and that the Earth looked flat to her. So she was advised to make her maps flat, right, and not to ignore the globe. Okay. And then she made a comment that one time that when she was doing her famous flight from New York, I think it was, over to Ireland, to Paris, She wanted to get to Paris. She had a bit of engine trouble where the engine muffler came detached from the engine, so she could see the sparks coming through, and her visibility was dropped to almost zero. But she did say, though, at one point, she could see Ireland halfway across the Atlantic, thus proving flat Earth right there. She said the Earth looked flat.
So, was it an accident or was it a sabotage? Because
I think it was sabotage.
Okay.
Yeah. And the reason I say that is because Amelia Earhart was challenging what the men were doing and being more successful. And she was going to do this around the world across the equator because no one had done it yet. Okay. And she was going to be the first person to do this. And then the first woman. The men couldn't let her do that. That's why she was taken down, I think. And she was proving flat Earth as well. So unfortunately for Amelia, she was in a man's world, and men didn't like women challenging their testosterone and their ego. They didn't like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it was just unfortunate for Amelia. Lovely woman. She did try her best, but she was taken out. Go on.
Yeah, I was surprised that the president actually launched a such effort and they never recovered even the wreckage. Nothing.
They should
They got nothing.
They should have found it. It was impossible for them not to find it. You got submarines. Come on.
Yeah.
You got submarines. They can't find the wreckage. Submarines. Get out of here,
Submarines can find it. Yeah.
Yeah. They would have found it. They would have found it without a doubt.
And
they probably did, and they're hiding it.
There's too much cover about
it. It's just an east to west circumnavigation anyway. So even if she did make it, it would work just fine on a flat plane or on a globe. It's not something that's exclusive to a globe because east and west are just circles. So I mean,
yeah. But she did say that the Earth looked flat to her, and that she could see Ireland halfway across the Atlantic. Okay, and you factor out the curvature there, you wouldn't be. That's 3,000 miles. Okay, so if she's halfway across, that's 1,500 miles of distance. Okay, and their curvature would kick in. She wouldn't be able to see it. But she made that comment. Yeah. So no, I like Amelia Earhart. Sad for her and a sad story, but she did triumph and did some good challenges.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking at the progress summary. So it is said that she actually traveled from US to South America. She completed that, and then from South America to Africa, and then from Africa to India, then to Southeast Asia.
Yeah, she actually went to Papua New Guinea as well, by the way, or thereabouts.
Yeah.
On her trip. Yeah. She had to do repairs there.
And the guy she was traveling with too also, like, she also...
The man was a fool. The man was a fool and a drunkard. Okay? That's what he was. A useless man. An obstacle in her way. And a drunkard.
So I was like watching the documentary about like she was trying to send a radio signal to a US military ship.
Yeah.
But they could not like triangulate her location using the radio signal. So like according to the YouTube video I saw, they are like concluding that it was an accident.
Yeah. That's what they conclude, of course. And yet when there were people that said they could hear her sending out an emergency signal. You see?
Yeah.
So obviously she must have landed somewhere, they said.
Yeah, because someone else commented and said if the Atlantic was capable of sending an SOS signal, why then couldn't Amelia Earhart also send an SOS signal to like an emergency team somewhere? Yeah,
that's right.
So maybe she was taken out maybe to cover up something that they're afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with you there because it is very suspicious that she gets near to the end and then that happens. Come on, man.
Exactly.
We call that foul play. Foul play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so we flat earthers, we don't debunk Amelia Earhart, actually, because she did mention flat earth and that, you know. And as DJ said, her trip obviously would have proven flat earth, but, you know, it works on both models, if you will. I'm just trying to get that video that I've got of her and her husband. What an ugly man she was. And in this image, you will see of Amelia Earhart, she does look really tired and haggard, you know. Okay, she looks really rough in the image next to her husband. She didn't want to have any children. She was so much in love with aviation that she couldn't stop flying. Okay, so she got married, but she didn't want to have any children. That was the agreement of the marriage. No children. It's funny that when you don't want Amelia, she's all over the place. When you're looking for her now, you can't find a woman. Come on, what's happening here? Okay, let me try again from the beginning. Yeah. Aha! There she is, hiding.
So I've actually the U.S. Coast Guard ship called Itasca actually confirmed that
Yes.
they were able to, yeah, they were receiving signals from Lockheed Electra, especially on frequency 3,105 kilohertz, and that she was in the area close enough for radio contact, and she was running low on fuel, and she was unable to see Howland Island. So if she was in the area, how comes then they did not even recover the wreckage? Because it had to be around that area.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't understand how they could not have found it myself as well. And they had, you know,
Exactly.
they had aircraft carriers, ships, and submarines. I mean, what's going on? Why couldn't they find it? What happened? They didn't look, or
Exactly.
they found it, but they covered it up.
Exactly.
Okay, there's the video that I'm talking about. Anyway, that I posted. This one documents her exploits and flat Earth references. It's all there. Okay, it's a nice one. I don't know if you've seen it. The Secret She Knew.
Yeah.
Can you see the title?
Yeah, I can see the title. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I think you might enjoy that one. It's a young black woman who's actually narrating the video. Okay, young black woman, but you know, the secret is there. It's very, very good documentary. That one. I've had that one years, maybe 8 years, 9 years, because I got it when I was into the flat Earth from the very beginning of 2015. You know, December. That's when I realized that I'd made a mistake about the shape of the Earth for 48 years. Okay, and then I was into Amelia Earhart because it stated that she mentioned flat Earth. I thought, well, let me look at that then. Let me do a bit of research. And then I was going to give a presentation on this channel called Sun and Moon Family United, and the owner of that server was Karen. She's put out a lot of stuff, and I was getting ready to do this presentation, and her channel got shut down on the very day that I'm going to do this presentation of Amelia Earhart's life story and how there's a connection to flat Earth. Her channel goes down on the day. Me for the channel going down. But that had nothing to do with that. But yeah, so there you are. I'm glad you mentioned her because it shows that you're doing some good research. Okay, so I congratulate you on that because you're bringing information to the people who are listening in the live stream as well, so they're learning. Okay, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I happened to like Google some of the mysterious flights that have actually the wreckage has never been recovered, and she was one of them. And then I was surprised to see that she actually made an attempt to go around the world, and then it became like relevant. So I started to look at it with more details.
Yeah, like me, same story. You know, it's fascinating. I learned about Amelia Earhart when I was 10 years old anyway. And, you know, it scared me. The story scared me because when you look at her live story, she was good at flying. She got lost, okay, but she landed, she did it all right. And then one day she disappeared and they never found her body. And I found that mysteriously scary as well. Scary. You know?
Me too. It says that she was a legendary pilot. So I also raised eyebrows there because if she was legendary, then what happened? Must be some sort of cover up by the
yeah, and she had a lot of troubles, which she had. If she had trusted mechanics and aircraft mechanics, which she trusted, she should never had a problem. But she always seemed to have problems. Some kind of sabotage was going on, is what I thought anyway. And then this co-pilot that was a drunkard, likes to drink too much.
Yeah, I think the Navy ship that was responsible for like guiding her and receiving the radio signals received maybe a command from the government or something not to help her when she was after she was approaching the island, maybe something like that. But like you said, some sort of sabotage.
Yeah, well, you know, definitely, man.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah. There was one woman who said that she could hear noise in the background. All right, when Amelia Earhart was sending out the emergency signal, there, this woman said she could hear a disturbance in the back of the plane. You know, that would be the co-pilots. Yeah, so who knows what happened there? It really is an odd story. Very strange. Indeed. Poor woman.
Yeah, and then the Navy like rushed to say it is a crash and sink theory. Like they just quickly concluded that that was what happened without even investigating. So this is what actually the U.S. government usually does. Like after doing something bad, and then the public expresses distrust, they like rush. They come up with some sort of excuse or theory. They quickly sell it to the public and then expect everyone to believe it. But I'm really glad you guys were skeptical and actually investigated all those claims.
Oh yeah. We've got to really. Because at the end of the day, you know, we're not living on a ball earth, so we'll check everything and anything. We'll check it. Got to. You got. You see, after that lie that you're not on a ball now, and you find that out, you're going to check everything. We know 9/11 was an inside job. We know that it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. You know, it wasn't Sirhan who shot JFK. You know. Yeah. It wasn't the Muslims that brought down the Twin Towers and building number 7.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with Islam. But there you go, they blame.
But the guy who drove Lee Harvey Oswald to work that day said he carried a bag with something in it, maybe a disassembled rifle, something of the sort.
Nah. Lee Harvey Oswald was a very bad rifleman. He wasn't a good shot. And the rifle that he had, they said he had, they called it the humanitarian rifle because you couldn't hit the side, the broad side of a barn door with it. It wasn't very good, not accurate at all. The best marksman could not operate that gun and fire and hit Kennedy like that 3 times. No, impossible. You couldn't do it. Bolt action. There's a tree in the way as well. When you look out through the Texas Book Depository, at the root, there's a tree in the way. A tree is in the way.
And then the final shot came from the front. That one, they cannot hide that one. That is an established fact.
Exactly.
His head went backwards.
Yeah, it's from the, what is it? From the, there's the Kennedy film.
The grassy knoll. Yeah, someone was on the grassy knoll, maybe some gun.
Well, it wasn't from the grassy knoll. No, it was from the underground tunnels underground, from the manhole cover. Okay, that's where that shot comes. The grassy knoll has been proven to be fake. Okay, so it's not the grassy knoll. No, it came from the underground. There's a documentary called from 9/11 to JFK, or JFK to 9/11. Sorry, JFK to 9/11. Everything was a rich man's trick. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want that? Do you want to put the video in for you to watch it?
Yeah. I would really appreciate it because that one has been puzzling
you right now. Yeah, I'll do that for you right now. Yeah, it's called JFK. From JFK to 9/11, everything was a rich man's trick. 3.5 hour history lesson you're going to learn. One of the best history lessons you're going to learn with this one. Yeah, I've watched it many times. I gave it to my brother. He was shocked. All my brothers were shocked when I showed him. Yeah, let me get that one for you now. Hang on a sec. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was it. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. That was what Kevin Costner said in the film called Kennedy. Kennedy, the assassination film. Okay. He said that the bullet came from his head went back and to the left. Back and to the left.
Okay.
He kept repeating that.
So, how many shooters were there? Like, were they 3 or?
According to this documentary, I don't want to spoil it for you, but there were 4 teams of shooters, 4 teams of 2 pairs. Okay, but I don't want to say any more because if I start to tell you, you're gonna, I'm going to give you all the evidence. So no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
I want you to watch it and enjoy it.
Also, the footprint, the fingerprint of someone called Malcolm Wallace was also found on the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository.
There you go.
That was also
Malcolm Wallace. Yeah.
And he was LBJ's hitman.
Yes. And he was seen as well in the Texas Book Depository because an eyewitness said they saw him there.
Okay.
And they described him perfectly.
Yeah. And then after doing their dirty job, when Lee Harvey Oswald says, "I did not do it," they conduct a paraffin test. It turns out to be negative. He never used a rifle on that day. Then they just shoot the guy.
Yeah. He was actually downstairs watching it. He was downstairs watching the procession. Right? He had he had a Coke, and he went downstairs. You know what I mean? Come on, man. It wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald.
Too much lies out there. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
It is very, very sad for a government that is very respected and that leads a very great country to be lying to its own citizens. It is very disgraceful.
It's a very disgraceful and a very bad black mark because during the 60s, everybody looked to America as the country with the most freedom. Do you know that?
Exactly.
Yeah. And Kennedy was loved around the world. In fact, wherever Kennedy went, all the people would come to see him more so than their own president. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He was a loved man. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that tells you how much they loved the Kennedy, man.
Yeah.
And then there are some stories about him that are very negative, which I find hard
Yeah.
to swallow for a man of impeccable integrity. Although he did cheat on his wife, that was a fact.
Yeah.
No escaping that.
Yeah,
He did
that
a bad thing there. I don't
Yeah.
condone that kind of behavior from a president, you know?
Yeah. I heard about that one. I think they were, he cheated with the wife of a Secret Service agent or something like that.
He did it many times, not just once. He was a bit of a womanizer, that guy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, and Hoover had some material that he could use to expose him. You see, that's why he had to accept Lyndon Johnson as the vice president, even though he hated him to death. Kennedy hated Lyndon Johnson. He was a criminal. That's why.
Yeah.
Lyndon Johnson was a criminal.
So who, according to that documentary, who was behind the whole thing? Was it LBJ or
I'm not going to tell you anything. You've got to watch it and learn. I'm not going to say anything because that will be telling you the whole thing. You've got to watch it.
Okay.
I'm posting it coming up now. I just got it. I'm just in the process of copying the link, which I've just done. And now I'm exiting my YouTube. And then my YouTube library, that is. The vote. I've locked the door. All locked. No one can get into my library. And now I'm entering Discord. Whoosh. And now I'm going into the chat. And now we are clicking in the message. Copy and pasty. There we are. Click, blue button. Bang. There you are. Okay. That video is 3.5 hours of a history lesson. You've got to watch it. Really good one. One of the best videos you're going to watch in a long, long time, this one. I've had it for years. When I passed it to all my friends and my family in London, they were like, wow, Chin, how'd you find this stuff? Well, I'm a researcher. I called myself a researcher then. I'm researching, man. They didn't go to the moon yet. All right. Yeah, no one's been to the moon. Yeah. Did you get it? Yeah, Timothy, did you get it? Okay. Something's going on there.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. I was actually watching it on YouTube.
Okay. You want to watch it then? Okay, I'll leave you to watch it. 3.5 hours, man.
Okay.
One of the best videos you'll ever watch. I've got loads of those. Loads. I'm a walking internet arsenal, I am.
Okay.
Okay. Enjoy. I'll leave you alone. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been listening. You've been listening to CBR1 and Tim Obedience Timothy. Right. And then we were listening to DJ presenting some long distance observations. Very, very clear, beautiful material. Okay. Because we're not living on a ball earth. That's for sure. No curvature, you see. All right. And one of the most important things that came out of that was looking through your telescope doesn't mean you know what you're looking at. Okay? You have to guess. When you look to the stars, you don't know what you're looking at. Okay? You can either believe what they tell you, but then you have to ask, how do they know? What methodology did they use? And when you start to scrutinize their methodology, you find it's all theoretical, it's all guesswork. Yeah. And maths. Yeah. And we had a guy called Shadow who was given 4 objects to look at, and he was asked which one of these, or which of these are spherical, and he went for the first 2 and the last one, and it turns out only one was spherical out of all that lot. You see, so he got it wrong, and he didn't understand the point until we explained it to him a few times that when you're looking at something, you're only guessing unless you know the object. Then you don't guess because you know. You know when your wife's car's coming or your son's car's coming up the road. You know it's your son. You're still not 100%. You might have to check the registration plate because there are many of those. But you know when you there's certain things you can tell, and then there are other things you cannot tell, and that would be anything in the stars. You don't know what they are, and you can't use those to say that Earth is the same. That's a very bad assumption and a mistake. Right. That's all I'm trying to say here. The number one standard is to go out into nature and validate the stories you have been told. And that's how you become a flat earther in the end. Which is what you were when you were born. You were born on a flat earth. And the education system has misinformed you, distracted you from God's creation. That was a deliberate action. They prepare you to be slaves. That's what the education is doing. It prepares you to be a slave. Unless you have special talents, then you might be able to rise from slave status to a controller. And you end up controlling the human race. Still not living correct, though. You might be making all the money, but you're a deceiver whilst you're making that money. Well, there are some people with genuine talents, you know, fashion designers, shoes, clothing, music, okay, arts, okay, we can give them their creative skills. But those who are in the government are the ones that are not good, because they're the ones controlling the human race and telling us we live on a ball when we don't. And that they can go to space when they can't with our money. Yeah. In the final analysis, believing is a mistake, knowing is correct, and validation is perfect. Go out and validate what you've been told. Stop believing and start knowing. If anybody's got any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. You're here. You've made it. Make your visit worthwhile. Make it count. Take the opportunity. Don't be shy.
Why would they lie to us, Chin?
That is such a great question, that one, isn't it? Why would they lie? Well, clearly they lie to gain. They're obviously gaining something by this. What do they gain? Your control, your ignorance, and your money.
The human mind is very easy to deceive, even without trying very hard. Because most people don't even know the colors properly.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
Florida grows a popular fruit on a tree, but most people don't know what color it is.
Yeah. Sorry for laughing, because it is quite. Yeah, it's funny.
That's how easy it is to deceive people. They think that the orange fruit is actually orange in color, and it is not.
Yeah.
And then they think the tangerine fruit is tangerine in color, but it's not.
No, it's not. It's orange.
That's how easy it is to deceive people.
Yeah. Very true.
And they don't even know it. You've been deceived your entire life by the colors of orange and tangerine, and you didn't know.
Yeah. And then when you buy the orange juice from the shelf, it's not even orange juice. Unless you saw it being freshly squeezed in front of you, then you've got orange juice. But the one that you buy that's pasteurized, that's not orange juice. More deception.
And here's the thing:
is that real orange picture. That's the only thing that's real.
The word "freshly squeezed" means that they took the fruit quickly off the trees and squeezed it. But that didn't mean it was freshly squeezed last week. It could have been freshly squeezed 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And they can still use the words "freshly squeezed."
Yeah. Yeah.
Or living in Florida, I can attest that most of your orange juice that you drink was freshly squeezed 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, that's correct.
At least they usually keep them for at least 6 months in a big tank.
Well, it's not just 6 months. You got the 6 months of the components that come from Brazil and South America, and then you've got the opposite time of the year for what comes from California, and then what comes from Florida, and they homogenize all that. So it's in there for ages.
It really has, yeah. Oh yeah.
And even those places that will do the fresh squeezed orange juice right in front of you, they usually include a shot of concentrate orange into it to give it more flavor.
Yeah.
They have no idea if those oranges have any decent flavor, so they always add extra flavor to it.
That's right. Exactly.
There's only one orange juice that I can attest to that is actually squeezed the day that it's put in the bottle, and it's shipped out the same day, and that's called Natalie's Orchid Island. And they freeze their oranges all year, so that's the compromise.
There's always a compromise, isn't there? There's always a compromise. Yeah.
Yeah, because
humans weren't meant to drink orange juice.
Yeah, when I went to Hawaii, I've been there several times, and you go to this place called Don Quixote. They squeeze the oranges fresh for you right there. You see them do it right in front of your face. Freshly. Any fruits you want, they'll juice it for you. Yeah, and then you pay your $3 and you walk out, or your $5. You walk out and you got a nice, chilled, freshly squeezed and freshly produced juice for you. Yeah, from the real fruit. Yeah, that was good. That was a good experience. I ended up buying a juicer anyway myself.
When the kids aren't screaming, I can tell a little more about the not from concentrate process. It's the most disgusting thing that you've ever heard of, but people think it's healthier because it says not from concentrate.
Yeah, that's right. When you look into how they make that orange juice, it's an amazing process, right? And it's just all deception. Nothing is real in the thing. They even boil the orange. Can you imagine that? 200 degrees Celsius, boiling away all the goodness in a vat, massive giant vat. Put all the orange in there and they boil it up. Oh, and then they add vitamin C powder, colors, dyes, inks, everything's going in. Powdered vitamin C. Wow. Why don't just eat the orange? Yes, the human mind can easily be deceived. I agree, Rayleigh. I agree.
Yeah, extremely easy. And like I said, they can do it to you without you even noticing.
Oh, absolutely. I know. I've been fooled many times. Have you been into the FED recently? I've noticed it's been quiet there, not much action. Why is that?
Yeah, the show hasn't been, for at least this week, too often, because Nathan's father passed on.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. Unfortunately. Because I've gone over there every day and no one's. I caught them once last week and it was QE. But yeah, that was once. Caught them once, or should I say twice in a month? Yeah, or should I say once last month, and then once this month. That's it.
Yeah, the schedule has also changed a little bit. He typically was on around 8 a.m. my time. Now he's on like 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. sometimes.
Right.
So he's sometimes an hour or two later than typically.
Yeah, the time difference kills me here because it's like when they're on normally, it's like 4 o'clock here in the morning, and then they go on for like what 4 hours, 5 hours, don't they?
Typically, the Nathan show goes usually 1 hour for the live show, and then maybe an hour for the after show. But that's been
I'm talking about QE's one.
QEs can go on for 3 or 4 hours sometimes or more.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? He loves it, doesn't he?
Well,
I think he's got the energy for that.
They're covering this longer video, and that takes time. So
yeah. I'm surprised he doesn't get tired of it. The critiquing. I'm glad he doesn't. It just surprises me that he can keep going like that, you know? Mind you, I'm the same. Once you got the energy there, I can do it, yeah. But it's the critiquing. But then again, he's very good at it, I think, as well. You know? Highlights everything that they say wrong, every word. And it is necessary. You know, it's a necessary part to understand how their minds work. Great work he's doing. You know, you've got to give him, you know, a round of applause. Got to. And Nathan as well. And yourself, mind you, as well. Because I've heard you when you're discussing certain aspects, you know, you do bring in the psychology of what's going on as well. And that's quite important. You know? So yeah, I've listened to you when you've been discussing with QE and Nathan, and yeah, it's been very learning. What should I say? Informative is the word I'll use there. Yeah, very, very instructive as well. You're very good at it. Not many people mention you a lot, but I think, you know, they need to make sure you get some praises. I think because I do feel sometimes you get overlooked. Now and again, you've done some good work yourself. You know. Drop some good bombs.
Yeah, but I just add my points when I know my points well, and listen to learn from the others.
Yeah, you're a diamond in the rough right there. I mean, the two bits of material that you've given me, I use all the time. And I keep talking about it. It's because I keep using it. The same with the ball buster stuff. I use that as well, you know? It's very important. I should use it in this server now. Next time that they come up, we talk about planes. And if the plane is following a curved trajectory, how comes this drink is perfectly level? Look at this drink. Courtesy of radio. Look at this drink. Look at it. Right, now look at that drink. And you know, liquids soon spill. You know, only have to be tilted off angle when it starts to flow. But yet, it's on the aeroplane. You went from east to west, wasn't it?
That was a west-east.
Ah, sorry, west-east journey.
From Edmonton to Toronto.
Yeah. Edmonton to Toronto, was that?
Yes.
Yeah. We have an Edmonton in England, by the way. 2 areas in England. North London, we have 2 Edmontons. Funny you say that, yeah. I had a friend who lived in Edmonton. My brother lives
stole the name probably from them. So.
Yeah. My brother lives near Edmonton. Yeah. And it's just, basically, it's just a straight across, isn't it? Isn't it? It's a straight across.
Maybe. I'm not too certain about the direction.
Yeah, you said Edmonton to Toronto. That's almost straight across, isn't it? West to east. You're not going down.
There's a slight southerly direction, but not
Yeah,
too
only
dramatic.
slight though.
I think it's from 55 degrees latitude in Edmonton to 45 degrees latitude in Toronto.
Yeah, so it's just slight, isn't it? Slightly down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm envisaging the journey myself on the map in my head. Yeah, I got the image that it's just straight across. But okay, slightly down, yeah. And how long was the flight?
I believe 4 hours.
Well, I was going to say 3 hours, yeah. 4 hours, yeah. What do they charge you for that? Do you remember?
I didn't pay for it, so I wasn't privy to the cost.
Ah, you were lucky then. A freebie.
Yeah, the company pays for it, so I don't get. They get
Yeah.
A discount or whatever through their travel agency, and
Yeah.
so it
Can you
typically
remind
is
me
a little bit cheaper.
What plane was it? Sorry, go ahead.
I believe that was the Airbus 321, I think.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I cut you off. You were talking about the company paying the price. I do apologise.
Yeah, they usually go through a travel agency and they're booking a couple flights all at once, so they do get some discounts for that.
Yeah, I particularly like using the Concorde one because there's a guy that I go on this British server, and he keeps saying that he saw the curvature of the Earth from the window, right? And I said you couldn't have done, but he was a kid when he went on this journey, this Concorde flight. He was a kid, and he went with his parents. He doesn't seem to the type that would have parents that would be able to afford to go onto this Concorde. That's the first thing, right? Just by the way he is, his character doesn't. I cannot accept that this guy had rich parents. But anyway, right? And then he said he saw the curvature of the Earth. And then when we did the maths and that and how fast the plane would have to be, then he said, but the plane didn't do that, did it? Right. Plus, marked the given a curved trajectory. It's just not the sort of thing. Then we explained where these pumps had to be placed strategically so the plane could fly level. Yeah, that was what I liked to use. I keep using it on it.
Yeah, the Concorde documentary is awesome.
Yeah.
They unknowingly debunked the globe.
That's right. That's right. It's an old 1970s Tomorrow's World, that was. And I used to watch Tomorrow's World all the time, yeah? Just because I felt that I was getting the future now. Do you understand what I mean? As a kid. Because 1970s would see me as a 10-year-old. Okay? 10-year-old kid. I used to love watching Tomorrow's World. And the theme song as well. Yeah. Couldn't wait to watch it. Couldn't wait till next week, because it was on every week. Yeah. It brought back good memories.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that most people don't remember. Because even I look for movies that make reference to the flat Earth, and you'd be shocked by some of the older movies that nobody paid attention to. This movie didn't get a lot of, wasn't super popular, so.
Yeah.
People
didn't
don't
do well in
realize.
the box office, sort of thing.
Well, they probably didn't have a large distribution or whatever, and
okay,
and so it never was super popular. Most people hadn't heard of it, and they may have seen it on cable TV or something, but they're like, yeah, they made a reference to flat Earth, and this was like, I think this one movie was in 2007.
Wow, as recent as that.
Yeah.
All right. You see, but with me, I'm going back to the 1970s, 60s, and before I'm born. I'm looking for flat Earth material. You know, in the movies, I'm looking for anything to reference flat Earth, and also looking at what I missed as a kid. You understand? So I'm watching all the like the Hawaii Five-O's and the Starskys and Archies, you know, streets of San Francisco. I'm reviewing all that stuff to see if there was any flat Earth that I missed, and there was loads of it. I thought, how didn't I not notice? Wow, man, look, there it is, flat Earth right there. How did I miss? You know, but I was a kid at the time, of course.
I'm more talking about like direct references to it, not sort of like pseudo references.
No. You're talking about words, you know, flat Earth.
Yeah.
I got that. Yeah, I totally understood you there.
So the one movie from 2007 was called The Man from Earth, but even Men in Black was released in 1997, and he talks about 500 years ago we all knew the world was flat.
Yeah, he said that.
That's 1997. But even older, the cartoon Here We Go, 1951.
Yeah.
Where Bugs Bunny is trying to convince it's a round, it's a flat, it's a round.
It's a flat like a head. I remember that one.
Yeah, that's
and also in the Flintstones as well, the Flintstones.
Yeah.
Yeah. They also did it in the Flintstones as well, that sketch.
Yep.
So I remember that one. Yeah, that was true.
And then you got Carl Sagan's Cosmos on TV. That's 1980.
Yeah. What did Carl Sagan say about flat? Oh, yeah. He said it wasn't flat, didn't he? Because he could prove the curvature with the bending.
He brought up the Eratosthenes myth story and said, oh, yeah, Eratosthenes, he determined it was a globe.
Yeah. That's right. And that was in the 1980s, was it? Or was that in 70s?
Yeah, that 1980.
Early 80s. It would have been early 80s.
Yeah, it was in exactly 1980 that the show Cosmos was released.
There you go. Bang on. Because he looked quite young. He died of cancer in the end. Right? Even though he had treatment for it and he thought it was regressing, but it came back. Killed him. He was 60 something. Very odd, isn't it? Why? I wonder why. I don't understand how a man can be that intelligent, supposedly, and succumb to cancer. Well, I'm never going to take any of that crap. If I got diagnosed tomorrow, I'm not going to start going on chemotherapy. Because get your life together. No, don't go down that road, mate. I don't need your treatments, thanks. I'm going to go, I'm going to go homeopathic if I'm going to go anywhere. Thanks.
They don't teach people that the average person who undergoes cancer treatment only lives for an average of 5 years, but a person who does not receive any cancer treatment lives for 12 years.
Yeah. The documentary I watched stated that if you go the allopathic route, you last, and we shouldn't be talking about this actually, so I will stop right there. Yeah, we can't talk about this topic materially, really. Okay, so
yeah, we are not to give any kind of medical advice.
Yeah. But what that documentary did say though was that if you do nothing, you can live to nearly a full life. You'll go into your 80s at least, and if you do go the juicing route, 95 and plus. But if you go to allopathic, it was, like you said, it was from 2 to 5 years max. That's it. And if you get to 5 years, that's rare.
Yeah, and that's after we spent hundreds of billions of dollars on cancer research.
Yeah.
And the best they can do is give you 5 years.
Yeah. And they keep saying they're on the cusp of, having a breakthrough. Keep using that,
Well, we know what the breakthrough is, but they can't tell us what it is, because it would cost the medical community billions of dollars, hundreds of
Yeah.
billions of dollars in lost revenues.
Of course. There was a guy called Kanema Sugiura who lived to the age of 89, I think it was, and he spent 60 odd years of his career at the Kettering Institute, I think it was, where they do the cancer research, and he'd proven that Laetrile stops cancer in its tracks in mice, okay? And you know what they did? They buried it. They buried all of his work.
Of course. It's the same thing with the research done on vitamin C and drug withdrawal.
Yeah.
He was extremely effective at getting people off heroin.
Right.
They didn't want to use it because they would have to lay off 80% of their staff because it was so effective.
Guys,
That's
sorry to
billions
interrupt.
of dollars in budgets that would have to be
Yeah.
cut.
Yeah, we'll go back. It was all happening on a flat Earth anyway, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate
No
that.
medical
Yeah.
stuff. Sure.
Yeah. We appreciate that. Everything we said happened on a flat Earth anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Not a rolling, spinning, wobbling, elliptical, hurtling through the universe and ball Earth that we can't prove, that we can't feel. Yes. One guy today said that. I think his name. I can't remember. Oh yeah, it was. Was Cultivate Will? That was it. Cultivate Will said that if you're in a car and you've got a passenger, you know you're in the car, etc., etc. And then who was it? Someone asked him. Oh yeah, it was Miggy. Yeah, but do you know you're moving on the Earth? Can you tell you're moving? And he didn't answer him. Dead silence. And then when he did speak up, he asked another question. Yeah, Miggy had him on the ropes.
So, Jen, and I think that was John earlier, the orange juice conversation is very apropos to a flat earth room. I don't know if I brought that up maybe a few years ago when I was still in Florida, but it's a very, very apropos conversation, a very, very adjacent topic.
Right.
Because
right, good.
When I moved to Florida, I heard on the local radio where they were interviewing somebody who wrote a book. I'm pretty sure it was called Crushed. It might have been called Squeezed.
Yeah, go on. Crush. Yeah, it sounds familiar for some reason.
And that's why I think I brought it up, was about the book and here that, our main server anyway, maybe about 2021, 2022. And so the book talks about and shows all of the misleading claims that are on nearly every carton of orange juice.
Interesting.
And so when you see on a juice it says not from concentrate, what they do they put the whole thing in a tank after they squeeze it, and then they start filtering the water out of it. And so at the end of it, by any other name, you would call that concentrating. And so after the 2 years that this sits in a tank waiting, it's flavorless, and they drop in some flavoring packs. And just a few miles up the road, you've got Dinsboro, and a few miles the other direction, then you've got Cape Canaveral.
Oh, right, yeah. Cape Canaveral. Right. Look at that. Where the rockets off. Yeah.
It's like they're all masters of propaganda and deception.
Yeah. What about Florida? Now, aren't the Florida Everglades, aren't they not level? Because it's wet, isn't it? It's wet marshland, isn't it?
Yeah. So the Florida Everglades goes quite a distance. So depending on where you are, I never went to the Glades directly. I didn't care to go battle with the mosquitoes and such.
Yeah.
But when you go very far south, it more or less abuts right up into the Florida Bay. That's what they call that down there. Sorry. So it's
yeah. I know what you mean with the Florida Bay bit. Yeah. My image is that I've got of that place is that it's all flat round there.
Yeah, I mean anywhere you get a picture of it's all flat, but especially there because you know, not just figuratively, but literally, Florida is kind of the phallus of the North America because water flows down from the Carolinas into Georgia and down in through Florida, and the Everglades is kind of like a purification mechanism where it then comes out in Florida Bay there, just north of the Keys.
Yeah. Which is why they grow their citrus there, isn't it?
Not that far south. So the citrus is grown like mostly if you go up to about like West Palm Beach, it's it's along the coast. In the middle about there, you have sugar. So most of the world's sugar comes from the middle of Florida. Cane sugar, that is.
Yeah, of course.
Sugar comes from Michigan for the most part.
Yeah, sugar cane.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to say in Nigeria, we at the school that I was at when I was living in Nigeria, we had coconuts, mangoes, and sugarcane and bananas all growing in the school trees. If you could climb up, you could go and get it and eat it. And then if you brought yourself a cutlass, one of those choppers, you could chop down the sugar cane, and then you could eat it straight raw, suck out the sugar from the cane. Yeah, we used to do that. All of us used to do that at school. Yeah, and climb up and get the coconuts and climb up and get the mangoes.
Oh, yeah. That's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, on the school grounds, yeah.
Yeah, and there are some coconuts that grow in Florida, of course. I forget what they're called, but there's a variety there. And, of course, you've got mangoes and avocados there, and banana trees. But, the topic germane to this situation is the propaganda that goes into what is called orange juice.
Yeah.
Because it's not really juice and it's not really orange.
That's right.
Literally, it's just it's flavored sugared water that they add a little pulp that's been hanging around for a couple of years into.
Yeah, I stopped buying orange juice around about the year 2003. Yeah, because that's when I made that discovery. That orange juice wasn't what it was. Yeah, and I said, well, I'm not buying that anymore then. That's just, like you just said, it's coloured sugared water. That's all that is. It's not even real food. Wow, it's not even a real drink. Yeah.
So the only one that I know of, like I say, is Natalie's Orchid Island, and they have their main factory that I've been inside of, and then they have a facility down the road, and
yeah.
Hang on, sorry, just saying here. Then we'll see. Sorry, somebody sent me a message. Sorry about that. But anyway, they are the kind. sorry, they are Natalie's Orchid Island. What they do is they actually squeeze frozen oranges, so it's the whole orange, and then they squeeze it the day that it gets into a bottle, and with it has a very limited expiration date, and you can take a sip of it out of the bottle every day, and after about 4 days, you can tell it's time to pitch it. The first day, it's absolutely delicious. So that's how I kind of gauge juices and such. That if you can keep them around indefinitely and they taste the same, something's not right.
Yeah, usually, yeah, because with my juicing as well, it's 72 hours. You need to consume it in that time, 72 hours. So when I juice my drinks, I juice them and then I put them in a flask. That gives it an extra extended, but it's gone. It's well gone before 72 hours. Well gone. You know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I do my own juicing as well now. Have done for many, many, many years now. Because when you learn that the juice is not real, and it's also a carbohydrate source. That was the other shock as well. It's carbohydrate because of all that sugar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
and then the other interesting thing is now apples. Apples is another interesting one that a lot of people don't think about, but most of the apples through North America come from the Pacific Northwest, and they get picked. And how many times a year can you pick oranges? I mean apples. You pick apples one time a year, and then they go into a warehouse where it's just above freezing. And then so you go to the store and get one of those, and you take a bite out of it, and it's brown by the time you take your next bite.
Yeah, that's true. I've noticed that as well. Yeah. I've noticed that from time to time. But I must say, the apples that I get here in Japan, they don't go brown that quick. You know, you might have to wait a day or two before it starts to happen to go brown.
Yeah. But all righty, well have a good afternoon. I got to get back in the house here and figure out dinner.
I know you're in the thick of it because I could hear your children in the background there. Good stuff.
Yeah. But I'll chat with you guys here a little later.
Yeah, thanks, Beverington. Or Botherington, something like that. I've forgotten his name now. Sorry, if anybody's got any flat earth questions or...
Well, you're begging the question. Because we're not talking about how the Earth is a globe. And you're like, well, we're just going to use this small slice of a circle, which is actually the sphere. And no, that's begging the question. But when I'm talking about how it's measured flat, I'm not begging the question. I'm telling you the process of what they're doing practically. There's no inference in there.
The size of the Earth doesn't. Like, it's not. When we're just talking about sheer size, this is irrespective of the shape of the Earth.
Get down. Sorry, talking to my cat. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I mean.
So if I say globe, it doesn't matter.
But it can't be irrespective though. That's the problem. Because you got 3,959 mile radius, you got 25,000 miles in circumference or something like 24,000 something, right?
Yeah.
So when we're doing trigonometry, we just know that we can have 75 miles worth of level on whatever curved line would be underneath that, representing 25,000 miles in circumference. We just can't do that. In reality, that doesn't make any sense. The trigonometry is completely divorced from the thing people believe in. So to just go, well, we don't have to really think about it when we're doing that. Like, you don't think that's weird?
I see where you're coming from, but could you guide me through how you would calculate, for example, let's say the altitude is 35,000 feet and the distance is, 75 miles. So you got roughly 400,000 feet. So let's say you had to calculate the descent angle of theta using flat Earth trigonometry. How would you calculate that?
I didn't get into all that. You know why? Because before you get into the calculation, the first thing you need to know is the straight line distance of that adjacent. I don't need to know anything else after that. In fact, I'm horrible at math. So unless you're going to tell me that what I just said is incorrect, my point still stands regardless of what you're trying to do. What do you mean? How do you calculate using flat? First of all, it's pure trigonometry. We're talking about a straight up triangle. It's a straight up triangle dealing with an area of 75 miles. What are we talking about? How do you do flat trig on that? What are you talking about?
No, okay, so I'm saying, let's say, okay, so let's say, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say that you've got the aforementioned values, right? Like altitude and distance. So the tan of theta, right?
Stop
that would be.
There. Stop right there.
Okay.
How are you going to take a flat Earth distance and then sit here and try to explain to me or ask me how to walk through the calculations using flat Earth when the first thing you're using is a flat Earth?
What I'm trying to highlight here is it matches real world descent angles. It's same on the globe and the flat Earth.
No, you don't have a globe, because when you have 75 miles, that's flat. There's no globe there.
What I'm saying, that's my point.
There's nothing to calculate after that, though. No, you're just dealing with the Earth as it is, flat. There's no ball to calculate. There's no. You can tell me, oh, you wouldn't have to because it's not really necessary for these. No, because you keep saying the same thing, and I keep telling you can't have 75 miles of flat. Second of all, you don't have an elevation angle of the plane. You don't have the altitude of the plane. If the adjacent is curved away from you at control at the airport, none of the math works. The baseline has to be, if the baseline is 75 miles, there is no curvature there. Because if it was a curved line, then you would have to take that into account.
So,
but we're not.
Let me explain how.
Listen, we're not, though, because the baseline that we're using is 75 miles. It's not 75 miles, but let's figure it out. Okay, it's not actually 75 miles because we got to curve this line, and it's this. Now they're not doing none of that.
So they okay. So let's just you won't accept the 8-inch per mile squared rule, right?
Where is that? What do you mean accept? Where is that in the trigonometry that they're doing when they're talking about land in the plane? Where is it? Where is it?
I think okay. So yeah. So I think
No, where is it?
it's not. No, you're right. It's not explicitly in the trig formula. It's embedded implicitly in the coordinate system and the navigation models. You don't plug in 8 inches per mile squared into your trig calc.
Listen, we're not talking about no. Show me that. Matter of fact, go to the same websites that I went to. Show me that. Find one of your own. Show me that. Because you
Regarding
making shit up at this point.
I'm not making anything up. This is in accordance with well, I would say science, but you wouldn't accept science.
Why would you say that I wouldn't accept science? What is
because
the scientific
apparently
method? What is the scientific method?
there is no one scientific. This is a common misconception, but that's okay. There is no one scientific method.
Everyone that's ever said there is no one scientific method has literally used the one scientific method and bastardized it. So it's not like they're like, oh, there's other scientific methods and then they use different epistemologies. No, they continue to attempt to use the scientific method in the way that it's always been used, but they bastardize it though. So they'll say, oh, there isn't one scientific method, but we're going to use observation, we're going to use hypothesis, and we're going to use cause and effect. We're just going to relabel it. It's different. It's not the same thing as it would be in the strict scientific sense, but we're going to use the word anyway, and we're going to do something different. I'm not talking to you about what science is and what science
Okay,
isn't.
bro. You just like to hear yourself talk. Like this is just not going anywhere.
Clearly, I know what scientific. I know what the scientific method is. That's not what we're not using science to land planes, though. I don't even know why you brought it up.
Did it descend or what's going on?
I think he left or something.
Oh, okay.
Flatten destruction. Get the fuck out of here. You're the last person I'm gonna unmute. So. I like penguins. You're off mute against my better judgment.
Well, that was rude.
This is what you do when you're losing arguments. You delete comments and mute people.
Do you have any arguments?
Yeah, dude, you keep spamming the text chat. NASA does not get a cut of all federal spending. If they add a new entitlement
They
program,
get less than 0.5%.
You don't understand, okay? When they added Obamacare, all federal spending went up by about 20%. That doesn't mean NASA spending went down. NASA spending went up. It just didn't go up at 20%. It went up by like 10%. That doesn't mean
How much of the federal spending does NASA get?
That doesn't matter. If federal spending, if they do a new make work program,
You don't know. The answer is you don't know.
Yes, I do. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what their cut is. Their cut
how can you
doesn't
tell
matter.
if it goes up or down?
They
if you don't know
don't
what the
need
value
a
is?
cut of all federal spending. If
Just say
federal
you-
spending,
it's fine.
if federal
It's fine.
spending goes up by like
No, it's
say
fine.
$1 trillion,
Say you don't
say
know.
another war, a world war starts tomorrow. And then
Yeah, and you're getting drafted. That's peak, isn't it?
Federal spending triples because a new world war starts. NASA spending doesn't go down because of that. Just because federal spending goes up, that doesn't mean NASA went down. By your logic, the FBI has been cut, slashed, and burned. FBI spending has remained very much constant since the 80s. By your logic, why has the FBI's capabilities increased? They're not getting money. They're not getting a cut of the action. It's been about $20 million like every year. Riddle me that. How is the premier law enforcement agency, the FBI, they're not complaining about not getting enough baseline spending?
I mean, how much do you fucks need for cartoons? I mean, the production budget would have been higher in the 60s. It'd be harder to produce that bullshit back then than it is now. I can do it on my MacBook, dude. How much do you fucks need?
And they do a lot of programs as well. It's pretty good. They have even genetic data that I use in some of my labs and stuff.
Why don't you just pocket all the tax dollars and you can just hire me to do it? I'll just do it on Adobe Premiere Pro.
Yeah,
I'll save you a couple billion. How's that sound? I'll make you some space
I would trust you because you're delusional and you need help.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not the one who believes that he lives in a bunch of space cartoons. But I mean, go off.
You're actually schizophrenic. Like,
how was that diagnosed?
You're crazy.
By who? Oh, okay,
you
you're
think
just
the Earth is flat. Like, you actually believe the Earth is flat.
Well, is water flat?
What kind of a question is that? Like, you're actually.
It's a tough one.
Is water
ask again, or what?
Water takes the shape of its container. So
okay, how about its surface?
It's a flat
when
surface,
the body of water
it'll be relatively flat, but you'll have a meniscus.
Yeah. That's a flat surface. Therefore, it necessarily deductively follows that the Earth covered in all this water, that's a level flat surface, more or less, generally within a tolerance.
Surface tension is.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to what I just said.
I was just checking.
Yeah.
Do you know what a meniscus is?
Yeah. Yeah, that's also irrelevant to what I just said. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
doesn't change it. Yeah, those questions don't alter anything about the fact that a resting body of water will take a flat horizontal surface. I don't know what kind of cope this is.
Container.
Yeah, and then the surface is going to be what?
Not flat. It depends on the distance. If it's like what the Golden Gate Bridge, even the bridge you can see is curved, but the actual surface of the water is also curved.
Oh, really? I've never seen that.
I can see.
I've seen a lot of water. Would you be able to show me that? I've never seen that.
So I live in Brighton.
I work next to a lake every single day. I have a pretty good vantage point. I have a pretty good vantage point to see a lot of it, and there's absolutely no rotundity to it at all.
Okay.
It's flat, level, and horizontal as far as anybody can see. So can you demonstrate this curve that you say is there?
I can see.
I haven't seen that. I've checked and I haven't seen that.
And for example, we've also got offshore wind farms in the distance.
That's very nice. Would you be able to just pick one of these?
See the peaks of those offshore wind farms. And I've got
pick one of these
actually of those too.
That's very lovely. Yeah, I don't need a gish gallop though. Just pick one that demonstrates the curvature of water, and let's take a look.
So you want to see water curving over a surface?
No shit.
Have you ever poured water on anything that's curved?
Okay, he's running away. Okay, he's running away.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
Okay, so I'm talking about a body of water like a lake, an ocean, I'm not talking about pouring water on balls, dude.
Is it
Don't,
like
don't give me red herrings.
Like you're actually like okay, because if anything I show you, you're either gonna say it's CGI or you're gonna make some like excuse.
Okay, so just give up. Okay, you're bailing out. Okay, so just put yourself on a white mic. You're giving
if you've
up.
got time to be doing this and not actually like working.
Well, I mean, you have time to be making claims that you've refused to support, and then you have all this time to make excuses instead of supporting them.
Are you
I
on
don't
here
really
every
get
day?
that. Why are you wasting your time making a bunch of claims that you're not even going to provide evidence
you
for?
want a lifestyle you must live to like come to
And why are you talking about me? Why are you talking about me? Just get your curvature proof, dude. That's all you need to do. And if you don't have it, put yourself on a white mic. It sounds like you're giving up, so just put yourself on a white mic and sit there and be patient. Maybe a better Glober will be along soon who will be able to provide what you can't. That's the best case for you.
You need to like get outside and just sort your life out.
I go outside every single day for hours and hours and hours.
Is it
it's
flat
irrelevant
when you
though. I just told you about that not 2 minutes ago. Do you have amnesia or what? What's the problem?
Shoes on, like.
Okay, I think you just need to take a breather because you're not doing well at the moment.
It's not that serious. Oh, I mean, it might be to you. Like, it's not to me. So I don't really care. Like,
yeah, I know that old couple. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. Okay, go tell everybody the Earth is flat then, since it doesn't matter. Tell your family.
It's delusion. It's paranoid schizophrenia. Like,
well, now it sounds like it matters to you.
All right, it's 3:52 in the morning, and I'm gonna go shower and go to bed. So
yeah, get out
I've
of
got
here.
work in the morning.
Yeah, you're wasting the chat's time. Somebody else with some actual glow proof could be talking right now. So go on, beat it.
You should unmute Flattened.
Who are we meeting?
He's insufferable, bro. But Heretic wanted to unmute flatten instruction. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just mad and annoying.
Yeah, I've talked to him. He doesn't.
What's the most annoying thing about him?
He doesn't answer any questions. It's pretty much useless trying to talk to him.
Directly question. Go ahead, let's try another. You asked me some particular distance, I think 10 miles, and I don't know off the top of my head what that distance is. That's not even necessary. Why don't you address the basic fundamental facts of the matter? So I'll let you start first. Ask a question that makes some logical sense and see if I don't answer it.
Sure, do you have any glow proof?
Yeah, and are you going to deny that it's proof when it's shown to you?
Okay, he's already going meta.
No, the proof has been shown. I've already posted it in the chat.
What is it?
I showed you 3 pictures of the Earth's curvature, the surface of the Earth curving. It's right here. I've
been sitting here watching your online activities all day long. So what are we talking about?
Oh shit, it is curving.
Where?
That's a pretty sharp horizon.
If you say where, That's the BS that I'm talking about right there.
So if you draw a line from 3 minutes past the hour,
So you wanted flat Earth destruction unmuted. So what? You could talk over him. So which one of you needs to be muted? Just answer me now.
now let him talk.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I showed you the images. Now what?
Okay. Why'd you show a bunch of images? So just give me one that actually demonstrates the curvature and go through it.
That's such a waste of time.
No, it's not. You're wasting our time with Gallops.
You got 3 images. Pick one.
Yeah, no, you pick one. Which one do you think demonstrates the curvature best?
This is bullshit. You guys, you got 3 and you're complaining. Whatever. Let me know when you're ready to have it.
Yeah, you only need one. If you've got a... Okay, there he goes. You got a photograph of the curvature, you only need the one.
But 3 is objectively better.
Okay, but he couldn't verify any of them. That's why he used 3. Because he couldn't just pick one and actually talk about it and bring it to a conclusion. So he had to hit us with a barrage of bullshit. So 3 inconclusive images, I don't see what that does to help you.
Tell me the Earth doesn't look like that.
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm asking you to substantiate the claim that that's showing Earth curvature. Any of those.
What would that be showing?
Oh, aren't you the guy who was just cheerleading for what that? What he just said was that?
So apparently you don't think it is. All right then.
Yeah. All right then. Okay, he's spamming the chat again. He better go. I mean, 3 pictures that he can't tell us anything about how they prove the globe.
One of them soundly.
We ask him, okay, pick one. How do you know that that's the curvature? Tell us about it. And he goes, man, this is bullshit. And then he leaves the chat.
Which is crazy because all you said was pick one. It's not like you said, no, I deny your evidence. No.
Oh, his phone must have died. I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of Big Daddy Flurf.
Was Gourmet the cheerleader?
Yeah.
I thought it was the Penguins. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's both. I'm both.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So if you see a guy that looks like Santa Claus, how do you know he's Santa Claus?
What, like a mall Santa? Because if he's in the mall and not getting kicked out for touching kids.
No, I mean, how do you know it's the real Santa Claus? Like, it looks like him, he's dressed up like him, but how do you know?
Like supernatural, like speedster with magic reindeer and shit.
Yeah, how do you know the mall Santa isn't the real Santa?
I just don't think Santa exists. I just don't hold him. It seems too fanciful.
There you go. So when you
naturalistic explanations.
We get okay. So what we've got here is we've got photographs that in your mind they look like the Earth is curving. No problem. How do you know if the Earth is actually curving or if it's not just an effect?
If it was just an effect, then it would happen like some of the time. If the Earth was flat instead of a globe, the horizon wouldn't look like that consistently.
Right. So exactly. So if it was an effect, it would look different sometimes, right?
Also, the rotation in the night sky and the north and south hemisphere spin in 2 different clockwise directions.
Right. Right. So everything that you're describing to me right now is of a flat Earth. I just want you to know that, but that's fine. So in the side chat, Now that we've got a couple of images where the Earth doesn't look like it sometimes does, what would your logical explanation be? It's an effect, right?
Yeah, because that's an exception.
Okay. Exactly. That's why it's called a black swan. This is what's a black swan. See, because now not all swans are white. You know, it really does. Because you guys say the horizon is the Earth curve. Well,
now you're strong.
Oh, so the horizon is an Earth curve. So you didn't agree with the pictures he posted, right?
When did I say the horizon was Earth curve?
Well, he posted pictures where the horizon was the Earth curve.
The horizon is due to Earth curvature.
So the horizon, is it not the curve of the Earth? Is that the geometry right there? Is that the edge of the ball?
The Earth curves outward from you, and the effect that you see between the sky and the ground is the horizon.
Yep. And so is that horizon, is that the tangent point of the ball that you live on? Is that physical Earth curve?
I don't know exactly what that means. Are you saying like the optical horizon or the geometric horizon?
There's only one horizon, unless you want to show me a photograph where there's multiple horizons.
Okay, well, there's different definitions that people use for the horizon, so which one are you using? Let's be specific here.
I'm asking you specifically, I told you, I said, do you think the horizon is the physical tangent point of the ball that you think that you live on?
The tangent being
where your line of sight would meet the physical obstruction that's blocking out the boats and the buildings. In the photograph the guy posted that you agree with.
I'm going to call.
Interesting.
That was funny how he asked the other guy to talk just so he could start talking right through him.
Yeah.
I guess he just didn't have the confidence unless the other guy led.
They're a great team.
Yeah, just start interrupting each other.
Sorry, I got a call.
Welcome back.
I gotta take care of my cats. Gotta give them some medicine soon. But about the horizon, there's a geometric horizon and there's the false horizon.
Yeah, where would the geometric horizon be since we only have one horizon anytime we look out over the Earth? Did that question come through? Interesting.
I heard you, but the guy didn't answer you. I don't know. Is he still here?
I don't know. He mumbled something and then he left.
I think he boot scooted. Probably a wise decision.
He did the old boot, scoot, and boogie.
I don't care who you are, that was a song.
We got Mr. Hung Like Tic Tacs back for more. Glutton for punishment over here.
I was just going to say I liked your analogy with the Santa. I was thinking about he showed 3 photos of the globe, and it's a great analogy. You know, if somebody doesn't believe in Santa, the globe guys, for example, and you say, well, I've got 3 pictures of him right here, they're going to jump to the same conclusion as you and say, well, I need to see proof that, you know, how did you prove that's the real Santa? So it's a good way to make them think, maybe.
That was the goal.
Yeah.
Man, in this genre, Santa plays. It's the best analogy.
Yeah, it always is. Santa or Narnia.
Well, I appreciate that.
Let's try to extract some more globe proof out of Hung Like Tic Tacs.
I think I'm happy to have a conversation. I think you get frustrated easily when you get muted easily. So, what was your question?
Globe proof. Is there any?
I feel like, you know, I think the proof is not only that there is proof that it's a globe, but you live, you know, your daily life or maybe just road trips on the assumption that our globe model is superior to your flat model.
Flat model? Which one's that? I have a model?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is your strategy here not to make a claim?
No.
Okay.
Does claim require model, or I don't get where you're going?
Well, I use Google Maps. Google Maps is based off of a curved Earth model.
What's a model
The
going to
Mercator
prove?
projection. You know what I mean. And so if
Yeah,
if
but
your
how accurate
strategy
is
is to
Google
never
Maps?
make a claim like, hey, use this flat Earth model that I have, and you can get from point A to point B faster.
Hey,
yeah, you use Google Earth. When I think that's where the absurdity is.
How accurate
Yeah, it's
is
not
Google
absurdity.
Earth?
What's a model going to prove?
I think you're missing my point.
Okay,
The
but
fact that you live your day-to-day road trips.
how
I'm just
accurate do
wondering.
you think Google Earth is?
Well, can you hold on a sec, dude? I'm just wondering, what's a model going to prove?
I heard your question about show me proof.
So
I wanted to point to the fact that you don't even live your daily life, your daily commute using a flat Earth map, which I think gives
I don't
credence
use
to
any
the
maps.
idea.
I don't use maps. I just go where I'm going.
curved Earth
So
maps
I'm
are
asking you, what is
logical.
a model going to prove?
Yeah, and I already answered.
What? What's it going to prove?
Okay, you just keep repeating the question,
but you
I'm
haven't answered it.
explaining my response. Let me do it again.
Yeah,
My
okay, I'll
response
try
is
to
not
clarify.
prove
You don't seem to know how to deal with
is
the
not to-
question, so I'll try to help you out. Is a model going to prove what the world is?
Why are you running through a script? Why don't you just respond to what I'm saying?
This is important because you're appealing to a model. Is that going to prove to us what the Earth actually is or not?
I'm pointing to the absurdity that you use my model
Can
instead
you
of creating one
just
yourself.
give me yes or no, dude? Why is this so difficult?
I've already responded to your script.
You have not
I
once
don't want
answered
to
the
go
question.
down your script. I want to have a conversation with a flat earther.
You don't want to. You've responded. You don't want to respond. Which one is it? Okay, so what's a model going to prove? Is it going to prove what the Earth actually is?
Why do we use maps? Is the map a model
Why
of
is
the
this
Earth?
such a hard question? I don't get it.
Okay, so that's my point.
You only had to
Quit
give me
going down
yes
the
or no.
stupid script.
It was only a
You and I
one-word
both know
answer.
why we use maps.
Okay, dude.
So
all right.
get to your point.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. Well, is it going to prove what the world is? A model, a map, whatever.
Can we skip ahead?
No.
No, but there's no skipping ahead because what he's trying to point out is that he doesn't need a model. A model doesn't prove anything. So to say Google Earth is a model, it ends it before that.
I mean, maybe he'll say, no, it's not going to prove what the Earth is. Then we can just get off this topic altogether and we can go to his proof, which is what I asked for. Or maybe he'll say yes. I don't know, but he refuses to answer. It's weird.
What I refuse to do is let you steer this into a script. I'm pointing out the absurdity.
You don't want to deal with the implications of answering the question.
I don't interrupt you.
You don't want to deal with the consequences of answering that question, do you?
Are you ready?
For your answer, yes. Go ahead. I've asked it enough times.
My point is that you guys can't agree on a working map.
Your point depends on avoiding scrutiny, dude. You have to avoid scrutiny to make your so-called point because you can't even answer one simple question.
We already came to the conclusion that your strategy is not to make a claim, but to instead run through the script.
You've already gone ahead, and I don't know if you're even making a claim. Actually, I'm trying to find that out.
Yes,
is a model going to prove what the Earth is?
Yes, but the next thing you were about to say was flat earthers don't agree on a single map, which again, the same point he makes, it doesn't matter whether they agree on a map or not, that it's the same point he's making.
They don't agree on it. It's that we all use it to this day.
Just will not answer. How long is this going to go on for? Just answer the question. Is it going to prove what the Earth is, yes or no?
Tic Tac, you guys, the problem was that globe earthers took a globe earth map, they slapped a flat earth sticker on it, and then debunked their own map, the AE projection. You guys,
but he won't tell us. The answer is no. It's not going to prove
Okay.
But I'm pointing
good.
out the absurdity
All right,
in the
then it's a
room
red herring.
in which you use my map.
Okay, so then you're just talking past the question, because the question was, is there any globe proof? You've now said, no, this will not prove to us what
That's
the
not
world
what I said. Why do you have to put
You
words
just
in my
said
mouth?
it's not going to prove what the Earth
I
is.
just told you.
Therefore, it's not
I
gonna
just
prove
told
it's
you.
globe-
This
therefore it's not
model
globe proof. So let's try to reset here and get back to my question. Any globe proof?
What kind of proof do you want? My understanding is proof is a mathematical concept. Do you want more pictures? Do you want the math? Do you want the fact that I can
answer your question, or am I going to answer
chase the
it?
solar eclipse?
Who's answering your question, me or you? Now, what kind of proof do I want? Any that you have.
Okay, when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, why is it round? Okay, can we come to the conclusion that at least Earth is round?
Would you like to try an argument? Because that's a question.
I'm just asking a question. Please answer yes or no.
Can you prove that it's the shadow of the Earth?
Okay, great.
Is the moon a curved surface?
The shadow of the Earth.
Is the moon a curved surface? Is the moon a curved surface?
You tell me.
But dude, it's your claim that there's a dude. Is the moon a sphere in this example of eclipses?
Yes.
Good. Did you know that straight surfaces can cause curved shadows on curved surfaces?
You're jumping ahead. I asked the simple question.
All of a sudden,
if the Earth casts a round
my
shadow on
friend
the
Tic
moon,
Tac, I will
can we
mute
at
you.
least...
Tic Tac. Thanks. You have to understand that from this point onwards, you're just going to affirm the consequent if you don't acknowledge that this phenomena can be caused another way, even within your scenario. You can't continue.
Okay, I follow you with this, but I think that we're going to get to a point where we're talking about, hey, here's some evidence that gives, credence to the argument that the Earth is round, spherical, et cetera, et cetera. So, how, I'm asking, what kind of proof, how much layer upon layer, the fact that you guys even use my Mercator projection map.
Yeah,
No, but just one.
You don't have to keep going. I'll just answer. Any that you have.
I just gave you one. Gives credence to
Okay, hung like Tic Tacs, no problem.
I'll repeat it.
No problem, bro. No problem. No, I got you. I agree with you. The math, right? So, I want you to get us the measure of curvature. That would be the mathematics that we're looking for. The measurement, the math. You know that bit?
Okay.
We want that.
I think you're jumping.
The measurement of the curvature. No, we want the measurement of the curvature. You said math.
At least agree.
Great. We agree.
With the premise.
We agree.
What do we agree with? Do we agree that
you gave us the premise. You said the math.
Oh my God. When did I say the math? I asked, hey, what kind of evidence?
A little bit ago.
Sorry. What kind of proof do you need? Do you want the math? Do you want the pictures? I went through this. They didn't ask for the math, but now you are. Are you trying to derail it?
No. You said you offered it. No, you offered it to us. You said,
okay.
No, you offered it. Dude, it's an open forum. No, the math. You said the math was the proof. You said that was the premise. You said, when I think evidence, I think math. And I agree with you. So we just need the measurement of the curvature. Yeah, you did. Okay. Clipcord will get it. So you don't think math will help you in proving that there's curvature of the Earth. So if you agree that there's no math we're going to be using to prove curvature.
I'm going to be done entertaining you.
So what are you saying?
How about you argue?
What are you saying then?
With good faith.
I am. I'm asking you, what do you mean? Do you mean that there is math to support that the Earth is a globe? Or there is no math that we can do? Okay, so we're looking for, math-wise, great. We want the measurement of the curvature.
You want the measurement of the Earth curve?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because every single time you bring an argument, you're going to beg the question that the Earth is a ball in your argument. So we're going to need you to prove the Earth is a ball by measuring the curvature of the Earth. For you to tell us stories about eclipses.
So if I'm following right, obviously I'm trying to think of how you measure the curve, et cetera, et cetera. I remember some GIF, I think it was of the Discovery Channel, where they take a laser, they shine it across a lake, and You know, it was like debunking flat earthers or whatever, but they held it a foot off the lake surface, and then, you know, at the other end of the pond, it wasn't a foot off the lake surface; it was higher.
What was the distance?
You know,
Can you remember?
That's like one way I think that we can measure the Earth curve in my backyard with tools I have.
Dude, can you remember the distance?
No, I can probably find the clip.
It's interesting that you find this on TV or streaming on YouTube or whatever, but there are hundreds of laser tests. We do these things all the time. When we use these things, we measure a flat surface. You might want to question the propaganda that you see on your screen. I can give you loads of evidence that this premise that you've got of passing a straight line like a laser to see if it's parallel or diverging like a tangent from a sphere is a good idea. But yeah, the distance is up to 30 miles and we can show a laser transit. It's military applied technology, right? Line of sight targeting systems, early warning systems like radar, infrared tracking systems and laser targeting systems. Yeah, all of the time the Earth is measured as a flat plane. We can give you the evidence if you're unaware of it.
Please do.
Cool.
I was really. It sounded like this conversation really revolved around, you know, what proof would I need? And so, if I gave you this measurement of, you know, the Earth curve, that would help you, because it sounds like this is just another one of the script arguments that get to your point. I'm sure you guys have this math equation. Yeah. Okay. So why are we going through the script?
I agree with you. I totally did. Like, I agree with you. Why are we going through the script? It turns out this script is actually really good at pointing out all the flawed logic with the globe. The script is awesome. You're right. Why are we going through the script? Because it's kicking your ass.
Wait. Okay, listen. This is what just happened. I'm asking you guys, hey, what do you need? You know, the conversation got turned into, I want the math. And what math do you want? You want the drop over distance
measurement.
And when I think the measurement.
And then when you give the measurement, we're going to ask how you got it.
Okay, literally, just give. I'm sorry, 7 more seconds. When I think this problem in my head, I think about lasers in a lake, et cetera, and I think, okay, that might be one way that we could measure this, or, you know, I could with the limited resources I have. So when you tell me that the script is kicking my ass, the response was, hey, we have a bunch of videos online of us shining a laser pointer and that contradict this. I don't think this is kicking my ass. I think this is just talking. Quit going through the script and trying to let's talk about drop over distance and Earth curve. And it's a waste of time. Just follow me and I'll follow you.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so follow me.
Oh my God, this guy's just patronizing.
Yeah, so follow me here. No problem. The script is, we want logical and mathematical coherency to the idea that we live on a ball. We want the logical syllogisms that support your claims, and we want the measurement of the curvature of the Earth's surface. That's not asking for a whole lot, and yet you have yet to provide it.
Okay.
What does that lead everyone to believe? The script is great. The script shows that you don't have logical or mathematical measurements of the surface curvature of the Earth. The script kicks
This conversation
ass.
started with the absurdity that you guys don't have a map, let alone one that you guys agree upon. When we all use Google Maps and Google Earth, and you have the audacity, let me finish. I don't interrupt you, or try not to. And you guys have the audacity to tell me that I don't have the measurements that show, that measure Earth or measure Earth's drop over distance. You guys don't even have a map.
Okay, so Google Earth, you want to use that as an accurate map, right? How come it didn't see 7,000 islands in Japan? How come it didn't see 7,000 islands in Japan?
Tell me more.
They recently discovered 7,000 islands in Japan. If they were on Google Earth and it was accurate, they would have been there the whole time and they wouldn't have just discovered them.
Okay, let's think through this absurd question. Do we think that those 7,000 islands had always existed? Do we think that the sea level rise or fell or erosion or volcanoes? I don't know what this is new to me, but I'm just asking, why do we jump to this idea that this map that we all use every day, the Mercator projection of Google Earth, it's actually a lie. We live on a flat Earth because it couldn't recognize that there were 7,000 islands in Japan.
Wait, a lie? You already said a map won't prove what the Earth is. Now you're acting like it will. Which one is it?
Can I say something about Google since I understand technology?
Credence? No, do you have any proof?
Yeah, proof is a mathematical term.
But then you would give us, we can use it in logic too. You can give us a logical proof.
Let's take a step back to the islands and Japan. Let's take a step back to that.
I'm gonna mute Mr. Zen since he thinks he can just take over. 1 second here.
Okay, you're an idiot.
So what was it? Yeah, let's get a logical syllogism from you, because we can have logical proof. So go ahead. Okay, he doesn't have one.
I don't understand what you're asking me.
I was good at he was too impatient, that other character. I was going to give him a chance now, since you don't actually have the logical proof that was asked of you. That's clear, since you just clammed up when it was asked.
Make an argument. Be more clear in your question.
That's what I'm asking you to do. You're the one making claims, dude. That's what I'm asking you to do. You think it's a globe.
What claim did I make?
And you're beating around the bush. Well, you make the claim it's a globe, don't you?
I make the claim that even flat earthers use Google Maps and Google Earth, which is based off of a projection on your flat computer screen.
We're not interested in that claim. We don't need that validated. What we need is the claim of the globe Earth validated. So if you're not going to be doing that, then we really have no use for you. So either shit or get off the pot.
That's what I was saying to you when you run through the script.
Look, you can talk here if you're going to provide some globe proof.
Okay, we talked about lunar eclipses, and then we talked about math.
Do you have a proof in any of that? I'm looking for logical proof.
What kind of proof are you looking for?
Use logic to prove your globe.
So when the lunar eclipse casts a shadow, when Earth casts a shadow on the moon,
prove
it's
that.
round.
Okay,
that gives credence to the fact that it might be a ball or it might be a disc.
Okay, prove that. Earth casts a shadow on the moon. Prove that.
I have drone footage that I shot myself that I can see that it's a curve.
That's nice. What's the proof that it's a shadow of the Earth?
Well, the fact that the sun was right behind me. I could call my friend. I could call my friend on the opposite side of the Earth, and it'd be
daylight. What about in a Stellanellian eclipse, and the sun is above the horizon?
Okay, I'm sorry. You keep interrupting me when I'm still finishing my point. Do you want to respond to me, or do you want to keep moving on through the script?
Okay, so it sounds like what you've done is presuppose the ball Earth in question and just assume that it's there and assume that
I told you it gives credence to the argument. I don't
need credence, I need proof.
It's evidence to my claim.
I don't need credence, I need proof. So a syllogism
is evidence to my claim. I just told you proof is a mathematical concept. Let's work the problem.
I don't need what you call evidence. I'm asking you for a specific thing, a logical syllogism. So premise, conclusion.
You're just falling into nonsense.
From which a globe
Respond to what I'm saying or give up.
I'm asking you for a logical syllogism to prove your globe. You go quiet every time we get to this point.
I don't understand what you're asking of me.
Well, I guess you need to spend a little bit more time researching logic then. Maybe we'll just put you aside for now and talk to somebody else who has done that.
Heaven forbid you just briefly explain what a logical syllogism is for me.
Well, it's basically a premise, conclusion. A deductive conclusion that must follow from the premises.
He asked you, how do you know that it's the Earth casting the shadow? You said that the Earth is the sun is behind you. But again, how can you prove that now?
I already responded to this, but thank you. I follow. So, hey, when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, it's a circle. I think that gives credence to the argument. And the proof of this, that I can prove that, hey, it's the actual Earth.
So
we're not saying it's a disk in space, like you might have seen images of.
So, what do you think about space?
Well, space as they describe it to us, as in Earth being in this giant vacuum flying around, that's not real. That doesn't exist.
Oh.
No. It's more like we're in a contained, closed system. Do you know what I mean by a closed system?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a terrarium?
Yep. I know what you mean. Yep.
Yeah, so a terrarium is just the closed environment with some soil, seeds, and you seal it up, and then you put some water. Well, you put some water in it, and you seal it closed, and it starts its own gas and water cycle, and the plants will grow inside that closed container, just feeding off of this cycle. And that's basically what we've got on Earth. That's why it's called a terrarium. So the root word of terrarium is terra, Latin for the Earth. So it's basically saying earthium. It's like the Earth. That's what the Earth is like, a closed system. So no, we're not in a vacuum. We're not open to a vacuum of space. We're in a closed environment.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about that? And you know how we know that?
I think I don't give a fuck, bro.
Oh, you don't give a fuck, bro?
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck about no truth.
Yeah, you heard, bro. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you heard, bro. Yeah, bro. I don't give a fuck about no truth.
It sounds like it triggered you.
Yeah, I'm triggered, bro. Yeah, you triggered, bro.
And you triggered little pennies over, like your pennies are a little fucking stretched out. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, bro. I came to tell you I don't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah, you said your little pennies are fucking wild the fuck out, bro. What happened?
Yeah, we're raging, dude. We're raging.
You got raped? What happened, bro? What happened? Yo, what happened, bro? You got raped, bro? Yo, what happened, bro?
You don't care. I can't believe you would come in here and say you don't care. That's so rude. We're very
I don't give a fuck. There you go. Exactly, bro. I'll say it again. I don't give a fuck.
You just don't care. You're a crazy.
You just build a plaque. You want to build a plaque? Build a plaque right there. Come on.
He doesn't care. Jeff does not care.
Yeah, yo, Bill Play, yo, that's actually pretty badass, bro. Bill Play, Jeff does not give a fuck, bro. Come on.
Hey guys, if anyone was in any doubt, Jeff doesn't care.
Why you being a little bitch? I'm talking to you, bro. Why you talking to your boys?
Well, I'm just
coward.
That's what you wanted to say, right? That's what
You're a coward, bro. That's what you are, bro. Go ahead, build a fucking play, bro. Jeff does not give a fuck.
No, dude. It's all right.
Build it, bro. Jeff does not.
It's all right, Jeff. You'll be okay. So let me.
Gave him a chance to calm down. He just couldn't stop with the diarrhea of the mouth, interrupting a conversation.
Yeah, for someone who doesn't care, seems to care quite a lot. So Pompachi.
So you're saying that it was created by someone? Can we say that?
Yeah, it has to have been created by something. Yep.
Something or someone.
Well, because the story that they're trying to give us is that it wasn't created by anything and it just randomly exploded into existence.
Random. Yeah.
But that requires the globe in a vacuum. But when we know it's a closed, contained, motionless system, that means it has to have been created. And that's why this whole topic is so controversial in a sense, because it's essentially of intelligent design. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, that can be true because otherwise, doesn't make sense, you know.
Did you say this can or can't be true, and what wouldn't make sense?
I think it's true because otherwise, that doesn't make sense, you know.
were just randomly spawned. You know, I don't believe Big Bang and other stuff.
All right, well, good for you, yeah, because all that's untrue.
Yeah.
So, good looking out. Let's check in with Jeff.
Need some
Jeff?
actual.
Damn, Jeff, you were just like still talking. You've been on mute this whole time, Jeff. You need to chill, Jeff.
You seem like a cutthroat fucking retard, bro.
Whoa,
You
damn,
seem-
Jeff, you're still going. Jeff, did you not stop speaking that whole time? Yeah, back off your mic a little bit, Jeff. You're a little bit loud in your
Bro,
whining.
goddamn. I would definitely take advantage of you.
All right,
Go.
Jeff. You calm? Do you have a conversation?
Yeah. Amazing,
all right,
bro.
all right. What brings you by the Flat Earth channel other than you don't care?
Say it again.
What brings you by the Flat Earth channel other than you don't care?
This is a Flat Earth channel? Shit, I didn't even know that was a fucking channel.
Yeah, you're in the Flat Earth channel, bro.
I didn't
You
even
don't
know
where you are.
I didn't even know you people had a fucking channel, bro. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, we've got the biggest channel on the server, bro. This is the biggest
Goddamn.
channel on the server.
I mean that shows the fucking world's full of retards. Goddamn, bro. Congratulations.
Well, we're trying to educate them, Jeff, so hang in there with us.
I mean, everything goes against you, fucking physics, science, but keep
really?
educating the people, bro. Yeah.
Nah. Everything goes with the Flat Earth. Like,
No,
observable,
everything
measurable
goes
reality.
against fucking like fucking flat Earth science, bro. But I mean, that's
everything
incredible.
proves the
That
flat
like what's your highest education?
My education.
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
What's the point?
Yeah, like what did you study?
I've got a
bro?
university degree. I've got a university degree.
Like
not that it
university
matters.
degree. I can go to uni for like 2 days, bro, and I can have a uni degree. But what did you study?
Well, what degree have you got?
And wait, why are you turning this against me, bro? I'm asking you. You're the one that's like.
You asked me, and I told you, and then you were like,
so that's your defense
what have you
system,
got?
bro. It's like, yo, what am I?
Jeff,
What are you,
come
bro?
on, Jeff.
Answer
Jeff,
the question,
don't
bro.
spaz out into emotions.
No, hold up. I'll answer my question, bro. What's your uni degree? What university did you attend?
I've got a law degree.
So do I, bro. What did you study?
What did I study?
Yeah.
For a law degree.
Law degree, so obviously law.
Yeah, what do you think? Fucking
Yeah,
gymnastics?
but what do you specialize in?
Commercial.
So you gave up commercial. I don't even know if that's real, bro. I never heard of commercial fucking law
Yeah,
degrees.
that doesn't surprise me. Bro. But that's all right. The point isn't law degrees in here. The point is the Earth.
The point is the Earth.
Yeah, because you think the Earth's a big spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum, right? Because you were told
Yes,
so
sir.
on TV.
Not on TV, based on science, based on
Oh,
fucking
okay.
gravity.
Science. Which scientist
Science.
proved it?
For example, like
scientist?
I mean the fact that like everything's attracted, bro. For example, like the sun, the center of the Milky Way is like it
Sun's the
attracts.
center of the Milky Way.
Exactly,
No, that
bro.
would just be the
Newton
images
explained that.
you've seen in
Newton
the
explained that
textbook.
himself.
Okay,
Newton explained that himself, bro.
So your scientist is Newton. Okay, how did he prove the globe?
Newton. He explained the fact that like gravity, there's a gravitational fucking pull. Like it's like a pull.
Explain the fact that gravity is a gravitational pull. What do you mean? What did he do? What experiment did he do?
It's based on calculus. You understand it, right?
Based on calculus. So
yeah,
he
like
didn't
he
do an
invented
experiment.
calculus. Hold up. He invented Do you know how to do calculus?
Right, what's that got to do with proving the Earth's evolved?
Let me explain. As you explain the fact that like gravity's pulling, like that's the thing. Gravity always pull. Like the bigger the object, the stronger the pull. For example, the sun. The
sun?
reason it rotates. Hold up. The sun. The reason it rotates around Earth is because it has
Sun
a
rotates
magnetic
around the
pull.
Earth.
Listen.
Okay. So the sun's rotating around
we
the
gotta
Earth, yeah?
pull. We gotta pull towards the sun. It's close enough that it doesn't fucking fly away.
So is that
And
what's
it's close
making
enough.
this...
Hold up. Are you gonna leave it? It's close enough that it doesn't come crashing into Earth.
Right. Okay, so the gravity is making the sun go around the Earth.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you're a geocentrist.
I'm not a fucking
You're a geocentrist. Like the sun goes around the earth.
God, are you stupid, bro? I'm not a fucking expert at everything I fucking say, bro. I'm taking the word
You're not
of
an
experts.
expert. Jeff, are you sure you're not an expert? Because you
Are
sound
you
like
an
a real
expert?
expert.
Are you an expert at everything you say?
No, but Jeff, you sound like an expert.
Exactly, bro. So like, this is like, give me the same gratitude I'm giving you right now.
Oh yeah, you've been very gracious so far. Of course.
Exactly. I'm not calling you a dumbass fucking retard, even though you are. But come on.
No, you've been very polite, and you've agreed that the sun is going around the earth. So you're not a globe believer.
Wait. When the fuck did I agree with that? No, that's bullshit.
Yeah, you just said that a minute ago.
Yeah, I must have been retarded, bro. I wasn't listening.
You must have been retarded.
Yeah, exactly, bro. I must have not been listening. No, see, exactly. That's the only way you can agree. You can give me to agree with that fucking nonsense, bro.
Wait, so are you saying the sun doesn't go around the earth?
The sun goes. No, we go around the fucking sun. You fucking moron. Like,
you just said the sun goes around the earth.
God, are you stupid, bro? Who is this guy?
You said yes, sir. When I asked you said yes, sir. Remember?
Bro?
I said, so you're saying the sun goes around the earth? You said
bro.
yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. The sun goes around the earth.
The sun goes around the earth. How old are you?
That's what you said.
Yeah, we're living medieval times, bro. The sun, like the earth goes around the sun. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Oh right, okay. So you're saying the sun? No, the earth goes around the sun now.
You don't even know. Shut the fuck up. You're the dumbest fucking retard, bro.
It's okay, bro. Jeff, calm down. Your emotions are getting the better of you.
No, the emotion. There is no emotions, bro. You're stupid.
Your emotional outbursts are showing it.
You're the dumbest fuck I've ever met, bro.
Yeah. Your insults, your emotions, it's all coming out.
You're used to being insulted.
Jeff.
That explains
Jeff, you
a
just
lot.
have to control yourself, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff.
That explains a lot, bro. You used to get insulted. This is what you're used to, bro. Being called a dumbass.
Jeff, nothing you say insults me. I understand.
Exactly, bro. You're used to making shit up.
Expression of your own pain. I understand that.
So you're making shit up right now. Exactly, bro.
No, we've not even got to it yet.
Bro.
We can't even have the conversation because you're spazzing out.
We can't have a conversation because there is no conversation to have.
Yeah, there is. Because remember, Jeff, you thought the sun was going around the earth. You said you thought the sun was going around the earth 5 minutes ago, and now you're changing your mind and getting upset. Remember?
So you're taking for like a mispronunciation, bro. Taking that shit back.
Well, that's why I asked you to confirm it multiple times.
I love you, bro. Goddamn, thank you. Thank you.
You confirmed it multiple times.
That's the best you got instead of actual fucking proof,
Jeff.
bro. Like a mispronunciation, bro.
No, it's okay. So you're saying what you meant to say was.
I love you, bro. That just shows you don't got shit.
Jeff, it's okay. You'll be okay. So what you're saying, what you meant to say was the Earth goes around the sun. Is that what you meant to say?
I mean, obviously, bro, I'm not a retard. I mean, I was a retard saying that shit.
So, Jeff, are you saying that the Earth goes around the sun? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, bro. Why changing the words, bro?
Jeff,
changing the words is not going to help you. Changing the words is not going to change fucking signs, you fucking retard.
Jeff, we're asking you to confirm.
I'm asking you, bro. Changing the words is not going to change signs. I'm not changing the words.
I'm giving you the choice, Jeff. So does the sun go around the earth?
Hold on. I'm trying to help you out, bro. Like, you know damn well
Jeff, you're not helping anyone out. Jeff, come on, calm down. Take a breath. So is the Earth going around the sun, or is the sun going around the Earth?
I mean, I could take a breath, bro. Like, I mean, I still got money, bro.
Which one is it? Which one is it? Is the Earth going around the sun, or is the sun going
fucking people, bro?
Jeff, why can't you answer? Why can't you answer, Jeff?
I mean, at this point, I don't give a fuck, to be honest, bro. Like, I'm
back to not caring
again. I don't give a shit. Like, keep compromising your people, bro.
Jeff, is
fucking
the Earth going around the sun?
reality, bro. Look at Afghanistan.
Look at Afghanistan. You really need to get a hold of yourself. You need to get a hold of yourself, Jeff. So, Jeff, try again. Is the Earth going around the sun, or is the sun going around the Earth? What do you think?
I start getting shit.
Come on, Jeff.
There is no reason, bro. Like, I don't even know your option, bro. Like, you out here sucking my balls.
Which one is it, Jeff? Jeff, which one is it?
I don't care.
Earth round sun, sun round Earth.
No, see, the thing is, like, I don't give a fuck, bro. What's up? You deal with this shit, bro.
Are you not sure?
You deal with this shit, bro. Go ahead.
Are you not sure? You can just say you don't know.
I mean, at this point, I don't give a fuck.
Okay, you don't give a fuck, but what do you think
I
it
don't
is?
give a
Earth
fuck.
going around the sun or sun going around the Earth?
Again, bro, I don't give a fuck.
Or do you not know? You unsure?
I don't give a fuck, bro. It's because, like, it doesn't matter, bro. You're fucking retarded.
I don't give a fuck, bro. You're that sun moving. I don't give a fuck.
You're not smarter than me, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Son, I don't give no fuck about you, son. I don't give a fuck about no son.
I don't give a fuck about you, you fucking
I don't give a fuck
retard
about no
piece of
son
shit, bro.
going around the
Fuck
earth.
out of here.
Fuck
So
out of here,
fucking
bro.
retarded, bro. Like,
Stupid
you're out
son.
of fucking Delhi, bro. Shut your little
Yeah, but
goofy
dude,
ass
you're
up.
the guy who doesn't know if the sun's going around the Earth or if the Earth's going around the sun. You have no idea.
Yeah, you made that shit up. The fuck out of here, retard. So,
Made what up?
you made that shit up, dummy.
Made what up?
Yeah, how much? You haven't made any money, though. You done shit. Still broke. I'm broke
You
ass.
okay, Jeff? You okay?
No. Am I okay?
Sounding kind of deflated.
I'm making money right now, baby. So
Making money right now?
hell yeah.
I guess you don't have to know whether the Earth goes around the sun or the sun goes around the Earth to make money.
I mean, it's
So
pretty
that's
obvious, bro. The fucking Earth
Pretty
goes around the
obvious.
sun.
Okay.
Are you stupid,
The Earth
bro?
goes around the sun, you're saying. Okay, what's your evidence for that?
Oh my god. I don't gotta respond to a fucking retard, boy.
Yeah, what's your evidence for that?
What's my evidence is the sun goes, like the Earth goes around the sun, bro.
No, that's
Pretty
the claim
simple,
again.
bro.
What's the evidence?
Yeah, I'm too rich, bro. I don't give a fuck.
So you don't have any evidence.
No, I got evidence, bro. It's just that I don't.
All right, what's the evidence?
I don't want your little broke ass. Come on.
So no evidence.
If that's what you want, bro, go ahead. Come on.
Well, you made the claim. I said, what's your evidence? You don't have any.
I said I had evidence, bro, and that's it, bro. Come on. What are
So
you
you don't
worried
have any
about?
evidence. You've got a religion. That's a religion you've got.
You sound stupid. You sound made up, bro.
The religion,
Come on.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
You're stupid, bro. Your whole religion's
you're
made
stupid,
up.
bro.
You sound goofy as hell. Shut your whole goofy ass religion
Well,
ass
that's
up,
funny,
bro.
'cause that's what you sound like.
That's how you sound, bro. Like what? You believe some fucking retard came back to life, bro? Your whole shit's goofy as fuck. Fuck out
Wow,
of here.
that was
Come on.
almost a coherent sentence. What are they doing to your
Oh,
brain
shit,
in school?
there you go, bro. Your whole shit's made up, dumbass. Fuck out of here.
What's
Come
made
on.
up? What's made up? We were asking
Man,
you
I don't
for
give a
evidence
fuck,
that
bro.
the Earth is going around the sun, and you don't
Shut
have
the
any.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up,
Remember,
pussy. No one
you
gives a
don't-
fuck
you don't
about
know why.
Christianity. Christianity's dead.
Christianity? Why are you talking about Christianity? again?
Oh,
Fake as hell.
Why are you talking about Christianity?
I just wanted to give the audience a quick break. Sorry about that, Cyclone. I just feel like, we just
No,
need
that's
a little
fine.
break from the profanity for a second. You know what I mean? Just a second.
Yeah, that's
We
fine.
can put him back up. He's
No,
probably
that's
still
okay.
talking.
Let's just see. We got that. We got some juice going. So let's see if anyone with more than 6 brain cells joined the call.
Is my audio clear?
Yes.
I just want to know what's the argument for flat Earth? Like, what evidence you all got?
Well, the Earth's surface has no curvature, corresponding to a globe.
And how you know that?
Because it's never been observed or measured, and it's practically used as flat and motionless.
How you know it is flat? Like by your daily observations?
But yeah, long distance observations, laser tests, celestial navigation, aviation, surveying.
Can you show me your laser test? That is scientific.
Well, calm down with scientific, because a laser test isn't a science experiment. But if you want a laser test, no, unless you're using a laser to try and cause some kind of effect, and even then, it's a stretch. Let's see. I'll post one in the chat for you. There you go, 28.6 miles. Who else we got in the chat? Money Matrix King, Obedient Timothy, Patricio Vallejo, Komachi, and Celine. Hello.
And how that laser test proves anything? It's signing a laser to the phone camera, I think.
Well, do you see how the camera on the other side sees the laser light?
Yes.
On a globe, it wouldn't be able to see the laser light because there would be curvature blocking it.
Do you think can we see the laser light from behind the laser pointer?
What do you mean?
Like, if you shine a laser in front of you, will you be able to see it from the back?
I don't know, but did you understand what I said when I said on a globe, according to the size, they wouldn't be able to see the light?
And what's the reason behind it?
They claim that the surface is curving between the 2 points.
And
so there would be an obstruction. The observer would be too low, below the curve, to see the laser light. The laser light would be going over his head. He was on a curved ball.
If you flash a laser light perpendicular to the surface of Earth, will you be able to see it from a very far distance?
Well, they're seeing it from over 28 miles here.
You can see it from more than 28 miles.
Yeah, you can probably see it from a good bit further, depending on the conditions of the day and what kind of laser you're using.
Yeah, so there is no geometry that is proving you can't see it.
Yeah, this disproves the globe. This disproves the globe because at 28.6 miles, you wouldn't be able to see the laser light on the globe.
Can you send a mathematical proof for it, or geometrical
Just go onto Google and type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can put the numbers in.
Someone needs a new lighter.
Do we go for Jeff again? Oh, he's left, has he? Right, what about that guy?
Oh, hell no, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro.
What a melt. Thug life. A real gangster on Discord. Look out.
Oh yeah, man. Hide your kids, hide your wife. I don't know. Have you ever spoken to Cucumber before, Cyclone?
No, I don't think so, unless he had a different name.
I forget who he spoke to a few days back. I wasn't privy to the conversation, but
says who?
A few people were speaking with him. Yeah, says who talked to him? Okay.
Have you seen this? If you are not pointing the laser tangent to the surface, you can still see it.
Did you go to the Earth curvature calculator and see how much curve is supposed to be present over 28 miles?
The curvature calculator is considering a tangent line to the Earth surface.
It's considering the geometric curvature that the globe model necessitates.
it is considering the line tangent to the Earth's surface at some point. But if you shine the laser above it at a different angle, you can still see the light.
No, you can't shine the laser upwards and then expect it to go down around a curve. What are you talking about?
If you shine the laser upwards, will you not see the light?
No,
Even
then it'll be
though the
going
light-
over. We'd be going over your head.
And you can't see the light.
No.
Have you ever used a torch?
Yeah, dude. You're not getting anywhere with this. You're just trying to obfuscate. So stick to the point. How much curvature does the globe model claim over 28 miles?
Your experiment is not accurate to
How much
show anything.
curvature? How much curvature does the globe model claim over 28 miles?
I will have to check it, but the math involves tangent
you'd
and-
have to check it. So this is your argument, remember? So yeah, go and check that.
the curvature
Otherwise, there's no point in us
calculator-
explaining it to you.
The whole point is the curvature calculator is supposing that the laser is shining tangent to the Earth's surface.
So over 28 miles, the globe claims that there would be over 500 feet of curvature drop.
You see the hidden part?
Did you hear that?
What?
522 feet of curvature over 28 miles.
And what's the relation of that with the
So
geometry
how
of
is the
shining?
laser? How is the laser being seen when there's supposed to be a drop of 500 feet between the two?
If you shine a light upward, will a person standing right beside you?
Just answer the question, dude. If you shine the laser upwards, you're not going to be hitting the target. So that doesn't help you.
The laser is not hitting
And you're
the
still on the
provider.
other side. You're on the other side of a curve of a ball. So how is the laser getting around and down that 520 plus feet of curvature? It's because there is no curvature. It's just flat.
There is curvature in the experiment that you
No, because you wouldn't see the laser light. Remember, you said you saw the laser light. You wouldn't have seen
You
it if there
need-
was curvature.
The geometry that I can see is using tangent line to the Earth's surface, and the guy is not shining light like that.
So how is the observer that's 500 feet of curvature below the laser, how is he observing the laser light?
There is nothing stopping observer from seeing the laser light.
Yeah, it's 520 feet of curvature.
Even if the Earth was curved, there is nothing stopping the observer from seeing the light. If you
Is
point
anyone
a
else?
laser in
Is this guy just totally bricked? Is anyone else understanding what he's even saying?
Yeah, he's talking about you can see the light flashing away like over your head, but not a direct line of sight. You can see the light. He's kind of off using weird words. He was trying to do this the other day. You can see the light, right? Like a lighthouse. It's not directly flashing at you, but you can see the light.
Right. I don't really
Yeah,
get
so-
what he's saying.
Now you understand what I was saying.
No, I still don't understand what you're saying, because if it's flashing a laser over someone's head, they would see a laser over their head if it was visible. That's not what's observed. They just see the laser from the point of the laser. They're not looking into the sky above them for a laser light coming from the horizon.
If the laser was pointing like at 45 degrees from the observer, will you still be able to see the laser light.
Well, why can't you explain why we see the laser in this instance when there's supposed to be 520 feet of drop and a hump of curve between the laser and the observer? You're ignoring curvature. Why are you ignoring curvature?
The curvature method that you are showing is different from what the experiment is. For the experiment to carry, you need.
What are you talking about? What curvature math are you talking about? How much curvature is there over 28 miles? You still haven't said whether you agree with the 500 plus feet.
Because that is not relevant to the experiment. Even if there was curvature.
Yeah, that is the entire test.
You need accurate instrument that measures and that points the laser at 90 degrees from the Earth's surface. You need that kind of instrument to measure the curvature.
You're just debunking curvature yourself by ignoring it.
I'm not ignoring the curvature.
You are ignoring the curvature. So where's the 500 feet between the observer and the laser? Where's that drop?
Your experiment is different from the maths.
You can't ignoring it. Sorry, Cyclone. This is you ignoring what Cyclone just said by having 5-10 seconds worth of silence and then not talking about what he just said. That's you ignoring it.
I'm ignoring what?
You've got no curvature.
Can you show me the match that is being used for calculating?
No, I already told you. Go on. Why are you? Yeah, I already told you to go on the Earth Curve calculator. Why are you scared of the Earth Curve calculators?
What's the math being used? That's the question.
No, go on to
numbers.
Go on to it, and then you can have a look.
I saw
we're not here to spoon feed you. No, you don't want to know. That's the problem. You're being a little baby about it. So we're not going to spoon feed you. You can go and figure it out, or you can remain ignorant. That's up to you.
I have seen the maths that doesn't match with your experiment. So it will be better.
No, you haven't. So what maths did you see? Okay, in your maths, how much drop is there over 28.5 miles according to your math?
The drop is different. The drop is different from
what is it? What is it?
You are talking about drop. That means
what's your curve? What's your curve? It will be a number. I don't expect words from you. What's the number?
The number doesn't matter if you don't understand.
Yeah, what's the number? See, you don't know the number. You don't know the number.
You can check the number.
You didn't do any math. You didn't do any math.
What's being asked of you is if it's wrong, what has been done in the example, then what's correct then? Tell us what's correct.
The number is not wrong, but the maths that is being used to calculate the
meaningless coping.
Okay, so tell us the correct math then.
The math is using a tangent line, and the dude that is carrying out the experiment is not doing that. See the invisible region.
Just see the incomprehensible, meaningless cope at this point.
The laser would be a tangent plane.
See this. Is the green one visible?
Is it what?
My goodness.
The green line. Are you guys able to see the visible range of green line?
What about the green line?
Yeah, so camera can capture that too. The visible range.
Pardon? Can you say that again because it was unclear? Can you say that again, please?
The camera can capture the gap between green and red line.
That's nice. Where's the curvature though?
You can see the curvature.
Where?
In the drawing.
In the drawing?
The black line. It's the math that is being used by the curvature
Not the
calculator.
draw. Oh my god! Yeah, we agree with the math. Now show us the curvature in reality. That's what we want.
You are not gonna accept a picture from space, right?
Yeah, we want the measurements of the curvature of the Earth, because every single time you give us a picture from space, we're going to want to measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's a curving body. We're going to want to verify that claim. So being as we're here anyway, let's stick to measuring the curvature before we go around to that merry little dance and end up here with us asking you if you got a measurement of curvature. Same thing yesterday, same thing the day before. Every time we get to this point is you won't accept pictures from space. We're right here trying to measure curvature with lasers across water. What the hell? Yep, again, I told you this the other day. Please don't start respawning. The water Bislin refraction calculator with the Earth curve calculator is a backwards engineering of all observations to fit your model because you've got a refraction slider. I told you this the other day. Also, I told you the other day, this is supposed to be a prediction of how far an optic can see. Can you give me the angular resolution limit of 0.02 within the calculations, please? I.e., how far an optic can see something before it reduces in angular size. That's not in this calculator, is it? Throw water Bislin at me again, and I will say exactly the same thing. And every time I've said it, you've gone quiet. Cucumber. Hello?
What?
Yeah,
Cucumber, your water Bislin site. Did you hear what I said?
What's wrong with that?
It's a. This isn't measurement of Earth curvature, is it?
It's the proof of Earth curvature.
No, that's a backwards engineering refraction slider, so you can take an image and then backwards engineer it with refraction to fit your model. This isn't a measurement of Earth curvature.
They have measured the refraction. I mean, they have
Do you
measured the
understand what backwards engineering means?
Interesting how they can measure the refraction, but they can't measure the curvature.
They haven't modified the refractive index to fit their narrative. They have shown the method that they have
So
shown
where's the
their
measurements
method.
of the Earth's curvature from your side, from the globe side? Right, you've seen measurements attempted by flat earthers, or actually they weren't even flat earthers, they just went out and tried to test it, right? They just went out and did measurements, period. Where's the measurements that show that the Earth is curving?
Great question, T-Dub. Yeah, I don't know if the more brain cells to rub together thing you were asking for worked out quite in our favor, Cyclone.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse.
So, if you see the calculated and measured.
Thank you. Sorry, Cyclone, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying I don't know what's worse, but yeah, let's see if he's got an answer to T-Dub's question. Where's the globe measurements? Or whichever way you want to take it. I've not really got any interest speaking to this guy. He's clearly obtuse and doesn't want to know.
If you see their calculation, if you see their calculation, it matches with the Earth's radius of 6371 kilometer.
No, we don't want calculation. We want measurement. Show us measurement.
What do you mean? What do you mean by measurement? How you want to measure the curvature of Earth?
Well, you've already seen examples. Sorry, go on. Should I?
No, deviation from horizontal. A rate of change of slope measured on the surface of the Earth. It's very simple.
So again, my question is how you want to measure it to accept. Like, when will you accept it's the accurate measurement?
Well, it won't be your water bizzling backwards engineering of an observation. It will be directly measuring the curvature, like when you survey the land before you do civil engineering projects. Right? So someone who surveyed the land and measured that the level is curved.
He measured the level is curved and his calculations matches with
No, not calculations. Measurements are the numbers that you're going to plug in to your calculations. So we want the measurements first, please. Thank you.
So how will you measure the curvature without calculation? Can you give me an example?
So I don't need any calculations when I measure my height, do I? I don't need any calculations when I measure a length of wood, do I? Do I?
The Earth is way
That's
more
a question. Do I need calculations when I measure my height or a table's length?
You don't need to because you have the instrument for that.
Awesome,
and the
thank
scale
you. So we have the measurement first and then we can do calculations after we've done measurements. So we want the measurement first. Now that's clear, I hope. Fifth day of trying.
You are able to measure your height.
You say the Earth is curved. I want a measurement of that curvature. Please. Thank you.
You want me to dig a hole to the Earth's core and measure the curvature?
Sorry. Is drilling to find out the radius measuring the surface curvature which I asked for?
Yeah.
So you think going to the radius is measuring curvature? Now, measuring curvature is measuring curvature. I asked you to measure the curvature. If you're going to dig to the radius, you're then going to calculate curvature, aren't you?
What's the difference between calculation and measuring?
It's like every single time I asked you a question, it's poignant. Why do you always deflect and not answer the question and try to talk through me? You intolerable little man. I asked you a question. Answer it.
Because it is not that simple to measure the Earth's radius like measuring your height. Because we have the curvature and radius will refer to almost same thing if we are taking Earth as a perfect sphere.
What sphere? You would need one, yeah?
You would need to have,
telling me it is.
You would need to have curvature before you start looking for a radius, dude. That's the point.
So I showed him the calculation from someone who concludes that there is curvature to the Earth.
Don't get sidetracked, man. Stick on the point. We're looking for curvature measurement, dude. Drop over distance from the observer.
Protracted silence followed by non sequitur. 25 quid on it.
There's got to be somebody else. The globe side's got to have somebody else. We got Daniil in the chat. We got Marshall in the chat. Any y'all have any questions? We got Celine in the chat. Anybody else want to step in and spare this poor guy and the whole audience?
Because at some point in time, right, in history, there must have been someone who didn't know, right? They had no preconceptions about the Earth and its geometry. And they went out and said, oh, I'm just going to test the surface, right? They went out and they determined, they went out and they used a methodology by which that they can directly see that there is a deviation
Marshall,
between horizontal.
Sorry, that was Marshall interrupting you. Marshall, are you supposed to be talking through T-Dub, or have you microphone open? All right, sorry, T-Dub, he was just talking through you.
That's all right. This was really for Cucumber's sake, right? So that somebody went out and used that methodology by which they could determine directly that there's a deviation between horizontal and the surface of the Earth consistently, right? And that's how that they determined that the Earth's surface is curving and conforming to that of a sphere. Right? That's what they did, right? That's how they figured out the Earth's a globe, right? Right, Cucumber? Isn't that how you do it?
I was reading the web page in the calculation. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you still lost all in your calculations and your preconceptions and your assumptions. When did somebody in history, listen, Cucumber, when did somebody in history, not knowing anything about the Earth's surface, like just relying on what they can view, what they see, they just see it looks flat, and they went out and I'm going to measure it. We'll see if there's a deviation between horizontal and the surface of the Earth. And they went, oh my, there's a deviation. It progressively drops further and further with distance from horizontal. There's curvature there. And then they consistently did it over and over. And they kept finding curvature everywhere. And they measured that curvature. Did that ever happen?
I'm not familiar with the history, but I'm familiar with the gravity. And the most optimal shape of Earth will be a round shape.
Oh dear. I'm too scared to ask. The conversation will last years.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is some good stuff. What about oatmeal raisin? Maybe he could provide a better conversation. Has anybody spoken to him yet?
I don't know, mate. Maybe.
Possibly. It's part of the politics server, so chances are yes.
Hello?
All right. Sorry. Hello?
Why Earth flat?
Because it measures that way.
Oh. Why?
Huh?
I think he might have asked how.
Well, tell him.
Yeah, so the surface of water lies horizontally, right? It displays no measurable curvature, no deviation from horizontal. In fact, the surface of water has been used for centuries as a reference for horizontal navigation, surveying, engineering. It's like the gold standard for horizontal. Now, if the surface of water at rest lies horizontally, and Earth is claimed to be covered with 71% water, then how can the Earth's surface be curving and forming a sphere?
Gravity.
Gravity makes the surface of the Earth horizontal. Okay.
Yeah, see, gravity doesn't help you there because you need to show that the Earth's surface isn't horizontal, that it is curving, because that is what it would require for it to be a sphere or a spheroid shape. Is its surface to have curvature? Like, it's pretty necessary, right? You can't have something be a sphere and not have any curvature on its surface, right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. Not a satisfied customer, as Cyclone would say.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm just driving over this bridge. It's where I want to do my long distance observation from. I'm pretty sure I could see out off in the distance if I get a long, like a high power zoom. I got to at least have 10 miles at this one location, possibly more. I got to look on the map. But there's another, like there's a hill in the distance that isn't too tall because it's kind of flat over here. And that might be a good bit away. That might be at least 20 miles too. So just got to see the elevation on that, get some calculations on that. It's called the Clark's Hill Lake. It's a man-made lake. It's like the biggest Army Corps of Engineers project here in the States. They buried like a bunch of old towns off of the Savannah River here in Georgia. It's like an hour away from my house. And I'm on my way to a client's, so I just got a chance to take a peek at it on a nice clear day. So, yeah, I'm excited. Definitely want to get that in the catalog. Celine, do you have any questions? Who were you guys speaking with that that we welcomed to Flat Earth. I was driving. I didn't get a chance to see.
Can't even remember his name, mate.
Is that the guy that we had spoken to before? The guy who was on politics?
No, I don't think so. I think it was someone else.
Oh, so that guy dipped out.
Yeah.
Neil G, welcome to the room. Thanks for listening in. If you have any questions and you don't feel comfortable miking up, you can go and throw them in the side chat, or you can have a conversation with us. All right, y'all. I'm about to be at this client's house, so I'll be listening. Hopefully, we get some more people in here ready to defend the globe, or at least just have an intelligible conversation with you guys. Good luck. Good to see you, Jedi, by the way. Hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, good to see you too, buddy. Day's not too bad. It's 11 o'clock in the evening now, so been a long day.
All right, so it's still late for you over there. Yeah, I just went and sent out one more net out in the general chat because people posting messages happens really quickly in that chat, so it's quite possible it got overlooked by a bunch of people. So threw another one out. Let's see if we could get some people in here who aren't spiraling when they're on their way in the door. So we'll see. But yeah, good luck, guys.
Thanks, John. No worries, man.
It's not self-evident that water is flat, he said. When did he provide the self-evident demonstration of it being curvy? Or is that where we get a meniscus or a bubble or something like that?
He's probably looking through the side of the drinking glass. It's curved.
Yep.
I like the one earlier, the German fellas. Yeah, but water is flat. And then the pause when he realised that he fucked up. but at a larger scale, gravity affects it. Okay, then go through the numbers. So drinking glass is flat, bathtub is flat, swimming pool is flat. At what? Oh, you can feel it. It's awesome when they realise that they've stuffed up. It's great.
And the other thing too, while like we always say, citation needs to be backed with demonstration, because he wants to try to cherry pick something else from that same reference where they mention gravity, and then he's going to impose his interpretation of gravity onto what they're saying and all that. That's fine and well, but the level water part that we're citing, that can actually be demonstrated. That other horse shit, no. But then he said, no, it's not demonstrated, because he denied the self-evident, obvious reality of it doing what it says it does. So what do you do with a character like that? I mean, I'm actually literally at the beach right now. It's not self-evident that that's flat. The water I'm looking at, I'm not so sure. Gaslighting is the best proof of a globe?
What is the aim of this conspiracy? What I want to know.
The globe Earth.
Why?
That is the conspiracy, the globe Earth.
Yes, but why?
But why you'd have to ask the people that proposed it in the first place.
Can I ask you about belief? Can I ask you about why you think it is? Off the record.
Earth's not a globe. Earth is flat. That's not a belief. It's measured that way.
No. That's not what I mean. I'm asking you about why you believe that it happened.
Yeah, that's purely speculation.
Well, can we talk?
It's really hard to tell. It goes back to way back. I mean, if you want to just go the last 500 years, so you have Newton, Galileo, those characters. So it's my understanding there was it was a religious preference. It was a religious belief.
There must be more to life than this. Sounds about right. Assume that there's an active cover-up. That at some point somebody realized that it was wrong. Did Elon Musk put a car in space because he knew he wouldn't be outed by the authorities, so he could fake whatever he wanted? He could do the most ridiculous thing, knowing that NASA wouldn't say anything because they doubt themselves. Yeah, unless everything curves over that kind of scale, and then there would never be a way to prove it anyway. The way that you could demonstrate the interference is if you just kept repeating the experiment, you'd get wildly different. Well, the error wouldn't necessarily change towards the curvature of the Earth. It would just turn up in random places. And sometimes it'd be a bit further to the left, a bit further to the right. Isn't that right? Dimming and brightening.
Well, that's me for the morning shoppers. I'll go to my imaginary place of work since flat earthers don't have jobs, and I'll see you all this afternoon. Have a good one. Peace, guys.
Hey, what's up? Why is
Go ahead, boy. Yeah, bring your cope. Go ahead.
alright. I'm gonna bring my coke still. Alright, so if you see an object becoming smaller to bigger, does that prove curvature?
No. Next.
Oh, fuck.
Well, sometimes you got to just accept the fail, I guess.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out where you guys are coming from, though.
Well, I'm sitting at the beach. That's where I'm coming from. The water here is self-evidently flat as far as I can see it. That's where I'm coming from.
And
You're telling
again,
me curves. Go ahead.
Nothing, never mind.
You're telling me it curves. I don't see any of that. So I'm asking for proof. That's all. It's really simple.
So, you believe that the world is flat?
Well, that's what I experience and observe.
Okay.
Somebody else believes that it does something other than what we experience and observe it to do. So I'm just asking them for proof. That's all.
That's fine. Some habits die hard.
Yeah, like the globe. It's dying really hard for a lot of these numpties out here.
Exactly.
They're just spiraling and making fools of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's only further illustrating the point that they do have no point. They do have no argument, no proof. It'd be better to just say nothing and just let us sit here in silence than come in and show us what fools they actually are, but that's the way she goes.
You sound very skeptical for a dude that doesn't believe in the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, that sounds pretty skeptical, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I don't know why. I mean, it's just self-evident that water is flat and level. Duh. Somebody else, who seems to have no skepticism, just had somebody tell them, nah, it ain't really like that, buddy. It's actually curved, the opposite of what you experience. And they're like, okay. Zero skepticism.
Can I ask you what your ambitions are for, like, career-wise?
To get you to either prove your shit or make a fool of yourself.
No bullshit, man. I'm talking about, like, do you want to get into, like, trades? Do you want to get into science? Like, what's your background kind of thing?
Off topic, that's what it is.
It's not necessarily off topic. I had a point.
No, trust me, it's off topic.
Only if you don't know what the point is. Anyway.
I don't see what my personal business does to prove anything one way or the other here.
Well, your ambitions career-wise would actually tell me how you understand how a lot of things work, because certain people understand different things.
You don't need to worry about what I understand. That's beside the point completely.
Isn't it entirely the point?
No, it's not the point at all. It's not the point at all.
Entirely
But I understand. You seem to be confused. This isn't like 24/7 make heretic understand something. That's not the point at all. I could just be a complete... Look, for all it matters, I could just be a complete moron in denial of the obvious reality that all this water I'm sitting in front of is actually curving. That would be... It wouldn't matter. That could be the case, and that'd be fine. We just want you to bring proof. It's not about what I know or understand or think. That doesn't matter at all. You could bring proof of the globe Earth, and I could be in denial of it, and that could be fine. It's not about me.
That's really interesting of you to say.
It's not.
But you're
It's not
basically
about me.
saying that it matters.
Yeah. We just want you to demonstrate what you say is reality. What I think or what I, have trouble processing or whatever, what I understand, it's irrelevant.
I mean, I have trouble processing it too, but isn't that the point for us to try and figure it out?
Yeah, that's why we're
I'm
grilling you
trying
guys.
to understand.
That's why we're grilling you guys for proof of your claim, because it is important to figure it out. We're going, okay,
Yeah.
you guys figured this out? All right, how'd you do that? And now you want to talk about what I know and what my degrees are in and what I'm going to do with my life. So it's like, I guess the proof is just never coming.
I would love to understand how another interesting person's thoughts have any relevance to whatever we're trying to understand, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sounds meta. It just sounds like it's a conversation that isn't the one that we were meant to have here. Which is what always happens. Got proof of a globe. Well, what are you doing with your life? And then it's like, I guess they don't have proof because they just keep going to other shit.
It's the consensus.
So a bunch of people agree.
Yeah.
I don't. What are they agreeing with?
I don't know. Whoever said consensus.
You said consensus.
That was somebody else.
No, it was you.
No, it wasn't. Somebody else said it's the consensus. I don't know who it was, so I don't know what he meant.
Dude, it was you.
It's just the consensus that the Earth is a globe.
And you guys, you do know what a consensus is, right?
It's a circle jerk of people saying, yes, it is good.
Yes, basically. So, who is everybody that's gonna agree with this consensus? Because I ain't agreeing with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm 1 out of 3, 2.
Yeah, it's not for me either. I need proof, not just like, well, we all agree.
Are you disagreeing with your own point?
It was never my point, dude. Somebody else said consensus, and I don't even think that was his point, what you think it is.
Okay, maybe I couldn't call the voices. I'm tired.
So much weed.
I'm smoking a shit ton of weed and I'm about to smoke some more. But yeah, man, like, if you guys have some funny consensus, that's funny still.
A lot of
Do you realize that consensus doesn't make something more factual?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's opinion based, isn't it?
There's a bunch of stuff that people believe that is not factually true.
Yeah, so it's not like it's going to be a fact. It's just opinion based.
Yep. So there's the globe. Therein lies the globe.
What? No, I did not agree with that, but...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you just said you do. You said you just a minute ago said you agree with the consensus. Now you're saying you don't. Contradict yourself?
Not say I agree. Oh, wait, no, I did say I agree with the consensus, but the consensus was about something else, not about the globe.
Oh, so you don't agree with the consensus of the globe?
No.
No. Why?
Because I'm a flat earther.
Oh, okay. Didn't catch that part.
Yeah.
Oh, your LARP is terrible.
I know, I'm being sarcastic. Honestly, I believe in that the earth is circular.
Circular, like a flat pancake is circular?
No, circular as in like a baseball circular.
Yeah, that's a ball or a sphere. So do we need to go do we need to go to like basic shapes, basic ideas of lines, like what else?
No, there is pretty accurate. There is pretty accurate.
So you don't need a refresher in basic shapes?
I believe the Earth is a dodecahedron.
Other than that, weren't you the one that believed that it's flat like a pancake?
No. Didn't say that.
Well, it's bonus.
Oh, do you believe in that it's spherical?
Nope.
There are bits.
So what do you believe it?
It's not flat like a pancake. It's flatter than that.
Yeah, I don't believe Earth is flat. I know 100% that it's flat, stationary, level.
I have a feeling. I can't tell. There's two of you talking, but one of you I can tell is more logical than the other person.
Yeah, what would you use as a reference for that? You're a glober.
Yeah, I am a glober.
Yeah, so do you have any proof of the Earth being a globe, and what proof would that be?
Curvature.
Okay.
I've flown on a plane.
Where was the curvature directly measured, and what method was used? Aircraft are not measuring devices. Neither are planes, boats, trains. None of them. Satellites. Yeah, those are not measuring devices.
Well, yeah, planes can be used as a measuring device to
Really? Okay, walk us through. A plane takes off and goes up to level flight, and then it's getting buffeted up and down, back and forth by the winds, crosswinds, down currents.
Okay.
They're traveling in a zigzag spiral motion. So tell me how an aircraft measures.
Zigzag spiral motion, my asshole. It goes in a straight line, Junior.
No, I'm sorry. No,
How else is it gonna get?
Nothing travels in a straight line, bro. Especially not planes. Planes do not travel in straight lines. You're retarded.
Okay, obviously there's like drag resistance and all that stuff.
Yeah, and motion through the air, up and down, side to side. So how does an aircraft measure?
I'm not retarded enough to believe that it's gonna be directly in one line, but it's gonna go from point A to point B technically.
So it's not measuring.
You know?
So tell us how it was directly measured then.
Well, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so when I was in the plane, right? If you look on the screen, it literally tells you how fast the plane is going.
So you're going back to the fucking plane and we already determined that's not a measuring device.
You said that it wasn't a measuring device.
Okay,
Nobody else determined that it was not a measuring device. If the plane tells you that it's going 600 kilometers an hour,
you fail to provide
you can tell doing geometry. If you knew anything about math, science, and geometry, then if you're going at a certain miles per hour.
Okay, diarrhea mouth. You failed to produce the evidence showing how an aircraft is a measuring device of the surface.
You do realize that you said that I failed to produce the evidence based off of you jacking yourself off.
No, you have provided how an aircraft is a measuring device. Airplane is a measuring device. But you can't tell us how it's a measuring device.
You said you can't use a plane as a measuring device. How the fuck else are you going to measure how fast the plane is going?
I have a question.
Oh, God, are you retarded, man?
I have a question for flat earthers.
You tell this dude that you can measure the speed of a plane based off how fast the plane is going.
Are you who's flat earthers? I have a question for flat earthers. Who is flat
It
earth?
estimates based on his
I'm a flat earther, but I still do know how to make sense about the speed of a plane.
And boy, you're just a diarrhea.
We got flat earthers. You can't use my flat ass. Flat earthers.
Go ahead, Globers, interrupt each other. Go ahead.
I just want to say something. Please, all of the flat earthers can eat my flatty ass.
Yeah, no thanks. I prefer real girls, but anyway, that's besides the point. Anyway, so Ben Boy, a direct measurement on the surface of drop over distance. That's what we need. Direct measurement. Not airplanes, not trains, not boats, not cars.
Well, why would you measure drop over distance if there wasn't curvature?
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what we need to prove if it was a globe or not. A measurement of drop over distance. That's what would be required if it were a globe. Do you get that?
Yeah, and the fact that you even have to measure drop over distance, like the velocity drop over a distance, it proves curvature. Am I wrong, or am I just retarded right now?
No. When was that actually done, bro?
Anytime an airplane is in the sky.
Not funny.
You're just saying
It wasn't really meant to be funny.
you don't even
I'm just laughing at the fact that it's
Do
true.
you always laugh like a little girl when something's not funny?
No, I'm laughing about the fact that it's actually true, and you guys are still denying the fact that it's true.
You haven't told us how an aircraft is measuring the surface. Explain
Drop over distance.
No, but it's only measuring its own engine speed to
It
determine.
drops over a certain amount of distance, even when it's going at 600 kilometers per hour.
Yeah,
It
and it's
proves the curvature.
we have the pitch data from the black boxes. It's not showing
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not showing any deviation in pitch.
My asshole, gravity has to have a pitch. Am I wrong?
Oh my god. You're talking about
9.81 meters per second square. It has to have a pitch.
You don't
Over
even know
To answer his question, yes, you are wrong. Yes, correct. You are wrong.
Yeah,
You guys are such assholes.
You don't even know what you don't even know what pitch means.
You don't know what pitch means clearly. You're just angry because I sound like a kid and I'm right.
Projection.
Exactly. Projectiles.
Projection, Your Honor.
Projection.
Wait, you sound like a kid? You mean like a baby goat? Like bah, bah. I haven't heard you doing that yet. So no, you don't sound like a kid. You sound like an infantile.
Yeah,
That's really aside from the point, bro. Anyway, you guys are trying to say that, like, it doesn't make any sense how I'm saying that projectile, how it drops with its velocity.
No, that's the projectile dropping, not the surface of the Earth, bro.
That has nothing to do with what you're talking
If it had to drop, then doesn't that technically sort of prove curvature to an extent at the very least?
Right. Aircraft doesn't drop until it's landing. It gets to cruising altitude, maintains altitude with a pitch above about between 0.5 and 3 degrees above horizontal, and then travels horizontally until it's instructed or has to maneuver for some other reason, like landing.
If you know the math for a jet, right? You know the math for a jet, right? Apparently. If you know the math for a jet, what does it use? It uses gravity, right?
Oh,
Fascinating.
Really? How?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, yeah, if you're asking the question, the answer to your question is that when the airplane is using math to calculate anything, it preassumes and it utilizes a flat, motionless ground. That's the math for the airplane.
That's in a very limited environment. But it's not like that when you're in the air. You gotta still.
The airplane is using the air, and the ground below it, it's not in motion. That's how the airplane operates.
Have you ever flown in a plane before?
Many times to multiple countries, multiple areas of the world. North America, South America,
man. I think you're full of shit.
many countries.
Nobody that has ever flown in a plane is gonna talk like how you're talking right now.
No, because they don't talk
Most people who
words
fly an
like I
airplane
say,
don't know
right?
how
They
an
don't speak. They
airplane
don't say
works.
words.
They just assume. Nobody who gets in it, the average passenger of an airplane does not understand aeronautics. So
Anyway,
Yeah, the people
I
that
think
get
we
in
kind
airplanes,
of
they don't say
deviated
words. They don't
off
say
of.
words, right? Like I'm saying words. The passengers don't say words, right? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I'm kind of confused right now because I think we kind of deviated off of the point.
Yeah, the point is that the aircraft never ever takes into account any curvature, any gravity that you're speaking of. That's just fantasy, cartoons, muñequitos.
Clearly, you have never flown a plane.
Clearly, you haven't been in an airplane. Clearly.
Yeah, but I still understand the fact that there is.
No, you don't. You don't understand anything, dude. Okay, prove your understanding. Go ahead. Show that you're correct.
Okay, so can you guys hear me out? Just hear me out. Just hear me out, right? Say you're flying an airplane, right? You're getting close to your landing spot, right? Just hear me out, right?
Some hypothetical gibberish, not practical reality, what you were talking about before.
You guys asked me to explain something to you, right? So I'm trying.
And now you're starting with your hypothetical shit.
Don't be a dick. Just allow me to explain. So, what
isn't going to go well?
If you guys are flying close to a country, right?
You know, listen, if we wanted explanations, we can go to any village idiot and ask the village idiot. He'll give us explanations, just like you're doing.
Right.
You know, village idiots will explain anything and everything.
Yeah, but village idiots don't understand physics.
It sounds like you. Yeah, exactly. You.
So no problem.
I know physics better than you probably know physics.
Really? What are the physics of water? Tell us. Tell us about water. Tell us about the physics of water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, physics of water. Physics expert, go ahead.
Yeah, tell us about hydrostatic equilibrium. What happens to the surface of water?
What the fuck would I even have to tell you anything about that shit?
You're the physics guy. Come on, help us
You're
out.
the physics guy. Yeah.
I literally said I'm not a physics pro. I barely know anything about physics, but I do know something about physics, and I know you guys are fucking retarded, bro.
He's speaking from both sides of his mouth or something. Like I barely know anything about physics, but I do know about physics. Like what?
Yeah, he's speaking from Globetardia.
And so trying to diagnose our mental state, that's not even physics. You're not even in the right category.
How the fuck does diagnosing a mental state have anything to do with physics, you fucking retard?
We're asking you.
You just deemed us retards. So you'd be completely in the wrong
No,
category.
I deemed you specifically a retard, not the other two.
Yeah, and that's not physics. So you wandered completely off. Completely off into the wilderness there. You can't even make a physics claim. You're so clueless. So no, you definitely know the least of physics of anybody here. That's for sure. Confirmed.
You know, I don't like talking shit to people, man.
Yeah,
what about the physics of water?
What the fuck are you asking me?
What do you know about static?
I know I can go swimming in the water.
What do you?
At this point, I don't think he even knows what water is. I don't think he knows what water is.
So what do you know about hydrostatic equilibrium?
Why don't you tell me what hydrostatic equilibrium is?
You're the physics genius.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess at this point we've demonstrated that we know more about it than you do. So okay, somebody will explain. That's
How many times do I have to tell you guys that I'm an amateur at
You
physics?
said you knew
and
more
you
than
guys
us.
keep trying to
You
call
said you
me
knew more than us. Now we got to
the
tell you.
physics
Okay.
genius. I did not call myself a genius, you fucking moron.
You said you knew more than us. You'll have to be a genius to know that. So now we got to tell you.
That's
All right,
still
go ahead.
in your own words, you fucking dumbass. I don't have to be a genius to understand that you're sound retarded.
You're
But
not doing
tell me,
too well
what
at
is
this.
hydrostatic equilibrium?
Yeah, you said you knew more about physics than us, and you don't know what
I said
hydrostatic
I knew
equilibrium.
something about it, and I said that I was an amateur at understanding it.
You said
That's
you
what I
knew more
said.
about. You said you knew more about it than us.
No, I
And
did
now we
not.
got to tell you.
Are you
That's
fucking
Rich.
I'll make a clip
Yo,
and I'll replay it.
You think you're the first person that's ever tried to put words into my mouth?
No, you said that. We heard it. Stop
People that put
gaslighting.
words
It's not
into my
gonna work.
mouth are fucking annoying.
We all heard
Why
it. You
don't
can't
why
gaslight
don't
us.
you explain your own bullshit right now? Explain it. Let me understand it right now.
You're gaslighting
You're
us,
gonna
dude.
talk
Well,
some
you're trying
real-
to. It's not working. It's
No
not going
shit.
well for
No
you.
shit, Sherlock. You think I'm gaslighting you? No fucking shit.
Yeah, you're trying
You're
to say you didn't
gaslighting
say
me, you
something we all
fucking
heard you
dumbass.
say. Now you're
Well,
having a
you're not
meltdown. I'll
trying to
just let you get it
gaslight
out of your
me.
system. Yeah, go ahead.
So go lick a dick a day and fucking explain your shit if you can, because you don't make no sense. And I was not the one that brought it up. Fucking geniuses. You
Yeah, you're a
okay?
complete moron. You said that you knew more about physics than us, and now you're trying to gaslight us about it, claiming you haven't said that. We all heard it.
Dude, I was never trying to fight with y'all, man.
Yeah,
Y'all
but
need
you
to
just
know how
can't
to
help
talk.
yourself. Too ignorant, too driven by your emotions. You just can't help yourself.
Yeah, I'm super driven by my emotions, man. I'm a very emotional person, you know, like anybody tries to hit my heart, man, I'll bleed in your face.
All right,
Yeah.
so it's a
I'm
physics
not an
failure.
emotional person.
Fine, I'll let you correct the record. You're actually a physics failure. You don't know jack shit. So you're not going to be the one to demonstrate water seeking some kind of a curve.
Are you trying to hit my heart right now?
No.
You trying to say that I'm a physics failure, man?
Yeah, you are. You failed in this room
You
today.
that I'm gonna cry a bunch of icicles off my face right now?
You just failed again.
Anyway, dude, I
This is
wasn't
what we
trying to
get.
talk
You know,
shit.
this is like the caliber of person that we get trying to prove the globe Earth, and then you guys wonder, why don't you guys think it's a globe? It's like, well, everybody who says that seems to be a retard. So I mean,
I
I guess
was
I'll just
not
go with
trying to
self-evident
diss
reality.
you. Dude, I was not trying to diss you, man.
Yeah, but I don't care. I'm just pointing out what's going on.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. But I wasn't trying to diss you. I
I'm not
just
trying
wanted
to
to.
diss you either. I'm just saying what's happening.
Alright, that's cool, that's cool.
I mean, that's literally the reason why I am a so-called flat earther, is because you guys have absolutely zero proof to support your worldview with. And it's embarrassing every time we press you for it. And then you're just left with, well,
no, I have my
self-evident world
proof,
the way that it
bro.
is around you. And it's like, I'm going to go with that over these morons. I mean, is that fair?
But is it fair every single time that I try to say a point and you disregard the point as though it's garbage? And then
Give
it's
me an
like I didn't
example.
even make the point.
Give me an example. Oh, no, you didn't make a point. So you're doing the two, like, out of both sides of your mouth.
Yeah, you said to make an example, right? Or to tell you my example? I'll tell you my example right now. So one of my examples is the fact that like when you get closer to something, it doesn't get tiny to bigger. It goes from top to bottom. You know, like that proves
Wait, he's
curvature.
denying perspective now? So angular size change with distance doesn't exist.
And
That's
you
just
see,
a
I'm just trying to make a point, man. I'm just trying to prove a point. You don't have to bash me like that, bro. I'm just
Still
trying to
happen
prove a
on
point.
a curve or a flat plane. Would still happen.
Well, you're not doing a very good
Well,
job.
Well, anyway, that was my first. That was just an example, you know.
No.
So what were you
You said it
saying?
was a proof of a curve. No, it's not.
The horizon was
You're saying there's a bottom-up aspect, that it's not simply just going from smaller to bigger. There's a bottom-up effect, yeah. Or bottom down, whichever way you're going.
That's exactly what I was just telling you. You literally just
I
proved
know.
my own point.
It's not a proof. You're just pointing at some phenomenon going, this proves what I claim about the phenomenon.
That's the point.
That's not a point. That's a
That
point
is
for
the
me.
point.
In
That's the
exposing your
point
stupidity.
for me.
You're just seeing something happen and then declaring something about it. That happened because of geometry, because of a globe, whatever you want to say. You're not proving it, you're just asserting it.
You can't assert physics if it's physically reality.
Is that really your answer to what I just said?
But that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
Just go
it
smoke some more
does.
weed. It's all you're good for.
Oh my god. Are you really that oblivious? Bro. Here, a little bit choosing me still. Alright, so you think that the world is not round, right? That is your point? What is your proof? I'll debate with you right now. Let's go.
I never said it's not round.
But you said that it was not round.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
When?
When you decided to start
Can
arguing with
a
me?
thing be flat and round? Got him.
Are you
That was easy.
retarded?
Coins are flat and round.
Okay.
Paper
Yeah, so-
plate is
What the
flat.
fuck does a coin have to do with what we're arguing about right now?
You just have to teach you words at this point. That's what it has to do with it, unfortunately.
Fuck yourself. Argue with me properly. Like, what the
I
fuck?
mean, it's hard when we have to teach you the English language while we're at it.
Your mom has to teach me the English language. Tell me something that makes sense, because you're literally not making
Well,
sense.
I mean,
That was the worst.
yeah, maybe she should have.
It's
Yeah.
also difficult to argue with you when you're cognitively impaired.
Yeah, cognitively impaired. He doesn't know what basic shapes
Listen,
are.
guys, he asked for you guys to tell him something that makes sense. I'll tell you something that makes sense. The Earth is not a
I don't
spinning
even
water
do
ball in the
talking
vacuum of
right
space.
now. The other two of you actually sound like one of my boys.
The Earth is not a curving, spinning water ball in the vacuum of space. That makes sense. There you go. You got something that makes sense.
No, but it does like to whine, though. Yeah, so what up? Man can't say nothing.
And just start with what your senses tell you.
Sorry?
Just start with what your senses tell you.
I think I just said what my senses told me.
Well, maybe wait until you sober up and then use your unimpaired senses.
Well, there's no way I'm gonna talk to you guys sober, because when I sober up, that's gonna be like few hours from now.
Yeah, that's
I'll
when
be
reality kicks in and you go outside and realize you don't experience a spinning ball Earth.
Well, I mean, I haven't drank for a few weeks now, so I think I'm still pretty in a good consciousness right now. But I am drunk. I am drunk as a fucker. But I think I'm in my senses to an extent, even though, no, I'm not. Well,
you're cooked.
Yeah. I'm fucked. I don't even give a fuck, man. I just want to enjoy my day. It's like a nice Sunday right now. I got school tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'd rather chill the fuck out.
enjoy the flat, stationary Earth. Just that's what we all experience.
Yeah, flat, stationary, round Earth.
Yeah, where? Where is it round?
Just off the easy. Yeah, ain't nobody fucking around with Mother Earth, yo.
The only place you've ever seen Earth as a sphere is on a TV screen or your phone.
Or from Google satellite images.
Yeah, on a screen.
Yeah. Yeah, like you were saying.
Yeah, but not in real life.
But, you know, you haven't seen anything in real life either, so what makes you believe that it's flat?
It's not
For
a
all
belief.
we know.
I've seen water horizontal on the top over long distances.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you believe that Earth is flat?
So I know it is.
Well, you know it is.
Yeah. You can't say that about your globe, though.
But, you know, there's something so simple to disregard your information.
Really? What's that? You're going to deny water being horizontal on the top?
You ever see people digging for gold? They'll dig deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and they'll never hit the core.
What
So
the
how
hell
could the Earth be
does that
flat?
have to do with the surface?
Because they dig below grade, if you know what that is. Below surface level.
Yeah. And how do they know how deep they're digging?
Well, the point is, once they start digging below grade, it ain't flat no more.
What's grade?
Grade is spherical.
How do you determine what the grade is?
It's the spherical math, I suppose.
So you dig down and then all of a sudden you'll reach the spherical math. Like, will you start seeing numbers as you dig down or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Dig down and you all of a sudden you dig up a number 3 or something? How does that work?
No, you'll dig up like a number 4 or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's the only way. Yeah, no, I'm talking very shit, bro. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. But yeah, you do have some good points, though. But I still can't think that the Earth is flat. It still doesn't make sense to me.
So horizontal water doesn't make sense to you? When that's the only way?
Horizontal water makes sense to me, but like, okay, so what about like when a satellite takes an image from outer space and the whole Earth is round? Are you gonna say that's bullshit?
No, you believe it's round. You've never seen the Earth as a globe with your eyes.
You're not answering the question.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
okay.
Sonny. He just said that the horizontal water makes sense, and there are no horizontals on a sphere. So there you go. Welcome. You made it, bro.
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yep, exactly.
That's literally nothing like what I said. I said
how high up
somebody took a picture from outer space.
How high
and
up?
the Earth looked round and spherical.
How high up are they?
How the fuck am I supposed to know?
You're making a claim that satellites.
Yeah, so I'm supposed to be a math tech genius to know a specific measurement about how far off the Earth they are. You're literally just telling me that just to fuck with me.
All it takes is you to Google it.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah,
like you could have Googled it too.
Why don't you Google the facts about how high up the satellites are after you already made the claim? Go ahead, look it up now. Since you didn't know when you made the claim, you're going to have to look it up after you made the claim, meaning you didn't know it when you made the claim.
Meaning I still made the claim anyway?
Yeah, not knowing what the hell you're talking about. Congratulations.
So what the fuck? Do you guys know what you guys are talking about?
The salt must flow. I love that term anyway.
Well, clearly, if you're going to say something like that, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Must flow.
Do you know how high up the ISS is supposed to be?
Do you know how high up the ISS is supposed to be?
Yeah.
And on top of that, what the fuck relevance does that have to do to what we were talking about?
Okay? Do not read the card! Do not read the card! Yes, I'm redeeming the card! I'm redeeming the cards! Okay? No!
Oh my God.
Look, I believe that Earth is the shape of a hamburger.
Entertaining.
Look, I can prove that Earth is actually a circle instead of flat.
Yeah, you're going to be muted. You're going to be muted. You're interrupting.
Bruh. Let me speak. I have proof. I can actually prove it easily, like literally in 10 seconds.
Okay, go ahead. Since Ben Boy tapped out, go ahead.
Okay, look, I'm a telecommunication engineer. Okay, so I build my specialty is building signal towers. If the Earth is flat, why don't we just build a singular signal tower in every single country just to have some communications? Why should we build multiple in one singular country?
Yeah,
because
doesn't know anything about radio transmission. You know nothing about transmission.
Not radio. By the way, there's difference. There is difference between radio transmission and laser transmissions. There's difference. We're talking about laser. We're talking about light. In terms of light,
we need a curvature measurement. We need the measurement of curvature. If that's what you're claiming, we need the actual measurement of that.
We can't.
So you admit that there is curvature.
No, we don't want any.
Oh my God!
Fuck up. We don't want any secondary claims of radio towers. We need the actual primary claim of the Earth being curved. We need the measurement of that.
But you just said it was curvature.
No. Wait. The thing is, how there is no another solution than by building multiple towers so we can have a chain of communications. But the thing is, the Earth is round because of the degree of the tower doesn't give us a clear response from a tower to a second tower.
Okay.
So
Great. Okay, great. Okay, great. So now all you got to do to validate or verify the claim that Earth is a globe is give us the measurement of curvature on the surface. That's all we need.
From every tower to another tower, you need to have 3 to 5 kilometers.
Yeah, you already said this part. You already said that before. We need the actual measurement that verifies your claim. So the validation of your claim would be curvature measurement on the surface. So start with the primary, fundamental of your claim that Earth is a ball, thus transmissions and blah 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 blah. So we need the primary part of your claim is Earth is a ball. We need that measurement to verify that.
How are we going to measurement literally a circle?
You're asking me? I didn't say a circle. You said a ball.
Earth doesn't have angles.
So you don't know the difference either between a circle and a ball?
I'm talking about this. By the way, English is my
Another
second
one
language.
that doesn't know basic shapes. So I think, folks, we need to go back to basic shapes and lines with these folks because they don't know the difference between sphere and a circle.
I have my hand up. What is a square?
What is a square? A square is like with the four angles, like 90%.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust.
Listen to me, okay? Earth is Hindu. Okay, Earth is Hindu. We pray for Earth, okay? Or not, okay?
Congress, though.
That's rude. Anyway, I wouldn't trust you to erect a clothesline.
No, I told you the proof. You don't listen, man. It's your. I think it shows me that it's your mistake. It's not mine.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust you to erect a clothesline for my Aunt Mabel.
But he's talking about radioactive. Radioactive is an old way to transport some information. Now we use light.
Yeah, you don't know the difference between round and a ball. So
to us, it's the same. To us, it's the same.
So just provide the curvature measurement, and we'll be done with it. We'll shut the server down.
Yo, can I ask you guys a question? Kind of serious.
Since now FBO tapped out, so go ahead, you're back.
All right. Do you guys know what a triangle square is?
A triangle square?
A triangle square, yeah. Do you guys know what that is?
That's a dichotomy, bro.
It's a construction term.
Yes, I know what it is.
Yeah, so you know it's some bullshit, right?
Talking about that L shape tool.
Okay, no, never mind, bro. It's literally the shape of a triangle, but they call it a square.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's used for determining 90 degrees and all that.
Nah, he knows what it is. He knows it. Yeah, you can mark 90-degree angles with it and all that, or like 45.
They're often sometimes just in an L shape too. They don't have the
Yeah, that's why I fucked around and it said a triangle square.
It's called a square.
Yeah, but it's a triangle. I find it kind of stupid still.
Yeah, you're laughing like a maniac, though. You think it's funny? Or are you just...
Yeah, I think it's actually ridiculous. How the fuck do they call it a square? And it's a fucking triangle. Sorry?
Oh, I was just saying, I'm sorry, I don't find it amusing, but that maybe it's because I'm not drunk.
Well, I'm drunk, so I guess maybe that might have something to do with it. Anyway, I'm not asking for anybody else to laugh with me, man. I'm chilling.
Chilling with no globe proof. Good job.
Hey, the Earth is circular, okay?
There we go again with circular.
Yeah, damn right.
What, like a coin?
I'll pull out my square and I'll prove it to you.
Wait, but
Like a
circles
coin?
are flat.
Yeah, circles are flat. I can draw one on a flat piece of paper, a circle.
I've got some lids to jars inside that are circular.
Have fun proving that.
So circular jar lids, they're not circular?
This guy.
I mean, the bottom of my coffee cup is circular.
Yeah. Your globe reasoning is circular.
You admit it. The world is circular.
The reasoning, bro.
He didn't realize, but he admitted it.
Yeah, you don't.
Oh my God.
You don't pay much attention, do you? Shit.
I got you.
Yeah, you got us, bro. Oh, well done.
Oh,
We're
wow.
defeated.
You got me, man.
Damn.
On your
That's right. Nobody fucks with me, dog.
your circular globe reasoning. Oh yeah, you got me, man.
Damn right, straight up.
All the maths professors, all the astrophysicists we've spoken to, all of them, none of them did what this guy's done.
Mm-hmm.
Go
Wow.
Einstein on your bum, bro. Nah, I'm just fucking around.
See, even Helio called that a speed square. Casey Jones.
Yeah, speed square is actually that makes sense. And you guys know a little bit about framing houses.
Yeah, level is very important when it comes to construction.
Never mind, you don't know jack shit, dude.
Oh, level isn't important when constructing something like a house? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I obviously don't know what I'm talking about.
It's important still.
No, you're right. Yeah. Go ahead. Show us the house that you end up building without, referencing level at all. I can't wait.
I did not say that I could build a house without referencing level. You guys like to put words into people's mouths, don't you? Anyway.
Wow, I don't really need to with you.
Yeah, we'll let you do it. There's Ben Boy's house right there.
Are you talking about the background of the cat?
Wise man once said, it's better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
All I know is that cat is badass, and I wish I had it. Anyways, you guys have a good night.
Yeah, come back when you want to learn more about water. We'll be here.
Next contestant.
There's actually a show called Crooked House. Had no idea.
Crooked what?
Crooked House. It's an
Crooked House.
Yeah, it's Agatha Christie from an Agatha Christie novel, apparently.
Okay. Oh, is that a bit of Tartaria there? I see.
I don't know, man.
They obviously did the right thing and accounted for Earth curvature with that house, right?
I don't know about that. They weren't relying on level, apparently, but Crooked House might be an analogy, right?
Or a double entendre?
Double O? What? 007? No double entendre.
It looks like it's 2 stories. So, the second story, well, what in America you'd call that the second unlevel, right? We call ground level the first level over here. You guys call it first level, right?
Huh. Ground level?
Yeah, we call it ground level. Yeah, the first floor is ground level, and then the second story is first level.
Yeah, that's the same way that's the same way they do in France.
Yeah, yep.
I don't know if they do that in England also. Do they do the same thing in England?
I'm not sure. Where's Jedi? Or another British person. T. Ultimate Final FE boss. You're British, right?
Yeah, T-Dubs, yeah.
What do you call ground level over there? Is that first floor or ground floor?
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
So the first level of a building, if it's multi-story, so the one that's at ground on ground level, do you call that the first floor or the ground floor?
Oh, the first floor that's on the ground, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the ground floor. It's called the ground floor.
Ground floor. And then the second one up, the one above that's first floor?
Correct, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same here, yeah.
Second floor.
Yeah, Americans.
Second floor.
Yeah, we call
Americans
it
said, yeah.
First floor is the first floor. Yeah, that's on the ground. That's usually the ground level.
Yeah. My bad, man. Like, I just had to say that.
That is kind of like Tartaria, though, because we have a bunch of, all over the world, right? We have these churches, right, that have windows that are buried, a whole ground floor, and then the first floor, they have stairs going up to the first floor. But they have a whole floor below sidewalk level, a whole story underground, like really weird.
It's called a basement.
Then what's the one under that? The basement?
I don't know. Yeah, really. What is that? That makes no sense. Obviously, they put stairs up to the second floor and called it the first floor. What?
Same architects are on it.
It's like, it fell off a truck. Oh, it fell off a truck. And the next one pulls up, it's got trucks with trucks on it. I love The Simpsons. So you should call the basement -1 floor. Oh, or would it be 0 floor?
Yeah, it's really strange.
I wouldn't even care. I would just fucking dig it out.
So your elevators don't have a G on it then? Just has 1 to whatever number, or B for basement.
Yeah, my elevators have a one.
Oh, we're losing the crowd. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. I'm leaving. Get out of here then, we don't need you. We got Dazza in the side chat. He's saying FE Core didn't really think about what it was they were trying to measure. As a result, they didn't manage any of the variables very well at all, and at best have an interesting curiosity with no concrete outcome.
Oh, so Daza knows what they were thinking. Okay. Another mind reader. Good job.
Yeah, they didn't know what they were trying to measure. They just were like, hey, let's just go set up a laser and shoot it across this water. And,
Doesn't matter what direction, just shoot it any old way. The hell? What variables?
What the heck is that? Politics? What crap? Oh, this is exciting. Daza is typing.
That's exciting.
Hello, Ping. I mean, Pong. I'm going to ping you, and then I'll be playing ping pong.
So Daza's referencing GPS. Yeah, flat Earth measurements. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, you should never get close to surfaces in order to measure them, right? That's just stupid.
Yeah, never do it over water because that will be horizontal. We can't have that. We got to have
right.
We got to have surfaces that can't be like even. You know, we can't show them as level. Like, yeah, we can't use water because it'll be level.
Right, Helio? But it's reliable. Like, going to the beach is reliable enough to apparently see boats going over this supposed curve.
Yeah.
Or they tell you, lie down, right? Lie down and watch the sun go down, right? Lie down at the beach and then stand up and you can see the sun again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't look over the water by looking over the water. Yeah, Daza. Should we look over the land to see boats going over the curve? Not the water. Yeah, we should ask the geodetic surveyors that are using the WGS 84 model. Yeah, we should ask them. Since they're presupposing a globe, yeah, an oblate spheroid. So definitely don't want to do it over water because that'll be level. So go with the globe presupposition, the WGS 84 model. I've already got the oblate spheroid baked into it, so there you go. That's easier. Yeah, that's so difficult to like level the laser and shoot it in the direction of the target. Duh. Yeah. The laser hitting the target, that's the bottom line. Bye bye, Daza.